We are back. Hello. Okay. All the people can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, 1 minute. Can you speak?
Can you hear us?
Yep, too much. Speak again.
Are we audible?
Yep. Tell me, what's your name?
Can I have some silence, please? Just be sure to please log on NemoVote and stay on NemoVote. Can I just see if the people on the Zoom can hear us and if someone could speak so we can check if we can
Yes.
hear you?
Yes,
you're
we can
audible.
hear you.
We can hear you.
Amazing. We hear you very well as well. Okay, so quiet down, please, in the room. Can I have some silence? I'm not starting if you're not silent. And you should return to your seat. I shouldn't see anyone standing. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, so we have quorum. We will proceed with the second plenary of this General Assembly. We will first, next slide. Just show this once again, a screen. Oh, it's not shared on Zoom. Can we please share the screen on Zoom? Okay, once again, welcome to Plenary 2. We apologize for all of the lateness related to the plenary. Unfortunately, we had unforeseen circumstances as well as some delays from previous sessions. So please, once again, stay on NemoVote. If you can't access it, please reach out to us, Vice Chairperson, as well as VPRC. Please rename your Zoom account with your your NMO code, because otherwise we will not let you in the Zoom. And please turn off your microphone. You can open your camera online and you may speak when we give you the floor. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. Okay, all right. So here we show you the plenary agenda. For today, we will start with the adoption of the minutes of the 73rd General Assembly August meeting 2024, followed by the adoption of the preliminary report of CCC, followed by several presentations, starting with the national member organizations applying for membership or change of status, followed by the EB, followed by the SUPCO, followed by the hosting candidature for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025 and 2026, following that for the March meeting 2026. So we will move on to the next slide. Okay, it's just loading on the Zoom. All right, so we received a procedural motion, number 4. It is to reopen agenda item presentation of the secretary and assistant secretaries proposed by the IFMSA Executive Board. Would you like to explain? No? Okay, thank you. We need a seconder. I'll take Anna Portugal. Okay. Since this is a procedural motion, we will proceed to a vote directly. The vote has been open. Please vote. I did not give the floor to anyone. They cannot speak. If you do not have your voting card, you should approach the CCC. Please vote. Please vote. Okay, so I'm closing the vote soon. So please vote. Is this a point of order, I believe? Because I only take point of orders. Okay, Helms agrees as a point of order. Is it internet issues? They cannot see the vote. Okay, let me just see. And IFMS Chile, same thing. CFMS Canada cannot see the vote either, but there's no internet issue, correct? Okay, so just for the secretaries who are doing the minutes, we had a point of order from Helms in Greece. They cannot see the vote. Same thing for point of order for CFMS Canada, point of order for IFMC Chile, many NMOs. So I will just stop here. They cannot see the vote. Let me just look at what is going on. 1 second. Okay, so some clarifications that I had from our vice chairperson. If you were not logged into Nemo votes when the vote was open, you will not see the votes. Make sure that you're in the right IFMS Nemo vote cloud. We did have a regional plenary, so just check that you're in the right cloud, the right link. Please vote. Okay, please vote. We will be closing the vote soon in point of order. Is this a point of order from IFMS Spain? Can the returning officers bring a microphone to IFMS Spain? I have also a point of order from IFMS Sweden.
Pedro, I'm FMC Spain speaking. According to bylaw paragraph 361, procedural motions need to be briefly introduced by the proposer. They were not introduced. So they need to explain the motion in order to this motion to be valid.
And we have CCC. Okay. All right. So thank you, IFMSA Spain, for raising this issue. We will explain how to proceed from here on. So, according to the bylaws, we have to have the proposers explain a procedural motion. In this case, IFMSA EB did not explain, which means that I believe CCC need to interpret that this is the validity of this. I need CCC online to support the CCC in person. Can we have CCC online explain the validity of this motion?
Can I have some seconds to go through the validity? Thank you. Kenneth from the CEC speaking.
Okay, so I'm not sure if I heard the online CCC, Kenneth, right? I'm not sure if you responded or not. We couldn't really hear you, but the chair is in agreement with IFMSA Spain that this is not the correct procedure to proceed because the proposers did not explain this. In this case, we will take a decision as the chair saying that this is not valid, which means that we will require the proposers to resubmit the procedure motion. And we will go through this once again, to go through procedure motion in order to reopen the agenda point, and we'll have to redo the vote in this case. So it is normal if the vote is closed, we're not taking into account the vote for this. Point of order. Okay, Simsa Cypress, is this point of order? And then I from Mr. Joe is a point of order. Can we give the mic to these two NMOs?
Theo Higgin from Cyprus, according to Annex 6, a procedural motion that was not seconded or defeated shall not be introduced. Just to ask for the CCC if that counts, if also the motion was invalid, does it need different proposers?
I will repeat what Simsa Cyprus has said because I believe some people had difficulties hearing. There is a bylaws paragraph that they quoted saying that the same procedure motion cannot be proposed by the same person twice. In this case, if IFMSA EB proposed, would this be deemed invalid?
Point of order,
Point of order, IFMSA EB.
point of information.
Okay. Don't misuse it.
Thank you. John Rodriguez here. 3.58, is that it, Theo? Was that the right? Okay. So if a motion has not been seconded or has been defeated after voting, it shall not be reintroduced. This motion did not get defeated after voting or was not seconded. It was only because lacking explanation. So it should be able to be reintroduced if the chair can confirm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And CCC also says they agree. Okay. IFMSA Sweden, the technical issue or whatever the issue was, IFMSA Sweden, can you confirm that it is resolved or would you need more help? Please let me know. There's a point of order on the Zoom. I cannot see the hand. So, the Mr. Sim Venezuela and Medicine Sudan had point of orders. I will give the floor to Sim Venezuela. If your point of order is still relevant, go ahead. It is normal if you have not been able to vote because we have closed the vote. Medicine Sudan, your point of order.
No, it's covered. Thank you.
Thank you. IFMSA Sweden, can I just have an update? We will proceed. I had some thumbs ups. Can IFMSA Sweden please confirm with me what is going on and if we can send more help on your way? What kind of help do you need? I need to know. It is normal if you cannot see the vote. We have closed the vote. Okay. In this case, it is irrelevant because we have closed the vote and we will restart the vote again. So then it is normal. Okay, well, I just wanted to confirm is that is solved. I'm glad that we have solved this. Okay, so we did receive a procedural motion once again by the IFMSA Executive Board. So we will proceed with that. It is the exact same procedural motion that you can see right here. Number 4, to reopen agenda item presentation of the secretary and assistant secretaries proposed by the IFMSA Executive Board. You must explain.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was waiting for you to give me the floor. You are so kind. For the patience. So we are just reintroducing this agenda point because we couldn't fill the plenary team during plenary 1, and the current number and the current human resources of the plenary team are not sustainable to conduct the quality of General Assembly that we like to have in the FMSA.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Thank you. I'll still take Anam Portugal. As this is a procedural motion, we will proceed to a vote directly. Okay, the vote is now open. Please vote. Is this a point of order from Simsa Cyprus? Can we get the mic to Simsa Cyprus?
This should be procedural motion number 5, not number 4. Number 4 was invalid.
Thank you, Simsa Cyprus. We will correct that. Okay. It is now corrected. I cannot see your flag if you just raise it like this. Thank you so much. Sometimes Tanzania, yes. Please make sure that they are in the IFMC cloud number 1. Please check that. Limsa Lithuania, is this a point of order? Yes, can we give the mic to Limsa Lithuania?
On imo vote, Ostalem Lithuania, she heard on imo vote, it's procedural motion.
Okay. So we will need to correct that. Give us 1 second. This vote will be closed. It is normal because we will correct the motion name. Okay. So once again, 2 things to make sure. You're logged on to Nemo Vote in the right cloud. It is IFMSA Cloud 1. And it is normal that you don't see any votes because we haven't opened any. We are gonna open the vote now. The vote is now open. Please vote. We have a point of order from online. Supervising Venezuela, what is your point of order? So Supervising Venezuela wrote in the chat that they cannot access the vote. Could you please make sure you're in the right cloud? Okay. Please also check if you have voting rights. Is this a point of order that I see on the left side here?
We did have problems with voting. It seems like it doesn't work. We've used to write it out.
Please state your NMO name.
And some Russian.
Please check the voting right master sheet.
We
So
have a voting right.
The preliminary CCC report has not yet been adopted. We're still voting with the voting rights of August meeting 2024. There you do not have voting rights. I hope that clarifies. That's also the case for Venezuela.
Thank you, Vice Chairperson. Please vote. We're closing the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Vote is closed. So we have 40 in favor, 6 against, and 2 abstention. So motion passes 2/3 majority. Okay. We will proceed to the next slide, please. Okay, so agenda item 4, presentation of the secretary and assistant secretary is now reopened. Next slide. So in this slide, there has been one addition of an assistant secretary. We have Maria Francisca Barbosa Guimaraes Mesquita from Anam, Portugal, that has been selected for assistant secretaries in person. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. We will proceed to the next slide. Okay, we had a request to open a speakers list before the agenda item number 1 of the plenary, meaning the adoption of the minutes of the AM24. I have a speakers list right here. This is what we have collected. However, you have all the right to be on the speakers list. So if you would like to be added to the speakers list, please raise your hand on Zoom or raise your voting cards in the room. I see LMSA Libya that raised their hand on Zoom. Could you confirm this is to be added to the speakers list?
Yes, I confirm the status that I want to be in the.
Thank you. We have DVMD Germany as well that wants to be added to the speakers list. What kind of question for clarity is this? You have to have a point of information or,
Point of information.
okay?
Does the speakers list to talk about the minutes or to talk about anything but the minutes?
Okay, this is the speakers list that we're having before the motion on the adoption of the August meeting 2024 minutes.
Okay.
So anything related to that can be on the speakers list. If there's other topics, we would like to have a different point in this.
Okay, thank you so much. Then I would like to be on the speakers list.
I do not understand what this intervention is, so I will not take it. You have to clarify what kind of intervention this is in a plenary. Please. Okay, I have Mrs. Spain.
Pedro, I have Mrs. Spain, 15. The speaker list that we request is not to talk about the minutes, it's to talk about something else. So
Okay,
I don't mind being there, but if you want to separate by topics, it should be like this.
Do you want to have that speakers list now? Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, in that case, we will do two speakers lists. Okay, very clear. Is that okay? Is that what you want? Okay. First speakers list, and I would like to ask the plenary secretary to write with me, is for general topics. After that, we will have a speakers list specifically on topics related to the August meeting 24 minutes. And now I am asking first for the first speakers list, so general topics. I'll update the slides. Okay, we have now on the screen. Okay, I would like to have all NMOs that are willing to have a very general statement at the beginning of Plenary 2 to raise their voting cards. Okay, I will have Ivan say Spain, Emza Austria, and in Portugal, Ivan say Brazil, then in Brazil, Ivan say Quebec, Ivan say Brazil another time. I will only take once on every speaker's list. I'm just waiting for the secretary to update. Okay, so it was Ivan in Spain, Amza Austria, Anam Portugal, Ivan Brazil. No, they were they were it was Ivan Brazil was fourth. After Ivan Brazil, I had then in Brazil. Then in Brazil. And then Ivan Quebec. Also have people online, I feel. Can the chairperson please show me who have online? Venezuela, do you want to be on the speakers list?
Point of order. People in the Zoom cannot hear them properly.
Okay, we are trying to make this better. Can I have the VPRC here to help with the sound? Because they cannot hear us, apparently. So sorry. Can you still not hear us? Someone online, please confirm you can hear us.
This is much better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So anyone online that wants to be on the speakers list?
Yes, IFMC's coming director.
Okay, IFMC's coming director. NMSA Libya, I would like to repeat again, this is just a speakers list for general topics. We will have a more specific speakers list on August meeting minutes and the other motions that we're discussing later. IFMCA UAE, you want to speak now as well?
Yes.
Okay. And in Portugal, you're already on the speakers list? Okay, there you can switch them with AMSA Austria. And I thought I had IFMCA EB somewhere as well, or okay, EB or TO? EB, okay. Okay. Okay, and IFMCA EB at the end. Okay. Do I have everyone now, online and in person? Okay, it's AMSA Austria with an M. Thank you, AMSA Austria. Everyone else happy with the speakers list right now? Again, this is just a speaker list for general statements. No, IFMCA EB, no? You want to be in the other one? Okay, we will take you off. Okay. I would like to, okay, then this is the speakers list for general topics regarding plenary 2. And then we will start with IFMCA Spain. And I would like to remind everyone that you have 2 minutes for your statements. Okay, IFMCA Spain.
Pedro, IFMSA Spain, Hijín. This statement is on behalf of IFMSA Spain, Linsa Lithuania, Science Cyprus, as Catalonia, and in Portugal, BBND Germany, and Estonia, and in France, and Austria, Students for Global Health UK, Municipal Slovenia, IFMSA Czech Republic, and any other NMO that raises its voting card or virtual hand. We want to bring attention to the events that took place during yesterday's SCOF plenary. Throughout the session, multiple national public health officers raised concern with the renowned president regarding the chairperson's adherence to the plenary procedures. Despite these concerns, procedural errors persisted, leading to 2 instances where NMO presidents, alongside 1 member from the executive board, had to step in and halt the proceeding for rectifying mistakes. As a result, attendees were forced to repeat motions that had already been voted on, causing unnecessary confusion and delays. Additionally, president sessions were interrupted as NMO presidents urged the IFMSA and the Supervising Council to intervene and oversee the chairperson work for the rest of the plenary. What makes this situation even more alarming is that the chairperson in question is a current IFMSA Standing Committee Director and a candidate for an executive board position. The inability to correctly apply IFMSA core regulations and procedures during the crucial governance sessions raised serious concerns about the preparedness for such a leadership role. Furthermore, the Standing Committee Director responsible for SCOF, also a candidate for the position, was present during the plenary and appeared indifferent to these procedural breaches. Instead of addressing the situation, they disregarded the concerns
think the OC just turned up the sound of the microphone a bit. Can the online people please confirm that this is better?
Yes, this is
Yeah.
better, but please, can you, everyone talking, raise your voice, please, because we couldn't hear the first minute of the statement.
Thank you very much.
Can we please
continue.
have the statement repeated? It's not fair for us not to be able to hear it.
I think Ivan J. Spain can continue and send it over the NMO server afterwards so everyone can read.
Instead of addressing the situation, they disregarded the concerns raised by the NMO presidents by making excuses and giving it less importance than it actually has, further undermining the integrity of the plenary. IFMSA's governance relies on trust, accountability, and strict adherence to the procedures that ensure fair and democratic decision-making. Yesterday's events not only disrupted the efficiency of the plenary, but also set a troubling precedent for leadership expectations within our federation. We call on IFMSA Executive Board, Supervising Council, and the relevant responsible officials to take immediate steps to ensure that such procedural mismanagement is not repeated. Moreover, we urge all candidates for positions within IFMSA to demonstrate the knowledge, responsibility, and leadership that our federation requires. And
Sorry,
demands.
IFMSA Spain, I know I interrupted you, but we are over 2 minutes.
Thank you.
And in Portugal.
Catarina Cardoso, she, her, and in Portugal. This is a statement on behalf of Anne in Portugal, IFMSA Spain, IMSA Lithuania, SIMSA Cyprus, AX Catalonia, SIMSA Estonia, AMSA Austria, IFMSA Quebec, IFMSA Brazil, AMSA Hong Kong, FEVESOSEM Venezuela, IFMSA Chile, IMPPI Ecuador, SIMSA Indonesia, TAMSA Turkmenistan, ALEN Luxembourg, KAMSA Kazakhstan, SFGH UK, IFMSA Czech Republic, SUMSIC Slovenia, and any other NMO that raises their voting cards from this point on. We want to bring to your attention the concerning matter in which voting rights for associate members and standing committee plenaries are proceeding. According to scope regulation, an NMO has voting rights if the following points have been fulfilled by the required deadlines. The scope session of the NMO report was filled in. NMO has a designated representative or correspondent for the field of public health that has their information updated through databases held by the respective RA. The contact information of the aforementioned represented needs to be reconfirmed in the time period between 2 to 6 weeks before the GA, or the NMO representative attends at least one of the NPO plenary discussions. In other standing committees, similar regulations apply, meaning that associate members who had voting rights prior to plenary 1 should keep them, considering standing committee regulations are internal documents. The only exception is Corp, where in fact voting rights are depending on the NMO voting rights in general. However, before scope plenary, associate members were repeatedly told they didn't have voting rights and the NMO vote credentials they received didn't work, effectively preventing them from participating in the scope plenary. This issue was discovered by NMO presidents that approached the EB and trying to prevent the plenary from going through. However, the raised concerns were disregarded by the chair and scope director, and the plenary was closed. Associate members had voting rights in SC committee and regional plenaries even before AM23, and this includes associate members that do not fulfill the criteria in bylaw 3.36.
Your time is up, and in Portugal.
Thank you.
Send the rest of the statement over the server. Okay, next one, we have AMSA Austria.
This is Rebecca, she, her, AMSA Austria. Dear IFMSA family, this statement is on behalf of AMSA Austria, SIMSA Switzerland, BPMP Germany, ALEM Luxembourg, SIMSA Italy, SIMSA Lithuania, IFMSA Spain, PIMSIC Finland, STMSA Estonia, HOMSIC Greece, in Brazil, SIMSA Cyprus, FFGH UK, and in Portugal, and in France, IFMSA Chile, FEVESOSEM Venezuela, IMPP Ecuador, IFMSA Peru, IFMSA Sweden, Kazakhstan, IFMSA Poland, IFMSA Czech Republic, SUMSIC Slovenia, and in solidarity with our dear associate members. First of all, we want to express our gratitude towards the EBTO and the work they have been doing, not only in preparation of this March meeting, but also in the general management of our federation. However, in the past weeks leading up to the plenary yesterday, several issues have occurred that we believe need to be addressed. The main point that we want to address in this statement is associate member voting rights. In August meeting 2023, after many discussions, we voted to give voting rights to certain associate members. Due to an oversight of past executive boards, the updated constitution as associate members have voting rights was never officially registered. Therefore, we currently find ourselves in a situation where this decision cannot be reflected in our decision-making, and associate members once again lost their voting rights. This means that the opinions and voices of medical students from the following territories will not be reflected in the decisions of the General Assembly: Catalonia, Spain; Hong Kong, People's Republic of China; Kurdistan, Iraq; Quebec, Canada; Republic of Srpska, Bosnia and Herzegovina; Tatarstan, Russia. We understand that this is a complicated situation that is proving harder to resolve than we originally thought. Nonetheless, we would like to inquire why this is only being communicated on the 1st of March and why the IFMC VPA and President did not follow up with this earlier. These delegates worked hard to prepare their stances and to represent their regions. Many of them invested large amounts of time and money in order to be here, only to be told in the last possible minute that they would not gain their voting rights back. This is not acceptable. We would also like to call out to animals to respect the spirit of the AM24 Constitution and bylaws. If not through their votes, let us give these associate members representation to space and time to express themselves during the GA meeting. They may not have voting rights in the general plenary, but we strongly believe that they earned them in 2023 and that the actions we took during the AM24 were never intended to strip them from it. Moreover, we
Your
cannot
time
let
is up,
this-
AMSA Austria. Thank you. Okay. Next on the speakers list is IFMC Brazil.
Thank you. Gustavo, he, him, National President of FMC Brazil. Thank you, Chairperson. This is a statement from FMC Brazil about voting rights and the events of yesterday's plenary. Exactly 30 years ago, IFMC Brazil lost its full member status and voting rights. Since then, we have not only recovered from the struggles of our recent farm animal, but have expanded and improved all of our internal institutions. Today, we have 4 decades of experience. As of 2025, we have 7 active standing committees, the 6 from FMSA and 1 for national exchanges. We won 2nd place in exchange fair last August meeting, and having been at the podium countless times. With Minority and Mineo by my side, I unmistakably say we have consistently conducted one of the best scope and score programs for over 20 years. We have 1/3 of all FMSA trainers in America. We alone represent more than 11,000 medical students in Brazil. We have more than 220 local committees and have been financially stable for decades. The events of yesterday have affected me deeply and personally as a former NPO. To see my animal being denied voting rights in scope sessions after we fulfill all criteria. As a former NPO, let me tell you, we have more than 400 national public health activities per year. We hosted the 3rd scope week, and last year we won 2nd best public health exchanges in the world. So what am I supposed to say to my LPOs that we couldn't even vote this year? It has become clear that IFMSA voting rights structure and membership does not follow any reasonable criteria. We urge, and not only the executive board, but the next DB to review its procedures and to stop these 3 decades of humiliation, disregard, and injustice. Change the bylaws. Suspend it, change what doesn't work. It will not be easy, but it must be done. Every year the situation keeps going. It's not a shame for us, but for IFMSA
You have passed the 2 minutes, I
to
think.
violate its IDI policies, to violate its own principles. Thank you.
I would like to remind all people on the speakers list that you have to speak up because they cannot hear you. And I would also like to ask the OC to see if they can do anything to make the sound be better heard for the people online, because they have been told it's a bit it lags a bit sometimes. Okay, next one. We have had now it's then in Brazil.
Thank you, Gabriel Esteves, him, then in Brazil. This is a statement on behalf of then in Brazil, ASEM Costa Rica, the ASEM Venezuela, FMSA Panama, HAMSIN Greece, SIMS Italy, and AMSA Austria. The NMOs, please raise your voting cards if you agree with this statement. During March meeting plenaries, we will vote on key motions related to change in our constitution and bylaws, which will guide how we manage our federation throughout the semester. At first, we might think that giving direct negatives means an NMO is opposing a change in the regulations. However, direct negatives are available tools for reflection and for upholding the democratic process in IFMSA. NMOs should not feel judged for giving direct negatives. On the contrary, they should feel encouraged, as standing their voices contributes to a more robust and inclusive decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have IFMC Quebec.
Hi, Catherine, she, her, IFMSA Quebec. I'll go straight to the point. What a welcome to Turkey Associates members have received. We traveled thousands of miles knowing exactly what we're here to do, to vote, to represent the hundreds of medical students who count on us, only to be told, oh, actually, you won't be able to do that. Ouch. This is not just an issue of procedure. It's a betrayal of the principles of democracy and transparency that IFMSA upholds. Associate members have been committed contributors to this federation for years. We have shown up, participated in discussions, worked tirelessly, and did everything that full members of IFMSA do. Above all, we have earned our voting rights. And now, despite all of this, we are being told that our voices no longer matter, at least until there's a fix. When will it be fixed? Nobody seems to know, as we've received contradictory information over the last 24 hours and even more in the last 12 hours regarding the Scove Plenary situation. In August, we were explicitly told that this measure would be temporary. We voted scared to be stripped of our status and that we worked years to obtain, but voted in the heart of better things to come. Now, months later, we find ourselves completely disfranchised with no path forward and no clear effort to provide solution for the current G, while staying aside and watching others vote for the future leadership of our organization. We were given 5 minutes notice before the first plenary after 6 months of silence. We are being forced to bear the consequences of a confusing bureaucratic situation that we did frankly nothing to deserve. The rules have changed under our feet and we are expected to simply accept it. We have received no roadmap, no transition plan, no alternative, just a vague and empty silence and another promise that everything will be fine next year. We have paid our dues, fulfilled our obligations, and held up our end of the bargains. This is unacceptable. Associate members deserve better. We refuse to be sidelined and ignored while decisions are made about our future without us. We demand that IFMSA urgently examines the solutions to restore our voting rights, or at the very least, provide a clear and fair pathway towards reinstatement. Thank you from an NMOP that will most likely never get to vote in our time as president.
Thank you. And also as a point of feedback from the online people, the last speakers were heard well. So if the other people that are speaking can also speak up like this, that would be appreciated. Next up, IFMSA's COMI director.
Okay, am I audible? Is it all good?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Dearest NMOs, I'm Ahmed Latif, he, him, the IFMC's Committee Director for the term 2024-25. Today, I stand before you as the only team of officials member from an associate NMO. I do not claim to speak on behalf of associate NMOs or anyone else, but there are certain realities that must be acknowledged. Associate NMOs have been part of IFMSA long before 2004, the year to which our current constitution and articles of association in the Netherlands are bound. Today, IFMSA is in a critical period of correcting long-standing structural issues, many of which have lacked proper legal oversight and alignment for years, this being the unfortunate case about associates' voting rights. However, let us be clear. NMOs, all NMOs, should not differ in fundamental rights within our federation. Upholding the loss of voting rights for associate NMOs is not about questioning their value, as that has been never put into question, as much as it may sound like it. Now, please allow me to share a personal stance. I am a Kurd. That identity is an inseparable part of me. For the March meeting 2025, delegates had to take extreme precautions, being unable to carry Kurdish flags, pins, or anything due to safety concerns. Did anyone notice the NMO with no flag in the room? The NMO representing the largest ethnic group in the world without a country? This is not at all just about one NMO. This is real. This is about real people facing real barriers, and as a federation, we must acknowledge that. Now, imagine enduring all those risks to arrive and be told your NMO has lost its voting rights for the General Assembly, to be demoted, as some may say, as if one NMO holds precedence over another. Yet it's a given that all NMOs contribute equally to our federation, as our federation is built and strengthened by the collective contributions of all NMOs. What we need now is shared understanding, a space where open discussions between the EB, TO, and NMOs can take place proactively and openly rather than having situations feel and be predetermined. It's time for a future where no NMO, full, associate, candidate, or any denomination we use feels like an afterthought in the federation they call home. Addressing the constitutional issues must be done through revisions to ensure legal clarity and consistency in IFMSA. Because this is home, and the people in it are the people we love. Let's protect that, not disturb it. Thank you.
Thank you. And last one on this speakers list, IFMSA UAE.
Good day to all esteemed members of IFMSA. It is with great honor that I address you today. IFMSA represents over 1.5 million medical students globally, prides itself on upholding the principles of democratic decision-making. As medical students and interns, we convene to make impactful decisions that shape healthcare systems, bureaucratic processes, and policies across nations, as well as expand opportunities within the IFMSA community. Throughout our medical education, we have been inculcated with the principles of empathetic communication, notably through the sandwich model of feedback. This model reinforces our commitment to empathy and compassion across diverse patient populations as well as our colleagues. Acknowledging the challenging times our organization is navigating, it is imperative that we support one another, introspect, and empathize with our IFMSA leaders. By doing so, we can provide constructive feedback that fosters empowerment and growth for everyone. While bureaucratic decision-making is indispensable, it is paramount that we remain aligned with our core mission, that is to ensure equitable opportunities for all, advance the field of medicine, and empower the future cadre of healthcare professionals. The institutional and procedural processes, though necessary, must not drive us into collective fatigue or divert us from our primary objectives. In conclusion, let us humbly honor and respect one another, embodying the timeless adage, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Thank you.
I can say UAE. Okay. With that, we reached the end of this speaker's list. I would like to remind everyone, if you want to share your statements with other NMOs, send on your NMO server and also send it to the forum for my lovely secretary team. Okay, then we continue. And I've already announced that there was going to be space for a second speaker's list before we go to the next agenda point, which is the adoption of the August meeting 2024 meeting minutes. I know that there's someone that requested the speaker's list. That wants to be on it. You can raise your voting cards if so. Okay, I see IFMSA EB, PVMD Germany. PVMD Germany and Austria. Okay, so the order with what do you want? IFMSA EB wants to be last? Okay. Can we secretary can please change that? I see IFMSA Egypt as well. Okay. So then the order will be AMSA Austria, PVMD Germany, IFMSA Egypt, and then IFMSA EB. Yes, EB wants to go last. Okay, anyone else? Going once. Going twice. Okay, I see none. Okay, perfect. And with that, I close the opportunity for speakers list. I would like to remind everyone that you still have 2 minutes for statements. And so AMSA Austria, you can go first. Okay, do we have another microphone, please? My apologies to all the people in the room and online. We'll try to get a working microphone to AMSA Austria. Okay, can I have silence in the room again? Okay. AMSA Austria, you can speak.
Rebecca Shihur, AMSA Austria. This statement is on behalf of AMSA Austria, BVMD Germany, LIMSA Lithuania, and in Portugal, IFMSA Spain, MSA Malta, IX Catalonia, IFMSA the Netherlands. Please raise your voting card if you agree with the statement. This is a statement regarding the importance of adopting the amended minutes of AM24. We want to stress that at this moment, the discussion at hand is focused on IFMSA legal procedures and the legality of our decisions and not on the actions of FIMS Israel. We would like to emphasize the importance of adhering to the legal frameworks of the countries in which IFMSA is registered. We recognize that information shared by the Executive Board regarding the legal validity of the FIMS suspension may have raised concern, potentially giving the impression that the EB is attempting to overturn a decision made by the General Assembly. However, this is not the case. The legal review was based on the review of two different law firms that agreed and were very clear in their recommendations. Due to the rapid decision-making, Plenary 6 of the August meeting 2024, mistakes were made that resulted in violations of our own bylaws as well as the laws of the Netherlands, Denmark, and Finland. It is essential that we uphold legal and procedural integrity in all our actions. Democracy is not just about voting, it also requires adherence to laws and regulations to ensure fairness for everyone involved. To clarify, this statement does not take a position on the substantive matter of the FIMS suspension. We fully support calls for transparency regarding the legal report and for an investigation into FIMS. However, it is imperative that we do not disregard legal counsel or knowingly uphold a decision that has been deemed legally invalid. We want to stress that this upcoming vote is not a judgment of FIMS Israel or its activities in any way. It is solely about procedural methods and its legal compliance. Failing to address these issues appropriately could expose IFMSA, as well as both current and former executive board members, to serious legal consequences. We trust that the recommendations of the executive board and legal advisors will allow us to navigate the situation in full compliance with Dutch law and IFMSA constitution and bylaws. We believe that this approach will enable us to address this matter properly during the upcoming August meeting. Regardless of your stance on the FIMS Israel suspension, we urge you to vote in favor of adopting these minutes as sent on the server yesterday.
Yes, thank you, I'm Austria. Next up, BVMD Germany.
Family, BVMD Germany, she, her. This statement is on behalf of BVMD Germany, IFMSA Czech Republic, Slumsa Slovakia, Alum Luxembourg, ASME Bulgaria, BEMSA Belgium, Slum6 Slovenia, CISM Italy, and ANIM France. We are all finding ourselves in a very confusing and frankly unprecedented process. Let's take a second to collectively acknowledge everyone's patience and willingness to deal with the situation. We understand the toll this is taking on everyone and would like to commend everyone working for a constructive atmosphere and unity in choosing a path forward. Because of what is at stake for our federation, BVMD Germany stands firmly behind the path that the EB has laid out for us. It is imperative that our decision-making processes are not only governed by majority rule, but by due process and the principles of good and fair governance. Such are the legal and moral non-negotiables of democracy. Therefore, the process that led to FIMS suspension was fundamentally flawed in a way that goes beyond the interpretation of any one or another article of Dutch civil law. Recognizing the suspension of FIMS as void cannot be the end of this process. First of all, the allegations demand a thorough and impartial review. This is not only our demand, but also that of FIMS and of many of our external partners that we spoke to. We would love to collaborate with any and all NMOs to draft an extensive and appropriate mandate for this to happen. Accountability and justice must not become the demand of one side, but they must govern everything we do. That is as important as finding trust in our decision-making processes as due process. Let us make sure both are adhered to. But we cannot stop there either. The decision undertaken by the General Assembly at August meeting 24 was the result of an illegal process unlike any we have seen in this federation. Unfortunately, whether intentional or not, it resembled forms of discrimination faced by Jewish people around the world, whether they are supportive of the state of Israel and the action of its government or not. That is why outside lawyers are rightly very concerned about legal action against the IFMSA, also on the grounds of anti-discrimination laws. That is also why we as BVMD Germany have been threatened with existential consequences if this decision is upheld. Foremost, we have to reflect as a community what happened at the last August meeting. The overwhelming pain and suffering of a people in a region does not justify potential discrimination in other contexts. In this regard, we would also love to collaborate with other NMOs in calling up with a path forward to ensure all members of the IFMSA family feel equally welcome in our federation. We again want to invite all NMOs to reach out who are interested to collaborate on preparing a mandate regarding an investigation into the allegations against FIMS brought forward at August meeting.
Thank you, BVMD Germany.
Thank you.
That's 2 minutes. Okay, next, IFMSA Egypt.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Ismail Hihem, IFMC Egypt President. Dearest NMOs, on behalf of Associate Med Tunisia, IFMC Algeria, MITSCO Oman, BIMSA Palestine, IFMC Jordan and Brazil, NEHA Somalia, IFMC Morocco, SVH UK, LMSIC Lebanon, LMSA Libya, MITSN Sudan, IFMC UAE, IFMC Serbia, BIFSCOM Venezuela, NMSA Norway, IFMC Kurdistan. By this statement, we would like to address critical concerns on the legal consultation performed by the IFMC EB As the seconder of the motion in question, IFMC did its own legal consultation and research in the statement. We are sharing with you the results. The General Assembly of IFMC is the highest decision-making body in IFMC, and having a decision passed with two-thirds majority of the voting NMOs proves that we did not discriminate against anyone. The decision was based on hard evidence, proofs, and the notion of calling the action of 41 NMOs discriminatory is absurd and absolutely unacceptable. We are writing this statement to share the results of our thorough research on the background of the legal firm, not two legal firms, one legal firm that gave us the yet to be seen legal advice. This law firm presents a very clear conflict of interest, and no wonder they were the only ones accepting the case. The law firm's name is Kishar Law, and we highly encourage you to carefully read the statement and search for all the facts that are mentioned here. Kishar Law is a law firm based in Belgium and founded by Mr. Johan Ben Azri, who had a notable intervention in the conflict supporting Israel, support for Belgian government's funding freeze to Palestine Authority in 2018. Mr. Ben Azri has taken a firm stance against organizations that challenge Israel's legitimacy. In 2023, he co-authored a letter expressing disapproval to European Parliament invitations. This statement does not discredit Mr. Ben Azri previously shared the statement. Rather, it is intended to highlight that based on his background, he and his firm are in a clear conflict of interest. And after reviewing the Dutch law thoroughly and getting our own legal consultation, Article 2.14 is deemed valid in this case if we admit we broke a law and we were unlawful. Our answer to this is no, we did not discriminate. We did not do this based on gender, race, or even country. If this occurs, it will strip the General Assembly decision of their authority and will inevitably lose faith and trust in the integrity of the decision-making
Thank you,
process.
IFMC Egypt, that's 2 minutes. Okay. Next and last on the speakers list, IFMC EB.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Boom, boom. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, this is good. Yes.
Dear NMOs, we
Sorry, we
understand
cannot
and
hear
deeply
on Zoom. We cannot hear properly on Zoom.
Oh, we're trying to fix it. Thank you for letting us know.
The NMOs, we understand and deeply empathize with the feelings that have arisen following the events of August meeting 24. These are challenging times for IFMSA, and it's our collective duty to navigate them with transparency, fairness, and deep commitment to the values that unite us. Following careful consideration, the Executive Board has sought independent legal advice since October. The lawyer who provided the first legal advice brings over 20 years of experience in international law, having previously worked at the highest levels of field, including at Sidley Austin LLP, one of the world's leading global law firms. The legal assessment we receive is clear, thorough, and unambiguous. The second legal consultation initiated the last week comes from a highly reputable Dutch law firm specialized in corporate and associative law. This legal opinion is an objective professional evaluation focused solely on assessing IFMSA procedures, legal risks, and obligations under Dutch law, EU regulations, and our own constitution and bylaws. We want to emphasize that this is not a confession of wrongdoing nor an admission of any misconduct. Rather, it is a token of the compliance-driven mindset of the organization, demonstrating IFMSA commitment to legal integrity and our responsibility to ensure that otherwise damaging minors are not left unqualified, potentially exposing IFMSA for further risk. Importantly, this is not about rectification or nullification of a decision. Legally, the suspension in question could not have been taking place in the first place due to procedural violations and lack of legal basis. Therefore, our responsibility now is to acknowledge this reality and act accordingly to protect IFMSA. The situation is understandably distressing for many, including us, but our focus must remain on safeguarding IFMSA legality, neutrality. We remain fully committed to an official investigation into films following the concerns raised during August meeting 24. During repeated attempts to initiate this investigation, it was denied for various reasons. Given this, we now call to the General Assembly to take action as it holds the authority to mandate the Supervising Council to conduct the investigation. This is a crucial step toward ensuring transparency, accountability, and a definite resolution of the allegations. Please note that while the minutes are a record of what occurred, their approval does not legitimize or validate actions that have been legally assessed as invalid. The minutes document the events, but they cannot retroactively correct or legalize a decision that should not have been made. As IFMS Executive Board, we are committed to ensuring that we emerge from this moment as a stronger, favored, and more resilient federation.
Okay, and that brings us to the end of the speakers list. With that, I will go to the next agenda point. We just need 2 minutes to confirm. CCC, can you please? Can we? Yes, maybe. Or we can, yeah. No. Okay, thanks. Everyone else, you can stay. You're doing very well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your patience. We have received a procedural motion. This is procedural motion number 6 to change the agenda of plenary 2 and move the agenda point adoption of the minutes of the 73rd General Assembly August meeting 2024 to the beginning of plenary 3. This was proposed by IFMSA Sweden. We do need the proposer to explain a procedural motion. No, I know, but what is, no, I'm not looking at you, Dan. What is EB doing? We have started the motion is already with the, what kind of point of order is this? We cannot hear you if you don't have the mic.
If we don't adopt the minutes, we cannot continue with the procedures of the GA, basically because we are not accepting the decisions conducted on the past August meeting, namely the constitution and bylaws that now we are using, and mostly all the team officials that are here present.
Okay, thank you for your point of order. To go through with the motion is, however, I do need the proposers to explain this. So please give the mic to IFMSA Sweden.
Hello, it's Arnas from IFSA Sweden. She here speaking here. We believe that there is need for clarity and for a discussion order for us to be able to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you, IFMSA Sweden. I would like to have CCC online to interpret if this is a valid motion.
Hello, can you hear me?
I'm sorry, I did not understand that. Okay, CCC online.
Can we have a technical break to discuss on this because there was never a break forward? Thank you.
So can I give you a 5-minute technical break? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
We'll go with the 5-minute technical break. Please, this does not mean that you can leave your seat and your voting card. You may go to the washroom if you have someone else at your seat. Okay. Can I please have some silence here? Can I please have you go back to your seat as well? Can we have some silence? Please and thank you. Okay, can I have a confirmation from CCC if they have an answer?
We are still waiting for some final confirmation of the majority of decisions, sorry.
Okay, please let me know as soon as you are done with the discussion then. Thank you.
Okay, sis. Control, sis, control, sis, control, sis, deneme, sis, control, sis, control, sis, control, sis, deneme, sis, control, sis, control, sis, control, sis, sis, control, ses kontrol, ses 1 2 3, ses kontrol. Ben mi ayarlıyorum şu an abla? Şu mikrofonun birini iptal edeceğim. Ses kontrol. Ses. Aynen.
Okay. CCC, could you please give us a follow-up on how things are going, especially CCC online, as I can't see you? Just making sure if CCC online is able to hear me.
Yes, Camille, am I audible?
Yes.
So, according to the current discussion, the CCC believe it will be valid. The motion will be valid, but then the consequences of such an action will be, since the minute will not be adopted before the CCC report, so that the CCC report will be in the place of judging, for example, on the theme suspension, and which might be out of the scope of the CCC report. And according to bylaw 3.23, the CCC should only interpret the IFMC constitution and bylaws. So it might leave a CCC a longer discussion on the following of the report. And yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure if people in the room and on Zoom understood the explanation of the CCC. I see some heads saying no, so please, can we have the CCC re-explain?
So basically, the conclusion of the CCC is that this motion is valid, but then since the minute is now adopted, since the minute will not be adopted before the CCC report, it means that those decision CCC will be making the decisions on especially on the issue of themes, whether suspension or no suspension issue.
Okay, I
Wait,
still think that. Sorry, Kenneth. I still think that there are some people that don't understand. So do you mind if I summarize what I understood? Okay. So
Yeah, I think the CCC. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead if you want to re-explain.
No, I mean, I now have other CCC members that request a longer of like summarization so that we can because yeah there are disagreement on the explanation I just said, so probably I have to go back. Sorry.
Okay. Scrapped everything you heard. You did not hear anything. We will have to have the CCC rediscuss this so that they have a final decision. How long would you need? Would 5 minutes be enough? Okay, CCC in person says, I hope, so we will hope. Okay, we have a point of information by Simza Cyprus in the meantime.
Hi, Theo, him from Cyprus. The efficiency of this plenary is kind of not up to par with what we are used to in FMSA. And I would just like to ask for the OC, returning officers, the plenary team and the CCC to be a bit more synchronized, everything. I know this is very hard. This is self-organized GA. You're trying your best, I know. But can we please be a bit more synchronized? We have been here for good 2 hours and even before dinner, and we have gotten nothing done yet. Please, can we be a bit more synchronized? And if you think you need anything from our side to accomplish that, let us know also. We're happy to help you.
Okay, thank you so much for your feedback. I do personally acknowledge that this has been terribly not ideal. I Unfortunately, I am also stuck in the same situation that we unfortunately cannot proceed if we do not have the interpretation of the CCC. So thank you so much once again for bearing with us. We will receive and we want to receive any comments you have in terms of how to make this as efficient as possible. Please approach us. And we do acknowledge that there are lots of flaws and we will try our best to redeem ourselves. Thank you. And just to add on that point where Simza Cyprus was asking if we need anything from the NMOs, first, we need your collaboration. That means being on Nemo vote on and coming on time. Second, we are open to have unofficial helpers as well. As you can see, everybody running around the room is either a TO or has an IT position. We unfortunately do not have any in-person returning officers, and this creates a gap in when we do give the floor and where the mic gets to the speaker. So if you have delegates from your NMO that would like to help out unofficially, meaning that they are okay to just run around the plenary to kind of get some steps in, then please approach us so you can help out. Thank you.
Camille, am I audible?
Yes, you can go ahead, CCC.
Yeah, sorry for the confusion. So that the CCC believe the motion is valid, and there's no consequences spotted by the CCC. So the motion is valid.
Okay, thank you so much, CCC. So this motion is valid. In this case, we will proceed. So procedural motion 6 to change the agenda of plenary 2 and move the agenda point adoption of the minutes of the 73rd General Assembly August meeting 2024 to the beginning of plenary 3. This is proposed by IFMSA Sweden. We do need an explanation. Can we get the mic to IFMSA Sweden?
IFMSA Sweden, Lisa Sheher speaking. Okay, we believe that there's a need for clarity. We believe that there's a need for clarity and further discussion in order for us to be able to make an informed decision.
IFMSA Sweden, do we have a seconder? We have IFMSA Czech Republic. Okay, as this is a procedural motion, we will go to vote. Okay, so we will now open the vote. The vote is open. Please vote. Please vote. I will be closing the vote in 5, 4. Okay, I see it. Oh, is this a point of order? Yes, I can't see your flag, but I think it is Ethiopia. Yeah, okay. Can we get the mic to them, please?
We cannot vote. It's not working.
Okay, please check if you have voting rights as well as if you are in the right IFMSA 1 Nemo vote?
Yes, we are.
Loud?
Yes, we are.
You do not have voting rights right now. This is the reason why. I will then proceed with closing the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we are closing the vote right now. The vote is closed. Okay. So we have 21 in favor, 29 against, 5 abstentions. Motion fails. Okay, we will proceed then to the next agenda item, number 1, adoption of the minutes of the 73rd General Assembly, August meeting 2024. Next slide, please. Okay. Motion number 6, to adopt the minutes of the 73rd General Assembly, August meeting 2024. The latest version as shared on the NMO server on 2nd March 2025, proposed by IFMSA Executive Board. Would you like to explain? Mike for DEB, please.
And the law, I can say, President him, the adoption of minutes of the 73rd General Assembly August meeting 2024 also will ensure the compliance of the General Assembly with the current legal advice that we have received and protect the FMSA for unseasonable financial and legal risks.
Thank you, IFMSA Executive Board. Do we have a seconder? I would like to take someone online. I have Mitsin Sudan.
Yes, we do have a point of order.
You have a point of order?
Yes.
Okay. Mitsin Sudan, point
Okay.
of order.
Okay, thank you, Mustafa and Sudan Hisham. We believe this motion is invalid and would like to request the CCC's interpretation of this motion. According to the IFMSA Constitution and Bylaws, point 3.95, minutes have to be taken during all the sessions. Minutes should contain name, date, and venue of the session. B, time of opening, breaks, and closure of the session. C, the names of the chairperson, vice chairperson, secretaries, and returning officers. D, the items on the agenda. E, the results of the roll calls. F, the names of the speakers and their delegations. G, all motions and amendments, including the number, the name of the proposal, and the seconder and the full text. H, all decisions. I, the results of the voting and elections. J, the summary of discussions accurate in the chronologically speakers and essence of the discussion. However, the minute should not include what the EB thinks regarding the decisions made by the General Assembly, nor what the entities they consulted do. In the page 271 of the minutes, footnote was added that stated, this motion has been deemed void ab initio for failure to comply with mandatory procedural requirements and for lacking of lawful basis under IFMSA Constitution and Bylaws and the Dutch and EU law, potentially exposing IFMSA to unreasonable risks. Hence, membership has therefore remained uninterrupted. This is not an official decision, and it is only based on the consultation that is not legally binding, and neither the General Assembly or the superior legal entities deemed the motion void. In addition to that, the note added statements that didn't take place in the plenary. So, lastly, I would like to say that the General Assembly is the highest decision-making body in this federation, and the decisions made by the General Assembly, validated by the CCC and documented on the minutes, should not and cannot be overruled by the Executive Board or any other entity, including any lawyer or legal firm that the IFMSA Executive Board consulted. The only way for IFMSA to overrule or invalidate General Assembly decisions is through the General Assembly itself, which should be made through a General Assembly decision. So I'd like to hear the CCC interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you, Medicine Sudan. I believe this was a written intervention, so please could you send it to the secretaries, the plenary secretaries. Thank you. In this case, I would like to inquire if CCC has an interpretation on the validity of this motion. CCC needs time to discuss, so we will give them 5 minutes. I would simply like to make an announcement while we're waiting for the CCC. This is a reminder that all the motions that need to be submitted for plenary 3 needs to be done so before 23:59 GMT plus 3 local Turkey time. Once again, this is an announcement. Please, all the motions that needs to be talked about, be tabled for plenary 3 needs to be submitted before 23:59 GMT plus 3 Turkey local time through the motion submission form. This includes amendments for policy documents. Thank you. Okay. CCC would like to speak. Can we please have silence in the room? Can we please sit down? CCC, you have the floor.
Yeah, Dion. Hello?
Please
Yeah.
sit down and be quiet. Thank you.
The answer to them, CCC, sadly, we do not have a conclusion for your all because we're currently within the CCC on a 2-2, and our fifth CCC member is currently either not present or not, like, she's not present here or online and not responding. So we cannot really proceed right now. I'm very sorry, but this is the effect of having a hybrid slash online CCC. So we need more time until we figure this out.
Okay, we will just have a small consultation. Just please wait. Please. Okay, so we're still waiting for the interpretation of the CCC. They will let us know when there is a consensus.
Hello, I have a question for the people online and in the room. Is the delegate from Kamsa Cameroon present? If yes, please approach the chair or send us a text if you are online. They are not here.
Hello, I do see Kamza Kamrun in the Zoom that I just let in. Can you please tell us in the chat, reach us out in private messages? We really need you. Can you please, Kamza Kamrun on Zoom? Hello, everyone. Just an update that we are still waiting on more consensus and information from the CCC. I apologize to the people online. You must be very confused. We are still waiting once again for consensus and more information from the CCC. We have all the CCCs talking to each other, so hopefully this will not take too long. I apologize once again for the confusion. Thank you. While we are waiting for more information on the CCC, I just want to remind everyone once again, we're still waiting, but please submit your motions for plenary 3 at 23:59 GMT plus 3 local time. This means that you have 1 hour and less than 20 minutes. To do so, please submit the motions for plenary 3. Otherwise, I would like to remind everyone how you can request a speakers list and what you should do with your statements, because we did have many. You need to send through the speakers list form your requests that you would like to open a speakers list and let us know where exactly you would like to. We will consider this and we will see where it fits best. For your statements, I encourage you to send it through the NMO server, through email. And you also need to send your statements through the statements form in order for the secretaries to table this in the minutes. So once again, you need to submit 1, your request for a speakers list, 2, your statement. Thank you.
Cameo. The CCC had the decision now. The CCC deemed it invalid. Thank you.
Okay, so can I have everyone in the room sit down, please? We did reach a consensus with the CCC. And please, some silence. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience while you're waiting. So the CCC has deemed this motion invalid. Is that correct?
Yeah, the
Yes?
CCC had a decision is invalid.
I see. Okay, so the decision of the CCC is that this motion is invalid. So we will proceed. Yes, CCC.
Okay. I think I'm too close to the box. Okay. The answer is them. So yeah, we declared it invalid on the interpretation that we cannot add things to the minutes that hadn't happened during the actual GA. That is the interpretation of the CCC. There you go.
Okay, thank you so much, CCC. Can we request that you send your interpretation through the email? Okay. All right, so what is this, EB?
Point of information, can I open speaker list?
Oh,
One?
okay, thank you for your point of information. Give us 1 second. Okay, we will open a speakers list. IFMSA EB, you would like to be on the speakers list, is that right?
Yes.
Anyone else that wants to be on the speakers list? I don't see anyone in the room. I don't see any hands in Zoom. So could we please change the presentation slide to speakers list, IFMSA EB? Reminder that you have 2 minutes. Thank you. You may go.
Dear Nemos, in light of questions and potential concerns regarding the footnote included after the legal memorandum related to the suspension motion from the 73rd General Assembly August meeting, I would like to provide the following clarification. According to the Dutch law, specifically Article 215 of the Dutch Civil Code, any decision made by an organ or association that violates the law, the Articles of Association or fundamental procedural requirements is void from the outset, void ab initio. This means that such a decision is considered never to have been legally valid regardless of its approval at the time of the majority that supported it. The footnote included in the documentation does not create a new decision, nor does it alter the outcome of any General Assembly. Instead, it serves as a transparent legal clarification following independent legal advice, which identified that the suspension motion failed to comply with essential procedural requirements that lacked a lawful basis under the FMSA Constitution and bylaws and Articles of Association. It's important to stress that the legal invalidity of the motion exists independently of the footnote. The footnote simply informs the membership of this legal reality to ensure that IFMSA operates with transparency and in accordance with its legal obligations. For this reason, challenging or removing the footnote will not change the legal status of the motion. The motion remains void under Dutch law, and IFMSA is required to acknowledge this in recourse and to protect the Federation from legal, financial, and reputational risk. As the Executive Board, we reaffirm our commitment to safeguarding IFMSA integrity, ensuring compliance with our legal framework, and upholding the principles of fairness, due process, and good governance. And we are going to proceed to propose a procedural motion to overrule the interpretation of the CCC. Now.
Okay, thank you, IFMSA EB. In this case, we will wait for your procedural motion. IFMSA Egypt, what is this? Point of information by IFMSA Egypt.
I just wanted to reflect on what IFMCEB said regarding Article 2.15. Avoidable resolution, and I'm quoting the Dutch law right now. Avoidable resolution is nullified by a judicial decision of the district court in whose district the legal person has its domicile. So it means that a court is the one that should nullify or void a decision according to Article 215, not the interpretation of the one that did it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There is a hand on Zoom. Lemsik Lebanon. What is this intervention?
Point of information, a question to the EB.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I could not hear you.
Point of information, a question to the EB.
Okay, I can take a point of information. However, this is not a discussion space. This is the plenary. If you would like to have a say, you have to be on the speakers list. I will allow this point of information.
It's a clarification. No, it's a clarification we are requesting.
We are not allowing discussion in the plenary. Thank you.
It's not a discussion.
Yeah.
I just want to ask if I understood Tefo correctly, and if what he's saying is that even if we remove the footnote, this still voids the motion, the decision.
Okay. So I'm not sure, Lamsek if we lost you or not, but once again, we would like to. You would like to have a clarification on the statement? Is that what you're asking? This is not a point of information. Okay.
Cameo, I sent my question on the chat.
Okay, so you had a question about if the footnote is removed, the decision is still void. I believe this is a question addressing to the EB. Would it be possible if the EB offers the explanation during the procedural motion explanation? All right, we will do so. Okay, can we change this slide? Procedural motion number 7, to overrule the decision of the CCC on the motion 6 to adopt the minutes of the 73rd General Assembly August meeting 2024 as shared on the animal server on 2nd March 2025, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Please explain. Can we have the mic to IFMSA EB?
Dear NMOs, following the events of the 73rd General Assembly, independent legal analysis has concluded that the suspension of films was procedurally invalid and legally void. This means that such decisions was never valid, regardless of the intentions or the majority that supported them during the General Assembly. IFMSA is a legal entity registered under Dutch law, and as such, we are required to comply with our articles of association, constitution, and bylaws applicable national, international, and European laws. The General Assembly is the highest internal decision-making body of the IFMSA, but its authority is not unlimited. The GA cannot make decisions that violate the Articles of Association, Dutch law, basic principles of fairness, good governance, and due process. When a legal recommendation declares that a motion or decision is void, this is not merely an opinion, it is a recognition that the decision has no legal effect, regardless of whether the GA supports it. If the General Assembly chooses to ignore the legal advice, the decision in question remains invalid, regardless of the GA support. This exposes IFMSA to potential legal challenges in Dutch courts, where the decision could be formally annulled. Furthermore, individual officers, including members of the Executive Board and Supervising Council, may face personal liability if they knowingly uphold an illegal decision. Ignoring legal recommendations can also lead to the annulment of all related decisions and actions taken on basis of the invalid motion, while significantly damaging IFMSA reputation. And as legal representatives of the IFMSA, we have both the legal responsibility to ensure that the Federation operates in full compliance with Articles of Association and all applicable laws. It is our duty to protect IFMSA from actions that could expose the organization to serious legal and financial risk, while also guaranteeing that all members are treated fairly and respectfully in accordance with the principles of due process and good governance. I urge all the NMOs to approach IFMSA legal framework. The validity of our decisions depends on strict adherence to our governance, all governing documents, and the law, not only on our votes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, IFMSA EB. Do we have a seconder? So I will take Simza Cyprus. We cannot take a point of information when we're in the middle of a motion. We do not take point of information, it's only point of orders. As this is a procedural motion, we will go to vote. We are setting up the vote and we'll let you know when it is open. Give us 1 second. Okay, we will open the vote now. The vote is open. Please vote.
Please vote. Closing the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The vote is now closed. We have 27 in favor, 20 against, 7 abstention. We will move on. We have agenda item 2, adoption of the preliminary report of the Constitution Credential Committee. Next slide. Okay. So, regular motion 7 to adopt the preliminary report of the Constitution Credential Committee of the 74th General Assembly March meeting 2025 proposed by the IFMSA Executive Board. Would you like to explain? What is this, an explanation or something else?
It's a point of order.
Okay, point of order.
We cannot proceed to the next agenda point if the current agenda point has not been addressed. The agenda point mentions that there is going to be an adoption of the minutes. So their motions have been, well, now has failed for the interpretation of the CCC. However, there should be a specific addressing for the minutes itself, because when we're going to adopt minutes, I'm so sorry, this is not a clear point of order, just something to raise because we are moving to the next agenda point without addressing this.
So the point of order is saying that we have not addressed the agenda point, meaning the adoption of the minutes. We did go over this. It was when we had to have the interpretation of the CCC and they deemed this motion invalid, I believe. So, Simza Cyprus, is this a point of order? Yes, Simza Cyprus.
Okay, just a follow-up point of order on the point of order of the executive board. The title of the agenda point has nothing to do with the result of the agenda itself. So even if we deem this motion invalid and the motion failed, the agenda point itself has been concluded. The result of the agenda point has nothing to do with the actual title itself.
Thank you for the clarification, Simza Cyprus. So, IFMSA EB. Would you like to what is this intervention?
Can we have a small statement and then a small break?
So we already started with the motion by asking the proposer to explain. What is this IFMSA Egypt? Is this a point of order? Correct. So that is what I said as well, that we are currently in the motion phase already. In this case, I would like IFMSA EB if they would like to explain in this motion.
You can
No,
say
n-
no.
No.
No. Okay. Do we have a seconder? I cannot see the flag at the back over there. Alan Luxembourg. Okay, seconded by Alan Luxembourg. Do we have any amendments? Do we have any amendments? Yes, CCC.
CCC would like to amend the motion.
Okay, what would you like to amend?
It will be to adopt the amended preliminary report of the Constitution Credential Committee as shared on the 3rd of March of the 74th General Assembly March meeting 2025.
Thank you. Does the proposer accept the amendment? We were writing it out. I apologize. Please stop me if I'm going too fast. CCC, can you confirm that this is the amendment you would like to add?
Yes.
Thank you. Does the proposer accept the amendment? What is it? What is this intervention? EB, do you accept as a proposer?
We still believe that this was not the procedure because we didn't finish the part agenda point. The motion didn't pass. So the CCC should have interpreted that.
Once again, this is a point of order by the IFMSA EB stating that we have not gone past the last agenda point on the adoption of the minutes. However, we did explain already that we went through it with motion number 6, which was deemed invalid by the CCC, and CCC has a hand raised that would like to explain further. Go ahead.
CCC, the answer to them. The CCC agrees with the ruling of the PT to continue and that this agenda item has been concluded.
Thank you. So, once again, we are in motion 7 to adopt the preliminary report of the CCC. We had an amendment. I would ask the proposers to please tell us if you agree or do not
No, we
agree
don't
with
agree.
the amendment.
We don't accept the amendment.
Could you repeat? I could not understand. IFMSA EB.
No, we don't accept the amendment.
Okay. So the proposer did not accept the amendment. In this case, we will have to vote. We will prepare the votes. Seems Cyprus, this is point of order.
If the executive board as proposer do not accept the motion, they can just withdraw and the secondary because it becomes the proposer. So it makes everyone's life easier.
Thank you for raising this point. Seems Cyprus, does it mean that IFMSA executive board, you're withdrawing this motion? The proposer, sorry.
What?
So, I will explain. In the motion maze. We're in the motion maze right now. So, There are two ways to proceed here. That's one way is what I was proposing. One way Simsa Cyprus raised this point. In the motion maze, if there is an amendment that is tabled and the proposer does not accept the amendment, there is an immediate vote of the original motion versus the amendment. That was where we were going. However, Simsa Cyprus did raise the point that if the proposer of the motion withdraws it, being they are no longer the proposer, the seconder becomes a proposer, and we need to find a new seconder in order to proceed. So here, I'm asking if the IFMSA Executive Board is withdrawing this motion, or we shall proceed to a vote of the original versus the amendment. They're withdrawing themselves from the motion. They're not withdrawing the motion because the motion is still tabled, just for clarifications. Thank you. There's Medicine Sudan online. Is this a PO, like a point of order? Yes, Medicine Sudan.
Yes, this is a point of order. Thank you, Mustafa and Mrs. Banham. We'd like to know the CCC interpretation. We do believe that in case the proposer do not accept the amendment, we should go immediately to vote with not changing the proposer.
Thank you for your point. However, we did raise the possibility that was detailed in the motion maze, but we'll note it.
If the executive board withdraws the motion, the plenary cannot continue, right, CCC?
Once again, you're not withdrawing the motion. I'm clarifying that you're withdrawing your proposal rights. We need to find another seconder in this case because the seconder will become the proposer. We can share with you the motion maze and we can go through it as well. So we will proceed to a vote because I do not see we will prepare the vote in this case. Okay. So can I have some silence, please? Just to recap, so everybody is on the same page. We are in the motion maze. We have reached a point where the proposer did not accept the amendment. In this case, we will proceed with voting. You accept the amendment. However, we have already gone through this. I'm sorry, we cannot go back on the motion maze. The vote has been opened. Please vote. Original versus amendment. What this means is that if you vote in favor of the original, you do not have the amendment and a share on the 3rd of March incorporated in this motion. If you are in favor of the amendment, you will see what you see in white in the blue, pale blue box of the amendment. You can also, in this case, abstain. Is this a point of order? Okay, Denim.
Gabriel Esteves denying him. We do not, okay, Gabriel Esteves denying him. We do not have voting rights, the voting rights table in the CCC report, and would like the clarification that what would happen if we accepted, if we voted in favor of the adoption, even if we don't have the voting rights table in the report. Thank you.
I believe this is not a point of order. This is more of a point of information. So we will not take that, sorry. Please vote. EB, is this a point of order? In the meantime, please vote. Closing the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The vote is now closed. So, we have 4 in favor of the original, 40 in favor of the amendment of the CCC, 8 abstentions. This means that the amendment is incorporated into the motion. This does not mean that we have voted or even gone through the motion maze for the motion itself. It only meant to incorporate the amendment inside the motion. So we will now proceed through the motion maze with now the amendment incorporated. So this means that I'm asking once again if there are further amendments. I don't see any hands for further amendments. Okay. Do we have any direct negatives? So we have, I believe, Denim Brazil. Okay. So do you have alternative motions? No? Okay. So we will then vote for the motion itself. Okay. Simsa Cyprus. Point of order from Simsa Cyprus.
There is no explanation for direct negatives or alternative motions. There needs to be a speakers list for us to do that.
You are right. For the motion maze, there is no explanations if there are no alternative motions, so we will proceed to a vote. I apologize. Okay. We are setting up the vote for this motion. Give us a second. We are now opening the vote. Please vote. Please vote. We are closing the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The vote is now closed. So we have received 40 in favor, 9 against, 1 abstention. This motion passes with simple majority. Okay, so what is this, the Brazil? Is this a point of information, point of order, speakers list? What is this? Thank you so much. I'm sorry. Point of information from Denim Brazil.
We would like
Okay, after the mic is fixed, I will also ask the CCC to please clarify on the voting rights once the CCC preliminary report is adopted. Please, some silence. We're almost at a break. Almost at a break. I need your collaborations. Silence, please. I will not continue and give you a break if you do not give me silence. Thank you. Then in Brazil.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so we would like clarification from the CCC. Since we do not have NMOs with voting rights in the CCC report, how we would know what NMO have voting rights during this General Assembly?
I believe CCC would like to answer this, and I have
CCC the answer data. We are on our way to send you a third version. It is now being sent over the NMO server, and since you adopted this one and it's a dynamic document, it will immediately be valid. Right.
Okay, thank you so much, CCC. We will be taking a 10-minute break right now, but before you leave, we don't want you to stray too far as we have a lot to cover still. If you're leaving the room, please give back your voting cards to the CCC. 10-minute break. We will come back at 23:30 local time, 20:30 GMT. Thank you. please go back to your seats. For the people on Zoom, could you just confirm that you can hear us, and could you speak so that we can confirm we hear you?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear
Thank
you.
you so much. People in person, please take a seat. Please take your seat. Once again, please take your seat. Once again, please take your seat. We were informed that the EB has a procedural motion, so we're waiting for them to send that in. Point of information, IFMSA Egypt.
اسماعيل هيهم IFMC Egypt. هو can we أصلا wait for procedural motions? They were supposed to come as the plenary goes. We are not supposed to wait for them in the agenda. They are procedural for a reason.
Thank you for the comment. It is up to the chair to decide where to place the procedural motion, and we were notified by the EB that they are sending one in. Okay. So we are putting it up on the screen for you. This is the procedural motion we have received. Okay. We are entering the motion maze. I have waited to see if there are interventions. I didn't see any, so procedural motion 8. Okay. To reopen the agenda point number 2 of the plenary 2 at the 74th General Assembly March meeting 2025. It is proposed by the IFMSA Executive Board. You must explain, as this is a procedural motion. Can we give the mic to EP?
Dear NMOs, following the CCC's decision to not recognize the footnote regarding the legal status of the suspension motion, we wish to clarify the legal implications for the IFMSA and their legal representatives, the Executive Board, and Supervising Council. While the General Assembly has the authority to manage its internal procedures, it is important to emphasize that the removal of the footnote does not alter the legal reality under Dutch law. Based on independent legal advice, the motion in question remains void from the outset, due to fundamental procedure violations and the absence of a lawful basis under IFMSA Articles of Association and applicable regulations. The removal of the footnote does not change this legal assessment nor eliminate the associated risk. We would also like to clarify that the CCC does not hold any legal authority within IFMSA and is not responsible for legal interpretations or assessments. The CCC is strictly limited to the facilitation and procedural management of the IFMSA Constitution and bylaws inside the General Assembly. Legal matters, including the assessment of the validity of motions and decisions under Dutch law, fall solely within the responsibilities of the Executive Board and the Supervising Council under legal advice and qualified external legal counsel. For transparency, the CCC is going to be informed with the legal consultation and its conclusions for their better understanding. As Executive Board and Supervising Council, we have acted in accordance with our ethical and legal responsibilities to ensure IFMSA's compliance with Dutch law, the Articles of Association, and the principles of due process and good governance. We have consistently fulfilled our duty to protect the Federation from potential and real legal and financial risk and to guarantee fair and lawful treatment for all members. It is important to underline that the legal status of the motion is independent of any statement, footnote, or vote of the General Assembly. Should this matter be challenged before a Dutch court, the removal of the footnote will not provide legal protection against annulment or liability. IFMSA, as well as its individual officers, could still face legal challenges, and all related decisions may be subject to invalidation if found not lawful. By communicating these legal realities, the Executive Board and Supervising Council reaffirm their commitment to safeguarding IFMSA integrity and ensuring that all actions remain within the framework of the Dutch law and all governing documents, regardless of the decisions taken during the General Assembly. This explanation is only on behalf of the Executive Board. However, the Supervising Council is mentioned because they are also legal representatives of the Federation. Thank you for the understanding.
Thank you. I have a point of, is this order, Mitsinsu?
No, it is a point of information.
We cannot take points of information since we are already in the process. We will be opening the vote for the procedural motion after getting a seconder. Can I have anyone that would like to be seconder of this procedural motion? I will take Adam France. Okay, so we will proceed with setting up the vote, but before that, CCC, do you feel like explaining? Do you need to explain? You may. You will not? Okay, that is fine. Okay. It's fine if you don't need to. I am just trying to follow by the letter of the motion maze as I've been reminded multiple times. Thank you. That is okay. So we will proceed to the vote. We have the vote open. We are opening the vote. Please vote. Please vote. We will be closing the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The vote is now closed.
So we have 31 in favor, 15 against, 4 abstentions. This means that this motion passes with 2/3 majorities. Okay. Okay. So the agenda point number 2 of the plenary 2 at the 74th General Assembly March meeting 2025 is the following. Agenda item number 2, adoption of the preliminary report of the Constitution Credential Committee. It is agenda item number 2, adoption of the preliminary report of the Constitution Credential Committee. I repeat, the procedural motion that passed has reopened the agenda item number 2, adoption of the preliminary report of the Constitution Credential Committee. We need a technical break of 2 minutes, please. While we are having this technical break, can I have the OC next to me at the front? Someone from the OC? Once again, can someone please bring me the OC? I need someone from the OC taking care of the logistics. Okay. So, just for the people that are questioning what is going on, we were taking a technical break in order to figure out how we will proceed from here on. I see a hand on the Zoom, Medicine Sudan.
Yes, thank you. Can we know how much we can expect the break to be so we can know when we can come back?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Can we have an
Can we have
estimate
some silence in the room, please?
Can I-
I cannot hear the online participants. Please. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Instant. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay. Can we have an estimation on how long the break or the technical break would be so we can know when we can come back? Is it 10 minutes, 15, and then if it's not over, we can
Yes.
also extend it? So just have an
I
estimation.
unfortunately, yes, thank you. I unfortunately did not expect this will be such a long technical break. I apologize. I do not have a timeline, unfortunately, but if we do not have anything in 5 minutes, I will let you know once again, and I do not want this to be longer than necessary either. Thank you. All right. Okay, we are continuing. Please, can we have some silence? Can we have OC to come to the front? I have a question. Okay. Okay, we will proceed. Thank you, OC, for coming. So, to recap what was going on, the agenda item number 2 was reopened. It is the adoption of the preliminary report of the Constitution Credential Committee. We have not received any further motions in this agenda point. We will now close this agenda point. We will move on to a speakers list. The speakers list is before the presentations of the candidate membership as well as the membership upgrade. We would like to accept any speakers that will pertain to these subjects only. We will open another speakers list before the presentation of the executive board of 2025-2026. Would anyone like to be on the speakers list, and can we switch the slide so we show that there is a speakers list? Once again, we are opening the speakers list. This is about the candidate membership and the membership upgrades. Do we have anyone that wants to be on the speakers list? Amza Hong Kong. Anyone else that wants to be on the speakers list? Your voting card, please. Your voting card. I know who you are, but we need a voting card. Medicine Sudan, I do see a hand, but is this the old one? Oh, I don't see it anymore. Okay, thank you.
No, it's the old one. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. Yes. Anyone else that would like to? Okay. Bill Armenia, thank you. Do we have anyone else that wants to be on the speakers list? This is the last chance. I will not reopen another speakers list when we're presenting candidature membership and membership upgrades. I see a hand on Zoom, MDS Azerbaijan. Is this to be on the speakers list?
Yes, please.
Okay. So there are no longer any hands I can see. These are the people that are on the speakers list. Okay, a reminder that you have 2 minutes. Is this, LMSA Libya, is this about the candidate membership and membership upgrade? Is this to be on the speakers list? I don't see your hand anymore. I will assume that you did not want to be on the speakers list then. Finally, yes, is this EB? IFMSA EBTO? Oh, VPM, which one is it? VPM, okay, thank you so much. I did not hear. So IFMSA VPM would like to be added to the speakers list. Thank you. Once again, 2 minutes. I will tell you to stop when your time is up. Amza Hong Kong, you may go. Yes. We will bring you a mic.
Hello. Okay. Am I audible? Okay.
Mic closer to your,
Hello.
just have
Hello.
it
Hello.
closer to your mouth. I
Yeah.
think that will work.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Some of you may have heard other representatives from AMSA HK Hong Kong or CFMSA China comment on GHMMSA Macau's application for membership before. Yet after 3 GAs, the most glaring issue of all still remains. Why is GHMMSA Macau still applying under the name Guangdong Hong Kong Macau Medical Students Association, abbreviated as GHMMSA? Guangdong is a province in China that is represented by full member CFMSA, and Hong Kong is represented by associate member AMSA HK. Macau only represents Macau. Macau has stated for over a year now that they are in the process of changing their name to reflect their true geographical representation. We have yet to see the fruits of their labor. In their constitution, they call themselves IFMSA Macau, but everywhere else they call themselves GHMMSA. I think all of us welcome more representation within our organization. After all, isn't that the entire point of IFMSA? However, misleading representation, or in essence, false representation, should not be allowed. In one of Macau's submissions for the December 1st deadline, they explained that the decision to apply under GHMMSA was made in recognition of its status as the largest medical student association in Macau and to facilitate the timely submission. We failed to understand how that properly justifies the use of our name and our geographical region in their application, not just once, but 3 times now since MM24 Ecuador. Our concerns do not simply stop there. At MM24 Ecuador, AMSA HK tabled a motion to overrule CCC's validation of GHMMSA's membership application. We believed then, and still believe now, that their membership would violate by law paragraph 2.12 and 2.31. In this GA, their application is considered invalid by CCC, but we will be sending another email to the NMO server to further elaborate if Macau continues to apply. Before we talk about any of the minute details, let us first deal with the elephant in the room. Any GHMMSA application for membership should not be accepted, for the simple reason that they do not represent 2/3 of what their name implies.
Thank you. That is up. 2 minutes. Thank you so much. Please send the rest of your statement in the NMO server as well as in the statement submission form. We will next go to Bill Armenia. Thank you, returning officer. Bill Armenia, 2 minutes. You may go.
Hello, everyone. Tigran Oganesyan, Bill Armenian. I would like to just quickly remind you all that this is our last year and last General Assembly where we can apply for full membership. And I understand and respect all of the IFMSA's bylaws and demands and bureaucratic procedures, but I would like to remind you that this family is created to help others and help each other rather than discriminate on the lower level of development. So we understand all the pitfalls and all the missing points we might have in our bylaws, in our constitution, in our procedures, but in last 2 years of working with the IFMSA, we developed a lot and we are trying to get further. So considering all the situations we had here with associate members and so on, I would just like to remind you all that we are here to help each other, not demand everyone to be on the same level. And I hope for your support tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill Armenia. Next on the speakers list, I have Azar MDS Azerbaijan. 2 minutes. You may go when you're ready.
Thank you. Murat, Azar MDS Azerbaijan, he, him. Dear NMOs and IFMSA family, Azar MDS Azerbaijan strongly opposes the statements made by Bill Armenia regarding their full membership application and firmly rejects their claims that shared in the NMO server. The reference to genocide and military aggression is a distortion of history, and we categorically deny these allegations. Azerbaijan has always stood for international law and peace, and we do not accept the attempt to bring baseless political accusations into the context of IFMSA processes. It is essential to stay focused on the actual issue at hand, the violations of IFMSA's bylaws and constitution. The decision of the CCC to deem Bill Armenia's application invalid was based on clear, documented breaches of bylaws Annex 2, 2.15.d, and Constitution 3.1. These are critical components of IFMSA's democratic framework and must be adhered to by all NMOs. Moreover, Bill Armenia's claims of social discrimination and Armenophobia are unfounded and inappropriate. IFMSA's regulations apply equally to all NMOs, and there is no place for such accusations when the issue is one of the procedural non-compliance. The standards and values set by IFMSA must be upheld to maintain fairness and integrity, and no exceptions should be made. We cannot change or overrule our governing documents or CCC decisions to validate mistakes or bypass standards that apply to all NMOs equally. We fully support the CCC's ruling and stress the importance of upholding IFMSA's values and principles. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. We will then proceed to IFMSA VPM.
Thank you. I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the efforts of all 5 applicants who have actively engaged in this process, whether as applying for candidates or in seeking to upgrade their membership. Your commitment are truly valued, and I commend your dedication to join or continue your work in this federation. However, I would also like to take this opportunity to encourage the NMOs to reflect deeply on the reports that have been shared, particularly those that highlight the EV's recommendations, the MRC, and the conclusions also drawn now by the preliminary CCC report. These documents offer you a critical guidance and valuable perspectives, which I believe are essential in informing our decisions moving forward. It is important that we consider these reports thoughtfully to ensure that we are taking well-informed actions that align with our collective goals and values. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. With that, we have concluded the speakers list. We will proceed. So, agenda item number 3, presentation of national member organizations applying for membership or for a change of status. Okay. We will start with the applications for IFMSA candidate membership. This is not the order that we have selected, so we will correct this. We will start with Brunei Medical Students Association's presentation, followed by GH MMSA, Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Medical Student Associations, ending with the Medical Students Association of Pakistan. I will remind everyone that we have received the prior submissions of their visual support. We have accepted both slides presentation as well as videos. It was up to the candidates to choose. And in this case, I will also let you know what the bylaws state in terms of how the time management is going to be. So, in this case, we are talking about candidate membership. They were allowed for 10 minutes of presentation. They will have 5 minutes of questions. If they are not present on Zoom or in person at the time when we are asking them the questions, we will collect 3 questions from the floor. These questions will be noted down and sent through the NMO server with an email. And the candidate is supposed to reply to them within 24 hours. This was the agreement that we had with the candidates. And I am also sharing this with you, as this was also shared in the NMO server. We will do the timekeeping, and we will stop the video or the presentation when the time runs out. And we will abide to these timings for every single candidate. Okay. Please give us a little bit of time to set up the video. We will start with Brunei Medical Students Association's presentation. Give us a few minutes for the technical aspects of it. Okay. So please be respectful during the presentation of the candidates. Please keep quiet and be silent. It is not respectful if you talk over the presentation, as this is their hard work in preparing and showing you the candidature. So we are going to start. I am going to start timing once the button is pressed and once we are sure that the presentation can be heard by everyone. So shout if you cannot hear. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is AB and I'm the Secretary General of the Brunei Medical Student Association, also known as BMSA.
And I'm Ryan, one of the Public Relations Officer at BMSA. And today, we will be providing an overview of our organization, including its founding, operations, and how our mission aligns with the International Federation of Medical Student Associations, or IFMSA's vision and objectives. BMSA was founded in mid-2021 by a group of medical students from the University of Otago, New Zealand. Since then, we have grown into an organization registered with the Brunei Students Unit under Ministry of Education in Brunei Darussalam, while adhering to the guidelines established by local authorities for student organizations. Our vision is to build a united, supportive, and inclusive community for the Brunei medical students to be competent and well-equipped in the working environment to optimize healthcare delivery for better patient outcomes. Our mission, on the other hand, is to connect medical students through advocacy, education, and leadership, strengthening both interpersonal and interprofessional values. To achieve this, we have outlined 5 key objectives. The first one being unite Brunei medical students worldwide to lead initiatives that foster professional competency. The second one, educate and raise awareness on the current healthcare and well-being of the Bruneian community, in line with the Ministry of Health Brunei Darussalam. The third one, promote exchange of medical knowledge between Brunei medical students across the globe. The fourth one, facilitate opportunities for interaction and networking among Brunei medical students and health professionals via webinar, events, and social media. Last but not least, enable a mentoring platform between medical students and doctors in Brunei. BMSA operates through a structured council divided into 3 boards. The first one being the executive board led by the president and supported by the vice president of administration and finance, overseeing the secretary general, financial secretary, human resources officers, and information technology and design officers, and the vice president of external affairs, overseeing the events directors, public relations officers, conference convener, and welfare and advocacy officers. The subsidiary board, which includes our dentistry, nursing, and allied health ambassadors who help expand our outreach. That was the second one. The third one is supervisory board, which is composed of our founders who provide guidance and ensure our long-term sustainability. In the present, we have 204 general members, consisting of 191 medical students and 13 medical professionals. Besides Brunei Darussalam, as you can see on the map, BMSA has general members all over the world, including countries such as Malaysia, the United Kingdom, Australia, Egypt, etc. So, why would people join BMSA? Our membership is free and benefits include networking opportunities, exclusive event invitations, advocacy representation, professional recognition, and incentives from sponsors. Now, I will be giving a quick overview of how BMSA functions efficiently. BMSA hosts bi-weekly meetings on Sundays, each lasting board members, while subsidiary board members participate once a month or by invitation. However, they are always welcome to join any meeting. The meeting agenda is finalized 1 week in advance by the president to ensure structured and productive discussions. Meeting minutes are documented and shared within the following week by the Secretary General. BMSA primarily uses WhatsApp for communication, while all our important documents and information are securely stored in well-organized Google Drive folders. When it comes to events, our members are required to prepare a proposal, which must be approved by the president before implementation. For example, the image shown here is from last year's BMSA Takeover Proposal, a bi-monthly Instagram event designed to enhance engagement and knowledge exchange between BMSA's executive board members, alumni, and global Instagram followers through interactive Q&A sessions. Each event proposal includes key details such as the date, time, venue, structure, task delegation, risk assessment, and more. At the end of each year, every executive board member is required to submit a written report detailing their tasks and responsibilities. These reports are compiled by the Secretary General to produce our annual report, which is then presented to the General Assembly. If anyone is interested in taking a look at our 2024 annual report, feel free to scan the QR code here on the slide. Since our founding, we have organized numerous impactful events, including the Brunei Medical, Dental, and Allied Health Student Conference. You can see the group picture over there. We also have revision courses, coffee and chat. Another one is Instagram takeovers and educational posts. Then we also have the mock medicinal interviews, which we actually just completed now. It was a very successful event. And this event is called From Aspiration to Action, a symposium for future healthcare leaders. That's another big event. Besides the more formal events, we also have fitness challenge. Just keep fit together. Last but not least, the Budding Medics Mentorship Program, where we help one another. Our events have been successful and have made a positive impact on the participants. Now, I pass the floor to Abby.
Thank you, Ryan. So moving on to my slides. With a strong foundation and commitment to growth, BMSA is ready to take the next step by joining IFMSA to expand our impact and opportunities. BMSA's mission to connect, advocate, educate, and lead aligns with IFMSA mission to uniting medical students worldwide to positively impact communities, promote global health, and encourage professional collaboration. BMSA is eager to join IFMSA to foster collaboration, working alongside other national member organizations to exchange ideas, share best practice, and tackle global health challenges together. Memberships will also open new opportunities for our members, granting them access to international exchange, global conferences, and diverse healthcare perspectives. Additionally, we are excited to contribute to global health initiatives, particularly in public health and medical education, while also promoting cultural exchange, strengthening connections, and deepening understanding among medical students worldwide. At BMSA, we believe that empowering medical students through collaboration and education leads to stronger healthcare professionals and better patient care. By joining IFMSA, we hope to contribute to this shared mission on a global scale.
Thank you for considering our application. We look forward to the opportunity to work alongside IFMSA in shaping the future of global health.
Okay, thank you so much for listening to BMSA Brunei's candidature. They have informed us previously that they will not be attending online due to time zone and personal situations. But I just want to see if Brunei, BMSA Brunei, are you actually in the Zoom? I don't hear anything. I don't see anyone. So this means that we will take 3 questions from the floor, and these will be sent through the NMO server to BMSA Brunei. Do we have any NMO that would like to ask questions for BMSA Brunei? IFMSA Morocco. 1 second. Let me just take all the 3 NMOs first. Okay. AMSB Bulgaria. Do we have another NMO that has a question? Okay, I don't see anyone. So, IFMSA Morocco, you may ask your question. Can online people hear us now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, apologies. So we have finished with the candidature of BMSA Brunei. We will move on. We will send the 2 questions to the NMO server. The next presentation is GHMMSA, Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Medical Student Association. Once again, they have sent a video. They have 10 minutes for the video. 5 minutes of questions. If they're not present, we'll send the question through NMO server. We can start the video whenever. Don't forget to screen share.
Hello, everyone. Today, we want to share an important message. Why should Macau's medical students become part of the International Federation of Medical Students Associations? IFMSA is the largest global network of medical students, connecting future doctors worldwide through medical education, leadership training, public health initiatives, and international exchanges. However, despite the growing medical student community in Macau, we still do not have representation in IFMSA. This is our 3rd attempt to apply for IFMSA membership. We firmly believe that Macau's medical students deserve a place in this international community. Today, we will explain why we need IFMSA membership, the current situation in Macau, and how we can work together to ensure fair representation. Macau is a special administrative region, (CR) of China, operating under the One Country, Two Systems framework. This means that while Macau is politically linked to China, it has its own legal, economic, and educational systems. Our healthcare and medical education systems are entirely independent from those in mainland China and Hong Kong. However, despite these differences, Macau is not yet recognized as a distinct region in IFMSA's membership structure. Currently, IFMSA allows only 1 associate member per country. Since Hong Kong already holds that position, Macau's applications have been denied under this rule. However, this rule does not reflect the reality of medical education in Macau, which is different from both Hong Kong and mainland China. As a result, Macau's medical students do not have access to IFMSA's global platform, preventing them from participating in international medical exchanges, global health initiatives, and leadership programs. Macau's medical education system is still young, but it is growing rapidly. Currently, Macau University of Science and Technology offers the only MBBS program in Macau. This program was established to train local doctors and support the development of Macau's healthcare system. At present, we represent 200 medical students, but this number will continue to grow. More students will enroll each year, and in the coming years, Macau is expected to establish additional medical schools, further strengthening our medical education system. However, without IFMSA membership, these students will miss out on crucial opportunities for professional development, including international clinical rotations, academic research collaborations, and global health programs. This is why Macau must be included in IFMSA. To address the need for an organization that represents Macau's medical students, we established the Guangdong Hong Kong Macau Medical Students Association, or GHMMSA. Our mission is simple: to support and empower medical students in Macau through medical education, leadership training, and global health initiatives. We share the same core values as IFMSA: equity, diversity, inclusion, and international collaboration. Through GHMMSA, we aim to provide Macau's medical students with opportunities for global networking, academic partnerships, and professional development. We believe that by joining IFMSA, we can contribute valuable insights and innovative ideas to the international medical student community. Additionally, according to Macau's legal regulations, we are currently required to apply under the name GHMMSA. However, once we obtain IFMSA membership, we will officially register as IFMSA Macau, ensuring compliance with local laws while aligning with IFMSA's membership framework. GHMMSA is a student-led organization structured with an executive board to ensure smooth operations and meaningful impact. Our leadership team includes presidents who oversee organizational management and external partnerships, vice presidents responsible for internal operations, capacity building, and strategic growth, a secretary ensuring effective communication and administration, a treasurer managing financial resources and funding allocations, a public relations officer developing partnerships with other organizations, an academic officer organizing medical education initiatives, a membership officer promoting student engagement and expanding our network. This structure allows us to efficiently manage projects, advocate for our students, and contribute meaningfully to IFMSA's initiatives. Even though we are not yet a member of IFMSA, GHMMSA is already making an impact through various activities, including medical skills workshops, providing hands-on experience in clinical procedures, peer education programs, where senior students mentor junior students, medical conferences and research seminars, enhancing academic and professional growth, community health outreach programs, such as free health screenings and public health awareness campaigns, blood donation drives and health education initiatives, allowing medical students to engage with the community. These activities align closely with IFMSA's mission, demonstrating that we are ready and eager to contribute to the global medical student community. We have also built strong partnerships with key medical institutions and academic bodies in Macau, ensuring that our students receive clinical exposure, research opportunities, and involvement in public health projects. Additionally, our organization receives government funding to support our operations. Our annual budget of €3,500 sustains medical education programs, public health initiatives, and student exchange opportunities. With institutional backing and financial stability, we have the capacity and resources to be an active and sustainable IFMSA member. Despite our strong foundation, our applications to IFMSA have been rejected 3 times due to the one country, one associate member rule. However, IFMSA has previously accepted regions with unique governance and medical education systems under special membership categories. Macau deserves the same opportunity. To ensure fairness, we propose the following solutions. Modify the associate member rule, allowing multiple special administrative regions, SARs, per country. Create a SAR membership category, recognizing regions with independent medical education systems. Grant Macau observer status, allowing participation in IFMSA activities while a long-term membership framework is developed. These solutions ensure fair representation for Macau while preserving IFMSA's existing structure. We urge IFMSA leaders, NMOs, and the global medical student community to support Macau's inclusion. By accepting Macau into IFMSA, we will strengthen regional collaboration, promote inclusivity, and ensure that every medical student, regardless of geography, has access to international opportunities. Macau's medical students are ready to contribute, to learn, and to grow. Now, we ask for your support to help us make IFMSA more inclusive and representative of all medical students worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to see if Any members of GHMMSA is on the Zoom? I don't see them. In this case, we will take questions. IFMSA Chile, AMSA Austria, and Leipzig Lebanon. Can we get the mic to IFMSA Chile?
Hi. No. Hello. Why? Hi, hello. You can hear me? Yes? Diego Bustos, him from IFMSA Chile. Thank you for the presentation. I will give you a quote for giving us a background. Ask not what this federation can do for you, but what you can do for this federation. Take this quote into account. And above, geographically explanations. What is one main reason for us to giving our vote?
Thank you. Next, AMSA Austria.
Rebecca Shehera from AMSA Austria speaking. We would like to ask why you have still not changed your name, despite stating that you intend to do so for a year now, and despite concerns have been raised multiple times. There are other potential names that you could change your name to, other than IFMSA Macau, if you cannot change it to IFMSA Macau right now, and any further steps that could be taken from IFMSA side to modify the membership structure would probably require you to change your name. So we really want to know why you're not changing your name.
Thank you. Leipzig, Lebanon.
Zainab, Lemsik, Lebanon, she, her speaking. My question is about the subco formation in Macau. It says in your candidature that you have two members, the founder and the co-founder, who have permanent seats in the subco. How does this prevent abuse of power? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Could Lemsik send the question in the Zoom chat if that is okay? It's going to be easier for our secretaries. Point of information from IFMSA and now.
Thank you. Laura Delfo, IFMSA and LCD. Candidating can be very stressful for the candidating NMO. And during the last two presentations, I noticed a lot of activity in the various social chats. Please refrain from doing this. It is very disrespectful to those who spend a lot of time and effort on these candidatures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, IFMSA and now. Okay, so if possible, Lemsik Lebanon, could you please put your question in the Zoom chat? We will then move on.
Hello.
The animals that are in the room, is it too loud? We got word that the mic was too loud. Could you just raise your voting card if this is too loud for you? So the sound of the video is a little loud. Okay, that we can adjust. Okay, thank you. Not this microphone though. Okay. All right. So in this case, we have one last presentation for the candidate membership, which is the Medical Student Association of Pakistan. We have a video from their side. Once again, 10 minutes of presentation, 5 minutes of question. If they are not here during the question period, we will collect questions and send them through the NMO server.
Hello.
All right, so in this case, I will start a timer and we can start the video.
Hello everyone, this is me, Haram Altaf, former National President, Grand Supervising Council and Founder President MSA Pakistan. Distinguished delegates, respected presidents and esteemed IFMSA family, today I stand before you representing MSA Pakistan for the 4th consecutive General Assembly, not just as the participant but as a force that has relentlessly strived for excellence. And I say this with immense pride. We have met and exceeded every criterion required to be the part of global family. Let me take you back to 2023, a time when didn't know what the future held for us. We didn't have a clear path, nor did we have resources or recognition we have today. But we have something far more powerful: resilience, determination, and an unshakable belief in a better tomorrow. And that belief has brought us here today. As one of the strongest student-led organizations in Pakistan, supported by Health Forum Pakistan and soon to be officially registered as the NGO. But what does MSA Pakistan truly represent? It is not an organization, it is a revolution led by 4,000 dedicated members across nearly 50 local councils, thriving across all 6 standing committees at both national as well as international levels. In just 2 years, we have collaborated with 50 plus NMOs, led 16 international activities, and executed over 500 national and local projects, including 25 groundbreaking partnerships, one of which highlights our role in the Youth General Assembly under Prime Minister Youth Program in Pakistan. We didn't just grow in numbers, we grew in impact. Unlike before, today, MSA Pakistan is structured, accountable, and transparent. We have a board of patrons comprising esteemed professionals from across Pakistan, ensuring effective governance and financial integrity. Something that is crucial for a long-term sustainability. We have our headquarters in Lahore, ensuring accessibility and operational efficacy that remains unmatched. Our local councils are thriving in major cities and beyond, reaching new regions and where no other IFMSA NMO has gone before. Our impact does not stop there. We have successfully hosted the National General Assembly, organized capacity building festivals both in 2023 as well as 2024, led by IFMSA trainers themselves, ensuring that our members are not just participating but leading in IFMSA's global vision. Now, let's address what some may be thinking. Yes, our past was not perfect, but perfection does not build legacies, growth does. What defines us is how we have learned from every challenge, risen from every setback, and emerged stronger than ever. The current executive board of MSA Pakistan has carried the lessons of the past and has worked tirelessly to create a platform that upholds the highest standards of accountability, transparency, and sustainability. And today, we proudly fulfill all the criteria for the second NMO, with representation from different universities and a distinct region, making our case stronger than ever before. So I stand here today, not just as the founder of MSA Pakistan, but someone who has lived and breathed every moment of journey. I make this promise to you all. MSA Pakistan will never let you down. We will be an NMO that IFMSA will be proud to have. We are ready to contribute, to collaborate, to uplift every NMO that stands with us today. Our doors will always be open to support every NMO, every student, and every cause that aligns with the global mission of IFMSA. So today, I humbly yet firmly request to NMO presidents to acknowledge the undeniable efforts, the unparalleled dedication, and the relentless passion that we have poured into MSA Pakistan. We don't ask for your support out of sympathy. We ask for because we have earned it. Stand with us. Recognize the transformation we have undergone. See the impact we have created and help us become an official part of family. because we are not just here to join IFMSA, we are here to strengthen, we are here to achieve our shared goals. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time, your trust, and your consideration. From me and my Vedals, goodbye and looking forward to standing beside you all as the official NMO soon. In case of any queries, feel free to reach me out. Thank you so much. Allah Hafiz. Goodbye.
Thank you. Silence, please. Silence. Okay. Do we have anyone from MSA Pakistan online?
Yes, I'm here in the meeting right now.
Yes, I see someone. Could you try speaking?
Am I audible right now? I'm present
Yes,
in the
you are.
meeting. Okay, thank
You
you.
are audible. Yes, so let me explain what the next steps are. We finished the presentation. We have 5 minutes of questions. These 5 minutes of questions do not include the questions themselves. They only include the answers by the candidate. I would like to ask, what is the candidate's preference in taking the questions? If you would like to have them one by one, or in pairs, or all three, and etc. What is your preference?
You can give it one by one, and I will love to answer them all. Thank you.
Sounds good. So we will put on a timer of 5 minutes, and we will make sure to stop it when the questions are asked. I would like to see if there's any questions in the room or on Zoom for MSA Pakistan. Please raise your voting card. So there are no hands in the room. No questions for MSA Pakistan. I don't see any hands on Zoom either. Going once, going twice. Okay, so there are no questions for MSA Pakistan. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So we have finished with the candidate membership. We will move on to the membership upgrades. We have received 2 candidatures. And we will go in the order of first having IFMSA UAE, then having Bill Armenia. Can we just confirm that IFMSA UAE is in the Zoom?
Yes, IFMSA UAE is in the Zoom.
Okay, thank you so much, and we can hear you very well. So I will explain a little bit about how we will proceed. Okay, so we have your slide that is shown. I just cannot see on Zoom, so we have to screen share this. In the meantime, I will just explain the timekeeping. So for presentations for change of membership status, you have 5 minutes of speaking. You have 3 minutes of questions. I will stop you at 5 minutes after your presentation, and then we will take questions afterwards. You may start when you are ready.
Okay, I hope I'm audible. Good day, everyone. Marhaba from IFMSA UAE. This is Catherine Nixon, the current president for the term 24-25. So IFMSA UAE, we are an independent medical organization, and we aim to unite students from all across the UAE. So there are a total of 8 medical students across UAE, and 6 of them are a part of IFMSA. You can move on to the next slides, please. And currently we have around 276 students who are a part of IFMSA UAE. So currently, so how did we start? We actually started on September 1st, 2022, and this is our currently our third term. And we aim to create equal opportunities for all medical students within the UAE. Next slide, please. And we have 7 Emirates in the UAE: Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Sharjah, Ras Al Khaimah, Ajman, Al Quwain, Ras Al Khaimah, and Fujairah. Out of these, we have 8 medical universities, as previously mentioned, and 7 Emirates, meaning as they're similar. They're similar to 7 different states, and we currently have around 276 members, and they're as we speak, they're still increasing. Yeah, next slide, please. So what is our structure? Our structure is the executive board, the standing committees, local committees, code of conduct committee, as well as the social media team. Next slide. And our executive board is composed of the president, vice presidents, secretary general, as well as treasurer. In 2024-2025 term, we had 2 vice presidents, one for internal affairs as well as one for external affairs. Next slide, please. And then we have 4 standing committees. We have all the standing committees except the exchange standing committees, which are active. And for our national officers are called director and associate, and we have 1 director and 1 associate per standing committee. How have we chosen our leaders so far? This is our 3rd term, and yeah, next slide, please. And this is our 3rd term, and so far we have not had enough resources and opportunities to organize our national NGA yet. Our leaders so far have been chosen based on interviews, CVs, and their involvement within the NMO. We are planning on electing the next term of leaders, IFMSA UAE, for the term 2025-2026. Next slide, please. So when we actually began on IFMSA UAE in 2022, we had Standing Committee of Public Health and Medical Education. And then in 2023, we started SCORP and SCORA respectively. And we currently have 4 active standing committees. And next slide, please. And in the past, we have hosted a number of memorable events such as Medical Hackathon, Donate a Life campaign, Eat Smiles distribution campaign, Surgical Skills Workshop, Inter-University Quiz Competition. Next, please. .STAT, Make a Difference, and A Safer Tomorrow, a debate competition that was hosted by our SCORA representatives. Next slide, please. Breast Cancer Awareness that was hosted by SCOF as well as SCORA. Global Residency Pathways that was hosted by SCOME too. And also we had attended our first ever regional meeting, EMR 21 in Muscat in February, a couple of weeks ago. And next slide, please. It is an achievement, as it is as IFMSA UAE. It was our first ever in-person IFMSA meeting. We had 6 delegates, and they were also part of Ideathon. We also had an NMO presentation over there, and we are ever grateful for all the leaders and all the support from the other NMOs we received throughout IFMSA UAE, for IFMSA UAE. Thank you so much. And our next slide, please. Our plans for financial sustainability are to establish exchange programs, work on sponsorship, as well as have fundraising events in the future. And our future plans, next slide, please, are to organize and host and organize an NGA, increase international representation, and next slide, please, and strengthen external affairs. Thank you so much. We would love to hear your inputs for our NMO later. And also a heartfelt thank you to all our IFMSA leaders who have helped strengthen IFMSA UAE. And you can follow us on our Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now proceed with the periods of questions. As a reminder, you will have 3 minutes of questions. The questions themselves are not taken into account of the timing. What would you prefer in terms of taking 1 question, 2 questions, or 3 questions at a time?
All 3 questions at a time, if you can mention it in the chat.
Okay, all 3 questions at a time. Can we have someone from the plenary team mention in the chat all 3 questions at a time? Okay. Who would like to ask questions for IFMSA UAE? I think that is, yes, that is AMSB Bulgaria. It is very small. Who else would like to ask questions for IFMSA UAE? Does anyone on Zoom want to ask questions? I don't see any raised hands, and in the room, I only have AMSB Bulgaria. This is IFMSA Joe. So we have two NMOs that have questions. So you will receive two questions. First, AMSB Bulgaria, you may go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for your presentation. I'm Sarah Kabanga from MSV Bulgaria. I would like to ask regarding your plans for sponsorships. You said as part of your financial stability plan that you are, plan to increase sponsorships. So my question is, what are the challenges that you have faced so far regarding this, and what are your plans for the future in terms of how to increase sponsorships?
Thank you. Did you get the question, IFMSA UAE? Just a thumbs up. You don't need to answer right now so that we can proceed. Yes, okay. IFMSA Joe, please ask your question.
Hello, this is Farhan Kursat from IFMSA Joe. First of all, I would like to thank IFMSA UAE for their extensive work during from AM22 from their candidates until now. They were showcasing a very great work that we want to just to emphasize about and thank them for all their effort. The question is, you were talking about the externals that you're having, but you didn't mention the deanships of your universities. I just want to just check if you have their support or what exactly is your plan for this thing. Is my question clear?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So go ahead. You may start answering. You have 3 minutes. I will start the timing when you start talking.
Okay, so the first question was regarding sponsorships, and currently in this term, we have been able to discuss sponsorships with various external partners. So this is my first term the executive board. So again, I'm still working on a lot of sponsorships. Our previous two executive board, they have worked on sponsorships with Leader Healthcare, Ambos, and many more. This term, we have also worked on collaboration with AM Opportunities, and we have also established an MOU with the AM Opportunities per se, and we are also looking to work with our with Ambos this term. And the struggle so far has been our increased fees for students, which means that will make us medical school fees, which directly translates to membership fees that we keep quite cheaper. And then the next addressing Jordan's IFMSA Jordan's question. Thank you very much for your support so far. About deanship with universities, again, IFMS UA is relatively new, so we have been hosting events in collaboration with different universities, and we are currently in the process of setting up MOUs with the deans. We have spoken to, we have hosted programs where we have invited the deans and they have seen us with competitions, so that we have used that as a stepping stone to establish MOUs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We still have around a minute and a half. Do we have further questions from NMOs? I don't see any, so thank you so much, IFMSA UAE. Okay, next we have the presentation for Bill Armenia's membership upgrade candidature. Please be aware that we are thinking of planning a break after we discuss all the memberships, so please stay with us. Okay, so we will start the video. I will start the timer.
Hi, I'm Nana from External Affairs Department.
Hi, I'm Ellen from the Capacity Building and Education Department.
Hi, I'm David from Human Resources and Culture Department.
Hi, I'm Mihika from Scientific Improvement Department.
Hi, I'm Mariana from SMPR Department.
Hello, I'm Tigran from Executive Management Department. We have some statistics.
We were actually hoping for our president to go into more details about the association, but as always, nothing goes as planned. So we will move on to the departments introducing their projects.
The CBE has several projects. One of them is MedTalks, which is a platform that enables medical students, residents, young doctors to get together and get some valuable insights on various medical topics. The other project is CIT, which focuses on VIL members, enables them to get some crucial skills for their future and career development. Another important project is Health Media, with collaboration of CBE and SMPR Department of VIL Armenia. We film educational videos and materials that are crucial for everyone to be aware of. Another projects that are important to mention is Debate Club, Med Discussions, and Cultural Tours.
In our Human Resources and Culture Department, we control the quality of work using KPI system, facilitate the integration of our members using body system, and always organize the cultural events. I can continue my list all day long, but let me give a word to my colleague.
Thank you. In Scientific Improvement Department, I'll discuss a few projects. Getting started with research. This is an amazing opportunity for all the research fanatics to begin their journey of research. White coats, where students come to solve complex clinical cases, and also the winners get an amazing opportunity to do clinical rotations. Bill Science Telegram channel. We post articles and videos about the scientific world. To give an extension to this project of ours, we have introduced SciTalks, where a panel of experts from the field of science come to discuss quintessential topics like AI in genomics, AI informatics, and also astronomy, etc.
The External Affairs Department is the main one that you are familiar with because this is where all of the IFMSA ideas come to life. First is the Standing Committee on Professional Exchanges. This will be our second summer hosting incomings and giving outgoings the opportunity to participate in clinical exchanges. We have enrolled our first ScopeH project, which is the annual conference, The Impact of Bad Habits on Public Health. We have different events that are going to be enrolled under the Human Rights and Peace Standing Committee, which will include debates on topics on the various sides of the political sciences. And then we are also going to be having discussions with professionals in the field. We are currently also activating SCORI and SCOMI, but that is taking a bit longer, so just bear with us.
Besides all these IFMSA projects, we're also working on our team members to develop their communication skills in Armenian and English. Our Communication Development Club focuses on teaching Armenian to the international students and English to our Armenian students. We also have the YHO project. We're already an associate member in the Youth Health Organization, and we're currently in the process of applying for the IDS to provide also an experience for the dental students to go on the exchanges.
Clearly, our department does most of the job. But we have to give our thanks to the SMPR department for bearing with us for the duration of filming this whole video. In our last video, our president has already mentioned lots about the rich history and culture of Armenia. So now we would like to mention a few names you might recognize. If you love football, you probably recognize the name Henrik Mkhitaryan. We cannot forget the infamous chansonnier Charles Aznavour, the infamous singer Cher, the founder of Reddit, Alex Zohanyan, and you have probably read some of the poems of Baruch Sevag, and so many more people that have made Armenia famous all around the world.
Well, at the end of the day, we are still Armenians. We are still striving for a better future in our country or beyond. We build, innovate, and lead, and we still want to live, with you or without you.
Okay. So thank you for the presentation. As we mentioned previously, we will now have 3 minutes of questions. Bill Armani, I'm pretty sure you're in the room. I just can't locate you. Yes? Okay. All right. So 3 minutes of questions where the questions do not count in it. Your answers only will count. I would ask you what you would prefer for the orders of the questions, 1, 2 at a time, or 3 at a time. Can you please come to the front so everyone can see you? It's quite hard to see you behind the pillars for some people, unfortunately. So I am asking, how would you like to receive your questions? 1 question at a time, 2 questions at a time, or 3 questions at a time? It's your preference. 1 question at a time? Okay. In this case, I will open the questions to the NMOs here who would like to ask a question to Bill Armenia. I believe that's LM Luxembourg. Yes, okay. Okay. I have AMSB Bulgaria, and then I have Mr. Joe. So 1 question at a time. I didn't see any questions online, but if we still have time after this, we will reconvene. So 1 question at a time. We'll have Alan Luxembourg start first. I am not timing the question itself. I will tell you when I will start timing your questions minutes, okay? Go ahead, Alan Luxembourg.
Hello, Tim Ludovisi, here him, Alan Luxembourg. In Section 10, Article 67 of BRL's Constitution, it is stated that the President serves as the highest decision-making authority. It is stated that the President serves as the highest decision-making authority inside the authorization, including income and expense approval. This structure is diametrically opposite to IFMSA's and the vast majority of its NMO structure, in which the General Assembly is the highest power of decision-making. In our view, this dramatically increases the risk of abuse of power by the organization's President. Are there currently plans to make the structure more democratic, to make the GA the highest decision-making authority, and to provide more independence to the finances department of the organization? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you for the question. You may respond when you're ready.
Can you hear me? So this was addressed to several times, but I will answer once more. The problem is that the law regarding non-governmental and volunteer organizations in Armenia is quite limited. So Armenian law demands to have a single person who will go to jail if something goes wrong. So that's why, in fact, we have financial assistance, all the budget is done during the General Assembly, but whatever we signed for the state registry of the Republic of Armenia is the same that we show you. We keep it transparent. So according to the law, there should be a person who gets punished. So even though, in fact, the president doesn't decide the budget, we have vice president for finances, we have General Assembly, we have executive board, and so on. Armenian law decides to show a person and the passport number that will go to jail if some numbers don't match. That's the problem. So we hope, so recently our government started changing law about volunteering. They accepted 1 law, they promised more coming. We actively talk with Ministry of Education and Youth and Sport, that's a big ministry, about this, but about legal manner, there are no specific law proposal yet. So it's out of our hands. We can tell you what we do in fact, but law demands to show a person who will get punished if police arrives. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds left. I will take the question from AMSB Bulgaria.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay. MSB Bulgaria, Sarah Kabanga, Shikhar. I would like to ask, would you like to address the statement by Azerbaijan?
For long years, they keep pushing the propaganda of their dictator. It's their right. They are living in the reality they live. I don't think it is ethical for us to reply and promote further aggression. and give any mark to what they do. We just try to develop things. We just try to bring more better world for tomorrow. If I reply something to them, they are forced to reply back. We live in kinda open and kinda democratic country. They live in dictatorship. And obviously, even what I said now, they will reply with a statement. But I don't want to put them as young students into critical condition. And please don't force me to reply to their statements because they live in other reality. I lost my friends during the war. I lost my relatives during the war. Their country started. Don't force me to start talking about painful topics. You talk about Ukraine, Palestine, and so on, they feel a lot of pain. I don't want to bring my pain here, at least for a couple of years. Let's talk about something that is legally more important right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna say Joe, we have 12 seconds. We'll try to have an answer, but otherwise you can follow up if you need. We will not give more time, but please go ahead.
I hope this is a very fast question, but this is Farhan Prasad from IFMC. Joe, for the capacity building projects you mentioned in the presentation, you were trying to be a kind of extraordinary and in your projects, but they were not clearly aligning with IFM's ACB mission, vision, and objectives from what I understood from this short presentation. So the question is, if you had the full membership, what is your plan to, like, what are you planning to, how are you planning to align your CB project with IFMSA? Thank you.
So this answer is short. We already started working with the IFMSA as capacity building part. Our CB head of department is on this, so we are slowly moving there. We found out that what you said is correct, and we are fixing it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, it concludes the agenda. Number 3. Okay, we will have a break, coffee break outside, 15 minutes, 15 minutes. You must be back at 1:30 a.m. local time, which is 10 p.m. GMT. Please bring your voting cards to the CCC if you are to leave the room. 15 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So, there were some points raised in the president sessions that people wanted to discuss further until now being 1 a.m. I have not received any official request for a topic to be discussed in the president's sessions. I told you that I was going to be mindful to include it in the agenda based on the plenaries when they are going to take in the decisions, but no agenda has been shared with me. No one has raised anything, so the agenda will continue the same unless you find me in that corner and you tell me what you want to discuss so I can prioritize it and add it to the agenda for tomorrow's president sessions. Thank you.
Hello? Please return back to your seat. We will be starting. Please return back to your seat. We will be starting. Please return back to your seat. We will be starting. Can I please ask one of the helper unofficial returning officers to come and help make people come back into the plenary room? Once again, we will be starting, please. I would like to have the people that are outside come back in. Please come back in. Please return to your seats. Please. Hello. Hi. Hola. Bonjour. How you doing?
I can hear you.
Please, people that are in person. We agreed on a 15-minute break. What happened? Please sit back down. Please take your voting card and take a seat. Once again, please take a seat with your voting card in hand. I do not like to see people standing. I also like to see when people are quiet. Please. Hello. Go back to your seat, please. Hi, everyone. Please take your seat. I have asked this for the past 6 minutes. Please collaborate with us. At least I'm being nice and saying please. Can I also have one of the unofficial helper
returning officers come to me? We will start soon, so can I please have everyone that is standing at the back go sit down? Please go sit down, sit down, sit down. Be humble, sit down. Okay, can we have some silence as well? I will explain what's going to happen next. I'm sure you're curious. Shh. Okay. So, we have received a request for a speakers list before the next agenda point. I would like to have the slide switch, please. Thank you. I would like to ask who would like to be on the speakers list. The speakers list takes place before the agenda point number 4 for the candidatures of the Executive Board 2025-2026. I have Kromsik, Croatia. I have Denem, Brazil. Do we have anyone else that wants to be on the speakers list? I have Lemsik, Lebanon. Once again, this speakers list will pertain on the agenda point number 4 on the candidates of the Executive Board 2025-2026. Just to confirm, Lemsik, Lebanon, this is for the speakers list, right?
Yes, correct.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Is this TO, EB, or personal? Okay. Okay, and just to confirm, the personal, is it as GovD or as you as a person, meaning your name, or? Okay. Do we have anyone else that wishes to be on the speakers list? Once again, the speakers list will be for the agenda point number 4, candidate of the Executive Board 2025-2026. Could we please add Dino Juich? Did I say it right? Thank you. Okay. Yes. To the speakers list. Yes, this is on behalf of TO will be added to the speakers list. Okay. I don't see anyone in the room or on Zoom that would like to be on this list. So in this case, oh, yes, Simza Cyprus. Point of order.
not here, he, him from Cyprus, as far as we are aware. Individuals do not have speaking rights. It's NMO or the team of officials, so Dino Zurich should be removed from the speaker list unless he's talking as co-director, team of officials, or on behalf of his NMO.
Okay, One second, please.
Point of order.
Okay, point
from,
of order. Austria.
Members of the team of officials do not have speaking rights on behalf of the NMO unless it is to present a candidature. So Dino should only have speaking rights as staff director or as team of officials.
Okay, thank you so much for Simsa Cyprus and Amza Austria for the clarifications. We have double checked as well with the bylaws. So in this case, Dino would only be able to speak on behalf as a SCOF D, unfortunately, from what we understand. Is this a point of order? Okay. So CCC, can we give a mic to CCC?
Deonto CCC, he is on the CF of FSA Malta, and it's valid.
Okay, thank you, CCC. We are referring to bylaws paragraph 3.14, which states IFMSA officials have no speaking rights on behalf of their NMO, except one. They are presenting their candidature. However, this is a speakers list and it is not a candidature presentation. Unfortunately, we cannot take you as an individual. It would have to be SCOF director in this case. Would you still like to be on the speakers list? Yes? Okay. In this case, we will start a speakers list. First, I will have Kromsic Croatia. You have 2 minutes. Okay. Oh, okay. So I just got confirmation that IFMSC's SCOF director would like to be removed from the speakers list. In this case, we will proceed as we have planned. So, Kromsic Croatia, you have 2 minutes for your statement. You may start anytime.
This is a statement on behalf of Kromsic Croatia. Dear colleagues, as you know, Dino Žujic, who has been serving as SCOF director, was a candidate for IFMSC president for the term 2025-26. Initially, Dino had our full support, and we remain proud of his efforts and dedication. However, the withdrawal of his candidature from form came at the last moment due to the new information that required urgent attention from Kromsic executive board. While the decision was time-sensitive, it was not rushed. We carefully followed our regulatory procedures, consulted extensively with our National Supervising Council, and ultimately decided to withdraw the candidature to safeguard the best interest of our NMO. Given the timing of this withdrawal, we felt it's necessary to provide explanation. However, we consider this matter internal to Kromsic and will not engage in further discussion. We kindly ask other NMOs to respect this decision and refrain from commenting on it during GA. We sincerely thank Dino for his contribution to Kromsic and IFMSA. As always, we remain committed to the values of transparency and accountability with the Kromsic and the broader IFMSA community. Thank you for your understanding.
Thank you, Croatia. Next, we have then in Brazil. Once again, it is a 2-minute speakers list. You may go when you are ready.
Gabriel Esteves, in Brazil, here. Dear FMSA, while suspended by laws is not ideal, it's sometimes necessary to ensure fairness and the best outcomes for our federation. This motion seeks to validate the candidacy of Dino Shujic by allowing the submission of his candidature form beyond the stipulated deadline. This exception is a specific and limited measure that does not open the door for further late submissions. The FMSA benefits from the engagement of committed candidates who are eager to contribute and to bring their ideas to the table. Allowing a candidate like Dino to participate in the electoral process ensures that we don't miss out on valuable leadership and that capable individuals are not hindered by rigid process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And next have Lemsik Lebanon. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Dear Anamos, the procedural motion we are presenting next is to suspend the deadline for submission of candidature of EB candidates and validate the candidature for IFMSA President Dino. We believe that having submitted all documents on time and having went through the regular process as per our bylaws and being invalidated for a last-minute change in the support from his NMO, Dino has every right in the eyes of the GA to candidate and get a fair chance to run, in our opinion. Let's keep this federation one based on transparency and where GAs get the final say, and internal issues that we highly understand and respect do not affect the future of our federation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next we have MMSC Malta. 2 minutes.
Krista Kutayar Shihar from MMSA Malta, speaking on behalf of Dino. Dear IFMSA family, I never thought I would have to write these words, but today I speak not just for myself, but for the integrity of our federation and the values we all hold dear. On the 1st of March, as the March meeting has already begun, my NMO withdrew its support from my IFMSA presidential candidature, without prior warning, without investigation, and without fair process. This decision came despite my clear, transparent communication about my roles as TO and NMO president before the term began, my ongoing commitments to supporting my NMO while balancing my IFMSA responsibilities and my dedication to our shared mission. I was not allowed to get a clear response to many of my questions or discuss alternatives. While I requested a conversation or mediation, anything other than an immediate decision of withdrawal in the same and only meeting, I was informed that the decision was final without any mediation, conversation, confrontation, or warning and probation. There was no dialogue, no due process, and no consideration for the hard work I had put in. My dedication, my plan, and future dreams were dismissed without fair discussion. Even after stepping down from my national position out of respect from my NMO, I was met with criticism of my work and character rather than understanding. In response, something remarkable has happened, as national officers within my NMO and members across IFMSA are speaking out, calling action to the lack of fairness and the principles we all hold dear. We cannot allow this to happen in a federation built on fairness, transparency, and inclusivity. IFMSA is meant to be a space where passionate young leaders unite to drive change, not where individuals are silenced for political convenience with no clear reasoning. The actions taken against me are not just about me, they are a dangerous precedent for our future. If we allow one voice to be silenced unfairly, we open the door for this to happen again and again. I share this because I believe in IFMSA. I believe in your power of this federation to be better, to hold itself accountable, to stand up for what is right. And now I ask you.
Thank you. Okay. Simza Cyprus. No, you cannot have two. There. No, your speakers list, the speakers list itself is going to be about the candidature.
Yes.
We will first finish this speakers list and we will talk about something else afterwards. Okay.
No, it's two statements on the same subject, but two different statements.
So
Okay,
you're
okay.
telling.
Never mind.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I did not understand.
It's okay.
Okay, Simza Cyprus, you may go.
Dear NMOs, this statement is on behalf of SIMSA Cyprus, ANM Portugal, IFMSA Spain, LIMSA Lithuania, AMSA Austria, ex Catalonia, MMSA Malta, DENM Brazil, STMSA Estonia, ANM France, HELMSI Greece, IFMSA the Netherlands, ALEM Luxembourg, IFMSA Sweden, SLOMSIC Slovenia, FMSA the Czech Republic, CROMSI Croatia, PVMT Germany, and all NMOs raising their voting cards. We would like to remind you that the Constitution and bylaws, as our highest regulatory documents, should be respected. Suspending bylaws should not be a common practice, but rather an exceptional procedure. We believe we shouldn't use bylaw suspensions as a solution for problems, but rather reflect on the possible change of the bylaws we deem to have outgrown. We would like to urge NMOs to reflect on this and refrain from unnecessary bylaw suspensions. We're leaving you with an inspirational call from one of our predecessors. Every time there is a problem, we suspend the bylaws, and we should stop doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, SIMSA Cyprus. So this speakers list has come to an end. I will let my vice chair speak.
Okay. We have received another request for a speakers list. So if I could ask my secretary to add the slide. Okay, I am taking people that want to be on this speakers list. I see IFMSA TO. EB. IFMSA TO and then IFMSA EB. I see your SIMSA Cyprus. What? Do you want to go last? Okay. Any other people that want to be on the speakers list? I see no people in the room anymore. Online. Also no. Okay. Then I close the speakers list, and then I give the word to IFMSA TO to speak. You have 2 minutes.
Is it possible to go IFMSA Executive Board at the end?
We also received a request from SIMSA Cyprus to be last. I'm not sure if you can come to an agreement between you on who goes last. I heard that SIMSA Cyprus is writing it now. So if IFMSA EB is okay with that.
Yes, we can do IFMSA team of officials, then SIMSA Cyprus, and then IFMSA EB.
Okay. I'll at least have IFMSA TO first now.
Okay. Dear NMOs, we, the IFMSA team of officials, would like to take a moment to acknowledge and express our understanding of the difficult situation that many associate NMOs have found themselves in since the decision regarding voting rights was communicated during the first plenary. We deeply empathize with the frustration and disappointment that this situation has caused, as we know many of you came to this meeting with clear plans and a strong commitment to furthering the work and engagement you envision for your respective NMOs. It is never easy to have such expectations disrupted. However, we would also like to kindly request your understanding, as we too have faced a particularly challenging period within the team of officials. This term has been far from ordinary, and we have had to navigate through an unusually high number of unexpected events and obstacles that have arisen almost daily. As a result, our coordination and ability to address all matters promptly have been hindered. Unfortunately, after the decision made in plenary 1, we were unable to properly follow up on the remaining plenaries as we would have liked. This was not due to a lack of effort or intention, but rather because of the very real challenges our team has been facing, particularly since we also have the responsibility of being part of the organizing committee for this event. We are fully aware of the discrepancies that you have observed during the standing committees and regional plenaries, and we sincerely apologize for any confusion or frustration this may have caused. However, we want to take this opportunity to express our full support for the team of officials previous members involved in these decisions, especially the two directors who were part of the last SCOF plenary. As you know, the decision made by the chairperson in accordance with their role was necessary to move the plenary forward. The SCOF plenary team made their decisions in the intention to protect IFMSA, and it is important to emphasize that there was no intention to cause harm to the Federation or disrupt the plenary. They, like all of us, are committed to the organization's long-term goals, and they acted with a genuine desire to do what was necessary given the circumstances. In the spirit of moving forward and addressing your concerns, we want to assure you that we have listened carefully to your feedback and demands regarding this situation. We fully recognize the importance of clarity and communication, and we are committed to ensuring that this issue is handled more effectively in the future. To that end, we have outlined the following concrete steps. We will prioritize an review of the statutes articles of associations.
Thank you. You need 2 minutes.
Okay, I will send it to the server. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then next up, IFMSA EB. Simon Cyprus, this is all more time for you to write.
Dear FMSA Executive Board candidates, first and foremost, congratulations on taking this bold and inspiring step into your FMSA journey. Applying for an Executive Board position is not just a testament to your dedication, but also a reflection of your courage to embrace leadership at the highest level of our Federation. Stepping into this process requires vision, resilience, and a deep commitment to shaping the future of IFMSA. You have chosen to challenge yourself, to think beyond the present and envision a federation that continue to grow, empower, and impact global health and medical students worldwide. It is not an easy path. Leading in IFMSA demands adaptability, strategic thinking, and the ability to navigate challenges that come with driving change in a dynamic and diverse organization. However, it is precisely through these challenges that leaders emerge. Regardless of the outcome, this journey itself is a remarkable achievement. It demonstrates your willingness to serve, your belief in the potential of this federation, and your determination to leave a lasting impact. You are not just a candidate, you are a future of leaders who will inspire, empower, and shape the direction of the IFMSA. Stay true to your vision, support one another, and embrace the opportunity to learn and grow. Your passion and dedication are what will define the future of IFMSA, and we have no doubt that this federation is in good hands with individuals like you stepping up to lead. Wishing you all the best in your journey. May it be filled with growth, learning, and fulfillment that comes from knowing you are making a difference. With admiration and encouragement, thank you.
Thank you, IFMSA EB. Samson Cyprus.
This is Theo Hikim from Cyprus, Cyprus. Dear NMOs, this statement is on behalf of Cyprus, Cyprus, LIMS, Lithuania, and Portugal, IFMSA, Spain. We find it deeply concerning that national issues are being brought to the General Assembly. Our Constitution upholds the autonomy of the NMOs, and raising these concerns at the General Assembly is not only unfair to our NMOs that are following due process within their own regulatory frameworks, but also undermines their self-governance. Disregarding NMO autonomy and opposing their decisions raises serious concerns about our federation's commitment to accountability, as well as our respect for its values and principles. Regardless of the statement made regarding the SCOF director, we respect the decision of our fellow NMO. Additionally, we find it inappropriate that these issues were brought to the General Assembly right before the presentation of the Executive Board candidates for 25-26. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes our speakers list. We will proceed. We have received a procedural motion. So, procedural motion 9 to suspend bylaw annex 1, paragraph number 1.1 until the end of the 74th General Assembly March meeting 2025. Because bylaw suspension, the two NMOs, we have LIMSIC Lebanon and IFMSA Algeria, who both submitted the same procedural motion through our motion submission form. Because this is a procedural motion, we do need the proposers to explain. Can I please have one of the proposers explain?
Yes, we can explain. However, yes, thank you. We would like the explanation. Thank you. So, as we explained in our statements before, because a new NMO is willing to represent Dino and support his candidature, we find it only fair for him to be given the fair chance to candidate and run for IFMSA president. Thank you.
Okay. Can everyone see very clearly these 3 points ABC that are listed there? Thank you for the explanation. Okay, in this case, I will ask for a seconder. Okay, I will take NMSC Norway. Because this is a procedural motion, I was about to get there. I will ask CCT to explain what are the consequences of this motion passing or failing.
So Deonta, CCC, datum. We discuss this among us internally, and if you suspend bylaw annex 1 paragraph 1.1, this means that both the deadline for submission and sharing of executive board candidatures basically will not exist, which means that anything submitted is valid. For the candidates that we have at hand now, that would validate Dina's candidature, but also the one from Ahmed that is pending TBA, because the reason it is currently TBA is because we do not know if it was submitted on time yet or not, and we need to look at that with clear minds and energy. So if you suspend this, both of these candidatures will be valid.
Thank you for the explanation, CCC. We will proceed to a vote. We are going to open the vote. Okay, the vote is now open. Please vote. Please vote. Medicine Sudan, is this a point of order?
Yes, it is a point of order. We cannot see the vote.
We are looking into it. Give us a few seconds. We do see you on the list. Can you just make sure that your connection is stable and that you're in the right IFMSA cloud for Nemo vote? Please vote. Okay. Medicine Sudan, were you able to access your vote?
Yes, now we are accessing the vote. Just 5 seconds.
No problem. I will give 5 seconds and I will close the vote. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The vote is now closed. Okay. Okay, so in favor, 17, against 25. Abstention, 5. This means that the motion fails. Okay. We will move on. Could we change the slide, please? Okay, we are now at agenda item number 4, presentation of candidates for IFMSA Executive Board for the term 2025-2026. Can I please have some silence? I feel like I've been asking very nicely. Okay, so let me just explain how we will proceed with this agenda item. We have 10 candidates for all of the combined EB positions. In terms of the presentations, once again, we have allowed them to submit either a presentation slides or a video presentation of their candidature. The time limits of their presentation is 5 minutes of speaking time, followed by 3 minutes of questions. If the candidate is not in person or on Zoom at the time of asking questions, we will take 3 questions and once again send it to them through the NMO server. They will have 24 hours to respond. We have done the lottery this morning for the order of the presentations, and we have sent that order to the NMO server as well. Otherwise, the order of the positions that we will go through is of the following. So first, we will start with the 2 candidates that are running for the position of the president, followed by the one candidate running for the position of the VPA, 1 candidate of the VPF, 1 candidate for a VPCB, 1 candidate for VPM, 2 candidates for VPE, and ending with 2 candidates for VPPRC. During the candidature presentation, nobody is allowed to leave the room. I repeat, it is very important. This applies to both in person and on Zoom. I would ask returning officers as well as our unofficial helpers to please close the doors. Do not let anyone in or out during presentations. Do not let anyone in or out of the Zoom during presentations. This is very important and this is out of respect for our candidates. Okay. In this case, I would then proceed to the first presentation. So, as we do this, I would like to ask for unofficial helpers or returning officers to please lock the door and have someone stand at the door so then they are locked. Can I give a thumbs up once that is done? Okay. Returning officers online, can you confirm that you will abide to this? You will not let anyone in or out? Okay. So we are starting with the first candidate of the position of the president for the IFMSA Executive Board for the term 2025-2026. We are starting with Dino Zuic. In this case, I would ask our non-official returning officer to please bring the second candidate outside of these halls. We will have someone come get you once the presentation and the question period is over. I would also like the unofficial returning officers, or even if anyone from the left side of this hall has nothing to do during the presentations, to help with giving out the mics. Okay, thank you. Let us just set up the presentation. We will let you know. So point of order by the IFMSA EP. Is this about observers?
Point of order and the law, I can say President him. We have people inside the plenary room, outside logistical support or whatever hotel staff that are being here without being registered in the General Assembly and without signing a CF. We have people inside the plenary room that are not registered in the General Assembly, have not filled a credential form, and are here representing an NMO.
Thank you. Please, can these delegates evacuate themselves? Please leave the room. I don't know who you are, but you know who you are. And I need the help from the TO because this is new to me. Hello? Okay, thank you. Can we have the confirmation? We do have the confirmation, okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Okay, so once again, we have 5 minutes for presentations, followed by 3 minutes of questions. You can start whenever you are ready. Let us just set up the presentation. Let us just make sure that the Zoom is also shared. We also need a microphone. Returning officers. Thank you. Can you also try speaking in the microphone?
Okay, can you hear me?
All right, you may go when you're ready. I will put the timer on for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Dino, final year medical student from Croatia, and I'm really happy to open the whole line of presentations for the upcoming executive board. And I know that we are really tired, so thank you for still giving us a chance to present our candidatures and being focused. Next slide, please. So before I even start to describe my candidature, which is really detailed and you can read it over 12 pages of plan of action, I think that is really important to set some ground rules at the beginning and for you to know if I'm a president, what you can expect from the team. So some of the values that I'm going to implement is empathy. As EB, we are responsible for people from all over the world, 5 different regions, and we need to be empathetic towards different needs of each region. If we lose this, then we lost as EB. After empathy, integrity, how of ourselves, how of the TO, and especially the integrity of our federation that is being tested lately a lot. Innovation, of course, we need to continue with the good practice of the current EB, some things that we are definitely going to continue, but we need to innovate and we need to change, because EB and IFMSA is a dynamic body and it should be treated like that. And of course, collaboration. There is nothing that President can do without collaborating with other EB members, with other TO members, but also something that we often forget, with the NMOs that are actually the ones who know what's happening and who are giving input. Thank you. Next slide. So this is here just to show you that I am here after 6 years of student activism, and during these 6 years, my leadership has really developed and has really been from all different diverse backgrounds. And I really am proud to be here in front of you today, combining everything that I've learned in all of the different student organizations and really standing here confident that I can be the next IFMSA president. Next slide. So my plan is divided in 5 pillars. First pillar is obviously one that needs to be addressed at the beginning. We have a new strategy coming. This means that we need to actually start working on this as soon as possible. We as EB do have the power to draft the strategy, but this is nothing without the input of NMOs. This is nothing without measuring the current status of our needs and our strategy progress. The next thing that we need to address is the elephant in the room, and this is, of course, the situation with our secretariat. This is something that is going to require a lot of research, a lot of work put into understanding this, but this is something that I'm ready to start doing as soon as if elected. And of course, financial sustainability. I would really like to thank the current VPF for the great work she did. And we are going to continue this. We are now doing okay with the financial reports, much better than before, and we really should follow the same suit. Next slide, please. Of course, this is really a blessing that the EB elections are happening in March, because this means that before our term starts in October, we have a lot of months to actually prepare for it. These are not some months that we're going to, be doing nothing, drinking cocktails and be like, aha, okay, I'll start October 1st. No, we have to start working now. Observing the great work of the current EB, brainstorming, thinking, and getting inputs from NMOs, of course, respecting the current EB, not overstepping their structure, but also being here to learn and absorb as much as we can. There is nothing like, the federation doesn't exist with a good team. EB elect, TO elect has to be a priority. And this is something that I'm really passionate about, because team and teamwork and that everyone feels included in the team is something that I really value and that I would prioritize. Next slide, please. Accountability. This is something that needs to come first. More open ways of showing what the EB is doing and not being late with notifying NMOs about important decisions when time allows. Being open to questions, being in communication non-stop with the NMOs that are the ones that are electing us and that are the ones that are actually having faith in us as the executive board. We definitely need to include or motivate more participation. And this is something that is easy to say, very sounds poetic, but this is something that really needs structured work. How to include those underrepresented, what to do to ensure that IFMSA has its maximum, all right? Next slide, please. President is a really interesting position that I really respect a lot, because they are a member of the executive board, but they are also a coordinator. This is a person that needs to be aware of what every EB member is doing at all times and making sure that this body is flowing in a natural and good way. And this is something that I will never lose sight of if elected as president. Officials need to be empowered, reminded that they are worthy of being officials and working, because officials are the ones who are actually with the members, the directors, liaison officers, regional directors. These are the people that are working most closely to the members, because EB is an administrative body. So they should be the ones giving input and being treated like equal. And this is something that I would continue doing in the term if elected. And finally, thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Dino. So next we have the questions period. Once again, for the questions, 3 minutes total. It will not include the question asked by the NMO. It will only include the answers that you have. Would you like to take them one by one or 2 by 2? Okay, we will take it one by one. However, we do need a mic for Dino and he will answer the questions. Do we have a second mic around? Okay, so we have the arrangement for the mics. Any NMOs that would like to ask questions for Dino? Oh, there's so many. Okay. I will pick people that haven't spoken yet. So I will pick Turkey. I will I believe that is from Kurdistan, correct me, yes. And I will take Hamza Greece to start. Hopefully we'll have more time for people. We will take questions one by one, starting with Turkmenistan'da Turkey.
Can I start? Okay. Aras Turkmenistan'da Turkey, him, thank you very much. Due to the events that unfolded this year, I think it's very crucial and important for the executive board and especially the president of IFMSA to be very well informed and trained when it comes to laws and how different laws of different countries work, and especially Dutch law in this case. And since we are medical students and the education we receive is very far from the law of education, do you have any plans to maybe receive a training or receive like a basic education on law and how the simple law procedures work? Thank you.
Thank you. You may start when you're ready.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me in the back? Okay, thank you so much for the question. This is really important question. I definitely didn't apply for president by accident in terms of a lot of things that I need to be capacitated on. I'm fully aware, which is why my availability is completely free, considering that I'm done with med school. I only have a thesis to write. This means, in other words, that I'm completely ready to put in the time and energy to start learning. First, from the current executive board, mainly the president, who already knows what are the key focuses that we need to know as executive board. And second of all, start to targetly looking at things that are actually relevant to the federation. Not just attend some law school, like summer school of 2 weeks of law. No, actually target the things that are important for our federation. Which parts of law are relevant to our work? And I would focus on this. Would I be open to having different types of educations? Of course, but I just want to say that this will be targeted, specific, and goal-oriented ever since I start. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. There are 2 minutes left. We will take the next and the most questions. So IFMSA Kurdistan.
Sana, National President of IFMSA Kurdistan. Dear Dino, thank you for your presentation. My question for you will be, during your presentation, you mentioned empathy, coordination, and the importance of NMOs. We're all aware of the situation of associate NMOs, and 6 months has passed ever since last August meeting. And you talked about the fact that your work will start today. I would like to know if you have a specific strategy regarding the situation. Thank you.
Can I just confirm that I don't, is it working, the mic, a bit? Thank you so much for your question. I think it's really important question, especially after events that are unfolded today. But this is not something new. This is something that culminated over a long period. I would start. I always like to do things with a clear goals. Of course, I would first start the consultation with the current VPM and the membership team, because I know that the VPM is also not working alone. I would see their points of view. Then another thing that is important is not to discuss this issue just within the EB. So I would include the members that are actually experiencing this daily, like yourselves, like all the associate members. I would start from there, and then I would set a plan with clear timeline and action goal and action points, how to actually how to actually achieve something in a relevant time. If we cannot make these voting rights happen overnight, we need to be realistic of this. But at least we need to know what are we doing and what are the steps that we are taking to achieve this. Because I believe that this will also reduce the anxiety of the NMOs, not knowing that they are being taken into consideration, but knowing and constantly updating this sort of framework for them to know that we are actually working on this as IFMSA. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, could we bring a mic to the front to Hamza Greece? Over here on my right, the circle. Aki.
Hello, Maria Sicher from Greece. Thank you for your candidature and your presentation. We want to ask you, what challenges do you think you will face based on the lack of your experience in the EB?
Thank you so much for this question. I think it's really important to address this. The challenges that I would eventually face would exist only if I don't put in the work. I am completely aware that coming from a position that is not in the executive board, I need to put extra work to understand some of the internal dynamics that are happening in the executive board. And I am aware of this. I am ready to put in this work to overcome these challenges. In this preparatory period, I could come to some challenges that would make me slow down some things, but this is exactly why I said that we need to start working today. So thank you so much for this question. And even though I wasn't in IFMSA executive board, which is definitely a completely another dynamic, I know what it means to be a body that is so with a bigger responsibility like this in another context. So I would definitely come from a position of someone who knows what is the idea of being an executive board member.
Thank you. Right on time. Thank you so much. So we will have a EB debate as well that's coming. But if you have further questions for the candidate, I would suggest you to approach them. In this case, could we just clap for Dino? Could we have someone bring back our other candidate and escort Dino out? We can open the door just so that we can get the other candidate in, please. Okay. I will please ask our unofficial helpers to please bring Dino out. And yes, can I have a thumbs up once the doors are locked and that the previous candidate is no longer in the room? Okay. So next we have the presentation for Hanna Kropova for the position of the IFMSA Executive Board President for 2025-2026. Once again, Hannah, you have 5 minutes for your presentations. We will be moving the slides for you. After that, you have 3 minutes of questions. Once again, can we please respect the candidate and have some silence in the room? You cannot go outside the plenary room. You cannot exit the Zoom. Okay. So whenever you're ready, Hannah.
Okay, so IFMSA, you can go to the next slide, is a federation that is dynamic, diverse, and it can be described in many, many words. You can use pictures, such as this one, which explains our kind of confusing structure, or you can use photos, which do speak more than 1,000 words. And in these photos, you can see groups of many, many leaders, inspiring, empowering, and that's what I believe is the role of IFMSA president, to be the leader among the leaders. And you can go to the next slide. And share this journey with everyone in the federation, officials, NMOs, and the members in the local committees. So to the next slide, please. My name is Hannah. I am currently a medical student in Prague, Czech Republic, and I'm serving my term as a Vice President for Finance in this year's Executive Board. Last term, I was a Membership Engagement Assistant and I was also 3 years as NMO President of my NMO IFMSA Czech Republic. In my CV, you can find many more stories that link me to my journey of exchanges, capacity building, and external affairs. And in my candidature, I do speak about 3 pillars. However, today I would like to bring you to 4 values that have carried me through my journey in this federation. So the first one, work as a team. Teamwork makes the dream work. It is a cliche, but it is actually true. Having the chance to work in the teams that do work all around the world is logistically challenging. However, it is something that makes IFMSA IFMSA. As IFMSA president, I would be As MSA president, I would really work on and make my priority responsiveness and efficiency in this decision-making executive board. From my personal experience, I also can tell you how important it is to have good handover, and that is something I would follow up on with both the executive board and the team of officials of next term. In the team can only work efficiently if there is team built, safe space is created, and good communication is established. And while talking about teams, I would like to mention international teams, because that is something I would like to follow up on from this term. It is the competency module preparations we started, and also the idea of launch of the term event at the start of the term. Going to the next slide, learning from experiences. We do often go around the same topics every few years in IFMSA, and I would really like to use my continuation and the work I started this term as VPF and to really go another step forward to long-term stability in many issues we do have recurrent, which is, for example, secretariat. So my goal is to take that step towards long-term stability with both secretariat and IFMSA finances. However, learning from experience, not just my own, but from the many others that have been before me, I would like to engage more our alumni, our board of recommendations, and use them to support our archiving efforts or work with them on systemizing of our internal funds. Going to the next slide, which is make most of your time. We do spend a lot of time in IFMSA. However, it passes very, very quickly. And as a reminder to me, it is the strategy, which we are almost at the very end of. And we actually adopted it in this very city in August meeting 2022. And I believe I can very much use my knowledge from that time when I was part of the consultations and could see the officials of the term preparing that strategy to actually lead the Federation in the development of the next 3 years plan. Lastly, but not least, I would like to go to the topic of joy, because I do believe working for organizations such as IFMSA, you do have to enjoy what you do. And next year, being also the International Year of Volunteering and the anniversary of 75 years of IFMSA, I think that is something that can bring all of us a little bit of joy and connection to our roots. Talking about joy, it is not always joyful. It has many stressful moments, but I do believe the ups so far always outweighed the downs for me. To think, for example, now, General Assembly self-organized, it had many downs, but in the end we are all here and I'm very happy about it. And that's why I'm standing here in front of you to ask you to grant me one more year of joy as the leader among the leaders of this federation. So thank you very much. That has been my presentation and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Hannah. How would you like to take your questions? One by one? Okay, sounds good. As a reminder, 3 minutes for questions. Questions themselves don't count. I only count the answers. There are many people that are interested. I will try to pick people that hasn't spoken before or in a long time. Do you have anyone online? I don't see anyone online. We'll come back to you then. In this case, I will start with a question from IFMS Morocco. Then after that, I will take a question from Adam Portugal, and then to finish with IFMSA Chile, if we get there.
Hi, Hamza Msil, here him, IFMSA Morocco speaking. First of all, thanks for the candidature. As the current EB member, you do understand that the workload and responsibilities of the team of officials can be overwhelming, often leading to high stress and burnout. In recent years, we have seen how mental health struggles can severely impact officials' ability to perform their roles effectively. As IFMSA president, what concrete measures would you implement to ensure the well-being of the team of officials, particularly during periods of intense workload and pressure? Thank you.
So can you? Thank you so much for the question. I do totally agree that it can be very overwhelming sometimes, especially in high periods. So one of the concrete measures is to actually discuss ahead at the beginning of the term, what are those periods, when to expect the overload of issues. However, IFMSA can and often is sort of crisis management course. So you do get unexpected surprises throughout the term, which you cannot really prepare for. So the preparation is to actually know what works for each official best. I would like to support them with actually talking to them and like exploring different options that are good for them. Often people already know when they run for this position what works for them, but sometimes you can learn by talking with others about different things. Sometimes meditation, some people need to socialize and go out. Some people really just need to delete Telegram for one day to have fun. So those are one of the options that I would consider.
Thank you. And in Portugal?
Thank you. Catarina Cardoso, she, her, and in Portugal. First of all, thank you for your candidature and for all of your hard work. We would like to know, as president, what would be your priorities in terms of team management to ensure a good working relationship within the EB, the TO, and with the SUBCO, and also in terms of accountability and responding to the NMOs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the question. It is a very good question. I do believe I do have many wishes and plans. However, the term always somehow shows up. So we'll see how it actually goes if I get elected. However, talking about the potential conflicts, the communication is my answer to it. Really work on the communication and establish clear communication guidelines, both within the teams, but also within communication with the two teams or respective teams together. And I would like to have specific follow-up. It may be in form of spreadsheet. It really depends on what we discuss with the potential team on how and who is responsible for which response, so it is timely and doesn't appear months after the initial request.
Thank you. IFMSA Chile.
Here is Hannah. Congratulations on your presentation. Given your finances background and the legal representations that the president holds, would you consider having a paid and independent legal counsel in the General Assemblies from now on to avoid all the mess that we are living in?
Thank you so much for the question. It is something I have been thinking about for the past few hours. I'm not gonna lie. So I would consider, however, with the finances background, I also am aware of the financial burden this could create because the legal advice is not very cheap, or it might not be very cheap. So it is definitely something to explore, especially just having one firm to have as a main contact in the Netherlands for now. And we can discuss that in the future if we actually need the legal advice at the General Assembly.
Thank you so much. We have 30 seconds left. I will take one more question, preferably someone online. Otherwise, I will take someone in the room. Okay, this is IFMSA UAE, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Hannah, for your wonderful presentation. Congratulations on the presentation too. I was wondering what your previous, how you have resolved, I know being in multiple leadership roles, you must have resolved conflicts on different levels. On the highest level, could you give us an example of how you have resolved conflict?
Thank you so much for the question. I believe I didn't hear perfectly, but I believe it was example of how it was part of resolving a conflict in one of the teams I worked in, or like one of the positions I worked in. It really depends. There are many ways to resolve conflicts, and for me, it always started with the communication and really like trying to listen to both parties and hear them out and really ideally find a way to compromise or find the best way forward, what works for the entire team.
Okay, thank you so much. That is the end of your 3 minutes. Okay, that is it for the 2 candidates for the position of the president. Can we please bring the candidate back in the room? If they want to be back in the room, we'll be moving on. So next we will have the presentation of the IFMSA Vice President for Activities. We have one candidate. Can I have Rodina on the Zoom?
Yes, I'm here. Can you confirm that you hear me?
Yes. Yes, okay. All right, amazing. So let me just explain. We have received one candidature for the position of IFMSA VPA, Rodina Ahmed Abdelwab. I apologize if I screwed this up.
Alright.
So how is to proceed is that you will have 5 minutes to speak, to present, 3 minutes of questions. We will not allow anyone in the room when you are presenting. There's no need to bring anyone out of the room because there are no other candidate running for the same position. We're just setting up on your presentation. Please let us know when you would like us to move the slides. Once we
Okay,
have
thank you so
slides
much.
settled, we will let you start. We are also pinning you so that you're visible. Okay. You can start when you are ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Let's start. Can you skip to the next slide, please? It's 2:30 a.m. where you are, and the fact that you're still here, participating, discussing, and contributing in whatever possible means is a testament that IFMSA is more than a federation. It's a movement that has empowered generations of Malaysians to lead, to advocate, and to change the world. But a movement needs strong foundations to stand tall. Right now, we face challenges in transparency, governance, and sustainability that threaten our ability to create lasting impact. For over 70 years, IFMSA has stood tall for democracy, integrity, and student-led change. These values are only as strong as the systems that uphold them. Without transparency and accountability, we risk losing the very essence of what makes IFMSA powerful. My motivation in candidating for VPA is to build a stable, transparent, values-based, and impact-driven IFMSA. This is our moment to strengthen the federation we believe in. Next slide, please. We all know a house built on weak foundations cannot stand. That same principle applies to the IFMSA. To build a future where our federation is stable, sustainable, and legally secure, we must first lay the groundwork, and as such, as VPA if elected, I will work to protect IFMSA's nonprofit status and legal standing so that we remain a legally compliant and financially sound organization that can sustain itself for generations. I will work to reinforce our legal oversight, ensuring IFMSA meets all required regulations and operates with full transparency and accountability through establishing a legal oversight committee and developing a rotation of legal support framework. Furthermore, to promote the stability of the federation, I'll work on developing an organizational continuity plan. Lastly, my priority will be to strengthen the Secretariat's governance, aligning with Dutch law and the urgent Secretariat needs of this federation. Next slide, please. I want to highlight that leadership is not just about holding a position, it's about action, and action must be strategic, structured, and transparent. I will work to strengthen our governance through empowering all plenaries, including standing committee and regional plenaries, by improving follow-up, literacy in procedures, increasing engagement with NMOs beforehand to promote transparency and meaningful engagement. Furthermore, I will work to reform IFMC's evaluations of General Assemblies and regional meetings to ensure they meaningfully contribute to the development of our decision-making spaces rather than being stored in a folder. Furthermore, I'll work to address the IFMC strategic plan development, ensuring the objectives are clear, long-term, and sustainable in alignment with the IFMSA mission and alongside the executive board. Furthermore, Years have taught us that an organization without memory is doomed to repeat its past. To ensure that IFMC grows and progresses, we must document, verify, and preserve our work. As such, I'll work to reestablish our centralized archiving system, create a document verification system to ensure the credibility and preventing misinformation with regards to IFMC issued documents, and enhancing minutes management and document accessibility. With regards to IFMC programs, next slide, please. Programs, I want to highlight programs are how IFMC turns ideas into action, but to make them truly impactful, we need to improve the clarity, accessibility, and support with regards to the NMOs. As such, I will work on implementing a long overdue program strategy to provide clear goals and direction measuring impact to IFMC programs. I'll work on simplifying activity enrollments and reporting, improving the engagement in IFMC programs, and improving data utilization to make sure that our external advocacy in collaboration with the VPE truly represents the activities of NMOs. Furthermore, I want to highlight that integrity is not a buzzword. Next slide, please. It is the foundation of leadership, and in IFMC, transparency and inclusivity must guide our actions, ensuring that no voice is left unheard. By upholding a democracy, listening to our members, and leading with empathy, we ensure that IFMC remains a federation for the members, by the members. And as VPA, I'll work to ensure that every decision and action I take are rooted in these values. Can you skip 2 slides, please, because we're a bit behind. Okay, one more. Furthermore, to close off, I would like to share a quote with you. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. IFMC has shown me that what is possible when young people unite with passion and purpose. I am honored to stand among you with those who fight for change, who challenge what is and push towards what can be. I never doubted you, and it's with pride that I stand contributing to the change of 1.5 young citizens united in their fight for a better future, for stronger human rights, and for better healthcare. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And with this, I've concluded my presentation for my candidature. You can skip to the last slide.
Just to let you know, people clapped and cheers in the room.
Thank you so much.
We will follow with the questions. Once again, 3 minutes of questions. Questions themselves don't count. And I will start taking questions in the room and on the chat. I see Medicine Sudan. In the room, I will take Ajax Catalonia. I'll take IFMSA Spain as well. It's been a while. Would you like the questions 1 by 1, 2 by 2, 3 by 3?
I prefer them to be 1 by 1.
1 by 1. Okay, so we will start then with the first question by Medicine Sudan.
Okay, thank you so much, Mustafa Medicine Sudan here. Thank you, Redeni, for your presentation. Our question is about the programs. You mentioned in your candidature that you'd like to improve the activity reporting and the data usage when it comes to programs, and also to evaluate the program's annual report. What are your methodology in doing this, and also how you envision this to work with you in case, in taking into account the very heavy workload when it comes to the Secretary General tasks, the tasks that should be done by the VPA? Thank you.
Thank you, Medicine Sudan, for your question. Obviously, as a past program coordinator that has written and submitted a program's annual report to the IFMC General Assembly, I'm very well aware that the data that we make is only used by IFMC programs team and made for the intentions of usage of only the programs team. So my plan is to proactively work during my elect period to fully evaluate and address and analyze how programs data can be used to enhance the federation in different spaces, not just external meetings, but also collaborating to make sure that the data can be used in several spaces. And then from there, when we determine that where data can be used, we can work to make the necessary reforms, not in terms of just data collection, but also how we process the data then presented during our reports. Furthermore, I really believe that we need to make these reports usable by the NMOs because it has valuable data collected from regions and NMOs. For example, I coordinated the program on ethics and human rights and health that received over 120 enrollments in the previous term from over 60 NMOs. And I believe that if this data was presented in a better manner, NMOs would have been able to use this data to help direct their activities and activities division. I completely understand that the Secretary General load is very, very huge. However, I am prepared to handle the high workload through proactively addressing issues within my elect period, and then also very, very well managed time management. Thank you so much. I would like to take the next question.
Oh, okay. Yes, I was about to do that. So Ajax Catalonia.
Hi, I am Berta Nieto, Ajax Catalonia, she, her. So my question is that throughout the SCOF plenary, there were multiple allegations regarding a lack of adherence to basic plenary procedures, which raised concerns among NPOs, which prompted an intervention from the EVTO. The only answer that we received of these recent developments was covered by a response focused on the situations with the associate members, effectively going against your own stated values of transparency and integrity by ignoring the issue of plenary procedures. So paired with the still pending investigation from SUBCO, the situation is quite uncertain for all of us. And how do you plan on boosting the NMO's trust in your work? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to clarify the plenary procedures yesterday. So with regards to motion 20, where the plenary procedure issues happened, when the point of order was raised, I made it a point as chair to review the procedure of that motion, and then reviewing the motion made, and then the motion was corrected. So afterwards, there were the procedural issue was corrected, and there were no longer procedural issues. My statement that was shared on the server aimed to kind of try to encompass the different explanations and the different backgrounds to why the decision and interpretation with regards to the voting rights of associate members was made. I want to highlight that it stemmed from long-standing constitutional issues that have been highlighted in my own candidature as VPA and have been extensively highlighted as a plan to fix if elected as VPA. Furthermore, with regards to the investigation, I want to highlight that I do not believe that I have violated any of the bylaws or NDA or EB decisions, and I have participated fully within upholding the investigations, provided SUBCO with everything that they need, and they've informed me that once they receive enough responses, they will be able to share with you a report covering everything. And I believe that when SUBCO issues that report, if needed, accountability measures will be taken. I will be more than happy to comply with them with regards to that. So I just want to be clear that the investigation is not a representation of my ability to be transparent, but rather the fact that I have been working very closely to make sure that the SUBCO receives everything that they need, and working with the investigation and not disturbing it is reflecting of the fact that I work to uphold these values. Furthermore, I want to reflect on my work as Corp Director this term.
Thank you. We will stop here. I'm very sorry for Spain. We did not get to your question. I apologize. Thank you so much, Modena. Can we give a round of applause? Hello. So for the people who are fasting during this period, the food that is provided, it's going to be provided until 4 a.m. So maybe you can distribute yourselves in between your delegates to go have your food and come back because we're not going to have a break for everyone. Thank you. The food is ready for people that are in Ramadan and fasting. Please, it's going to last until 4 is what I understand. Please take turns to go as we are not breaking for everyone.
Also, another announcement from our lovely OC is that the water is available and they will be distributing. So keep an eye out if you need water. And just wave to our lovely OC that they can bring you some water. Okay, I am hearing a lot of noise in the room.
This is not a break. It is simply a chance for those that are fasting to grab some food. I do not want to witness any medical emergencies here. Please don't make me work. Okay. We will proceed then to the next presentation. We will go with the Vice President for Finances. Out of respect for the candidates, I would ask everyone that want to leave to please leave, so then we can shut the doors, so then it gives candidates. Okay, please. All right. So do we have Vito? Yes, I do see Vito. 1 second, let me pin you. Okay, so let me just go through the procedure once again, once we get the doors closed, out of respect for the candidate. Okay, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Thank you for testing.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will explain the process as people are still leaving, but you have 5 minutes to present your presentation, 3 minutes of questions that follows. So we will
Okay.
put your presentation up for you and we will move the slides for you as well. You just have to tell us next. We are prepping that.
Okay, thanks so much.
Okay. Give us 1 second to also share the screen. Okay, so we are proceeding with the presentation of the Vice President for Finances, Vito Enrique Menges Ramos. I pronounced it right. You may go. You have 5 minutes. We will start the timer once you start speaking. We will move the slides for you once again.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the opportunity, guys. And well, good morning for you. It's almost 3 a.m. there. For me, it's good night. Next slide, please. So I'm Brazilian. I'm from the name Brazil. I am an IFMSA training. I'm 23 years old. I love research. I do research since I joined university, and I love finances since I was a child. And I'm very proud of being from the name and being Brazilian because we won a Oscar yesterday, our first Oscar. Next, please. So I divided my presentation into 4 pillars. That is basically my plan of action. So next slide, please. The first one is the financial system stability of the IFMSA. I divided this one into 3. Transparency, that I'm going to, if elected, of course, send the quarterly financial reports on time and accurately, and alignment with internal operation guidelines and the IFMSA constitution and bylaws. For the IFMSA events, I will support the OCs, the organizing committees of IFMSA events, especially for G8 and regional meetings, and financial issues, especially doing online meetings with them. And for G8s and regional meetings, ensure sustainability by evaluating the fees and develop financial update sessions. For internal frauds, I will prevent fraud and mismanagement, and accountability and transparency and fund distribution. For second, next slide, please. Empowerment for animals, next. I divided this one in 3 as well, fees collection, which I will make the invoices accurately and on time and reduce the administrative burden for animals. For GA's fees, make it GA's fees equitable and sustainable fees model, and categorization with economic systems very reliable, like the International Monetary Fund and the United Nations. And for TAF, expand the possibilities for external sponsorship and collaboration with OCs. Next, please. For third, I have diversity and needs for IFMSA's 5 regions. Regional directors, so align financial policies with regional realities, because for each one of our regions has their own characteristics regarding finances and everything. For Africa, phased payments and debt repayment plans. For the Americas, mechanisms for exchange dependent financing. Next. For Asia Pacific, development sponsorship strategy, management strategy with the VPE and regional director. For Eastern Mediterranean, simplify banking transactions and alternative payments. And for Europe, increase the financial transparency. I have talked with all of the RDs regarding their needs and their characteristics from the regions, and then I could make my plan of action based on the needs of their regions. Next. For fourth, but not least, collaboration with DB and TO. Next. For president, develop the 25-26 budget and improve banking security. For VPA, ensure smooth financial operations. For VPCB, especially develop online financial workshops, especially for the ones who cannot attend in person. For VPE, plan and oversee EA budget and identify grants and external funding, which is so important for expanding staff and other sources for our federation. For VPM, manage NMO debits and payment plans, especially for regions who struggle a lot with that. And for VPRC, improve financial transparency using visual materials for transparency. Next. For a team of officials, qualify financial responsibilities by online meetings and in tones. And I often say alumni, leverage alumni for founding and mentorship, because, well, they're much more experienced than us, so we need to talk with them. And for the finances IT, I will divide it in general assistant, capacity building assistant, fundraising assistant, and regional financial development assistant, which are five, one per region. Next. And this is it. Thank you so much for your time, for your efforts. And here's my number if you want to contact me, or my mail. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so we will proceed to the questions. Once again, they do not count in your time limit of 3 minutes when they are asked, but your responses are included. Would you like to take one question at a time, or 2 or 3?
One by one, please.
One by one, okay. I have Mrs. Spain, I see you. Do we have anyone online? I don't see any hands online. Okay, so then we'll proceed with the rest that are in the room. I believe that Alam Luxembourg hasn't spoken for a while, and then I will take I have Mr. Kurdistan. So first question, I have Mr. Spain.
Pedro, IFMSA Spain, thank you for your candidature. We want to ask you, you don't mention in your candidature the EAF. Are you aware of the work being done in this term, and how do you intend to continue with it during the next term?
Sorry, do you mind if you repeat your question, please?
You don't mention the EFF in your candidature. Are you aware of the work being done in this term, and how do you intend to continue with it during the next term?
I just didn't get the first part. You didn't mention
the EFF. ethical fundraising framework.
Oh, okay. Okay, continue. No, could you rephrase the whole sentence? Sorry.
So this is, we have a document called the Ethical Fundraising Framework in the IFMSA that you don't mention in your candidature. And we wanted to know what are your stances on it, if you know the work being done and how do you want to work on it?
Okay. Thank you so much for your question, and sorry for not listening by first. I think it was my phones. So first, I'm going to work very hard with the actual VPF on my EB elect period, if elected, of course, so we can update and work hard on it to make it better and to move forward with all the needs that it's need to be improved on it. And for sure, there are a lot of internal operation guidelines that I'm not aware yet. However, during my period as a B-elect, I will be aware of all of it. That's why we have 6 months of period for it. And I will make sure to understand everything and to keep on data and keep on time with HANA, the actual VPF, for understanding all the process and updated everything that is needed.
You. Okay. Next, Alan Luxembourg, your question.
Yes, Felix here, Alan Luxembourg speaking. So the question would be, how do you want to uphold the priority of safeguarding the long-term stability, credibility, and legal standing of IFMSA in regards to financial reports, financial audits, and external financing options?
Thank you so much for your question. First of all, it's very important to highlight that for external funding, I do not work alone. I won't work alone. I work with the VPE and the LOs because they have more access to the external. And by that, I will be doing online meetings with them to map in the stakeholders to see which are the most important externals that we could extract some money of it, or to talk with them to see some fundraising possibilities on that. And to maintain our sustainability, it's very important to have a planned budget, very structured, and with a very constantly percentage for unexpected expenses during the term. So making this way, we can ensure the sustainability of finances in IFMSA.
Thank you. IFMSA Kurdistan.
Thank you so much, Arya Ziad from IFMSA Kurdistan. You mentioned collaboration with the VPCB, and you mentioned online financial workshops. I'm assuming by that you mean FAL, which is Finance and Administrations and Logistics. I was wondering, maybe you as the VPF, or if you get elected, would you be able to come up with new workshops that are actually financially related and that would be more direct and not administrations and logistics, or just finance, that would basically teach everything about finances? Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for your question. And this is actually a very good question. And well, this is something that I really thought on that to work with the VPCB to develop more workshops related to finances, because now we basically just have FAL. So working with the VPCB and the rest of the EB and TO, we can improve other types of workshops. And I will take that in consideration, of course, because it's important to have workshops not only focus on administrative burdens or administrative finances in our animals, on our federations, but also in other parts of our lives. And the workshops may focus on that, to have skills to our lives. So having 2 types or more of finances workshops would be and is going to be a thing that I'm going to do for sure with the VPCB. Thank you so much.
You. Okay, thank you so much, Vito. Round of applause for you in the room. We will then proceed with a VPCB. Do we have? Yes. Oh, we do. I do see.
Yes, hello.
I will add the pin and remove the other pin. Okay.
Hi.
So we are proceeding. I will encourage people standing up to either go outside or sit down so as to give our candidates a fair chance. And please, let's be silent and respectful during their presentation and question. We are also arranging the presentation on our Zoom. Okay, now we're just giving people the chance to leave the room. You have only a few seconds now. If you have not left the room and is not sitting down, please do that. Okay.
Yeah, the presentation is like a lot of slides, so be prepared for like fast-paced changes. I just wanted to mention that beforehand. So yeah.
Okay, our vice chair is aware.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have the doors closed now and people are seated. Yes. Okay. So we are proceeding with the presentation of Vice President's capacity building for the 2025-2026 Executive Board candidatures. We have Ahmed, Latif, and Mohammed. You have 5 minutes to present, followed by 3 minutes to answer questions. I will start the timer once you start speaking for your presentation. You may go when you're ready.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Ahmed Latif. I'm the candidate for IFMSA Vice President for Capacity Building for this term. Thank you all so much for making it here at 3 a.m. If I was there in person, we would probably do an icebreaker and just maybe do some CB things. But yeah, thank you all so much for being here. Next slide, please. To begin with a little bit about myself, I'm currently serving as the IFMC SCOMI Director, and last term I was serving as the NMO President for IFMC Kurdistan, along with the Program Coordinator for Medical Education Systems in IFMSA. And you can find all the relevant experience for my General Assembly meetings, regional meetings, and everything related to IFMSA and my candidature. Next slide, please. For my capacity building experience, I have 6 different workshop certifications amongst the past 3 years. And I have had the honor and opportunity to go from SRT participant to trainer to workshop coordinator to SRT coordinator to OC, and I've seen everything in and out of capacity building experiences that was possible. Next slide, please. So let's get into my plan of action. So first things first, the foundation. So next slide. The VPCB is obviously one of the team official members, and we need to have an active role in knowing exactly what it takes to be a team officials member. Well, being in the TO this term, I think I have gained unique experience in knowing how to actually facilitate my role within the TO, how to actually ensure that standing committee director priorities are represented in executive decisions, as the vice president for capacity building is the one responsible for coordinating standing committee directors. I want to basically be working alongside all the relevant TO members and ensuring that the work that we have done is progressing, the things that we have outlined is documented and well outlined, and just basically ensure more collaboration and ensure creation of different modalities for coordination and accountability within the team of officials. Next slide, please. One important thing, part of my candidature, which you can read more and more about, is how important I want to be as a president for the standing committee directors. So I ensure follow-up mechanisms for standing committee directors and feedback, onboarding processes during their handover periods, regular check-ins, and even promote CB initiatives between the standing committee directors. So let's move on to the second chapter, the builders. So if anyone who knows me, I'm very much of a team person. I love teams, and you can read more about the team structure that I've proposed within my candidature. But I'm planning to implement monthly reporting, regular meetings and consultations on online team bonding activities, impact reports, campaigns, and new workshops and new working groups that can basically make sure that creativity shines within CB. Next slide, please. For trainers, obviously the backbone of our federation, we need to kind of revamp the trainers pool and come up with different types of recognition systems and certification records for trainers, and work on publications that actually showcase the trainers that we have within our federation. Next slide, please. For NMOs, we have CB contracts, CB event contracts, which is something that really needs a lot of oversight, something that needs to be looked at very, very well. And we need to ensure that NMOs are facing personalized support. And that can be achieved through so many different modalities, especially through developing an NMO CB expansion plan, CB strengthening, assessing the CB infrastructure within different NMOs, and so on and so forth. Next slide. Regarding SRTs, sub-regional trainings, we need to ensure that the data we're collecting is actually beneficial, because a lot of the impactful work comes through SRTs. So we need to compile accurate data, publish SRT impact in annual IFMSA report, and ensure that there is some sort of sustainability model for the SRTs that we have. Next slide, please. The building. So this is all about the different strategies and regulatory documents that we have in IFMSA, ensuring that the IFMSA strategy is aligning with CB work, ensuring that the CB strategy is evaluated and developed, ensuring that the CB plenary and CB regulations are always upheld within the federation. Next slide. We cover events. So next slide, go very fast pace. Next slide, please. So I basically plan to also promote the CB weekend and the CB fairs and the CB fests to showcase CB efforts globally. And I'm trying to honestly outline some sort of different initiatives for trainers, such as the online trainers camp, trainers boot camp, and so many different other initiatives that could cover trainer competencies. Now, the medical education enthusiast in me comes out in this part where I talk about quality assurance of capacity building. I plan to implement a quality assurance board where standardized objectives, learning objectives, and curriculum blueprints and different methodologies and evidence-based training approaches can be utilized to ensure the quality assurance of our capacity building. Next slide. When we ensure quality assurance, we also ensure accreditation of SRTs. So we need a transparent system to manage and evaluate SRTs, along with a trainer qualification framework. Next slide, please. I also plan to use certain adjectives for capacity building. So safe capacity building is about implementing COC and oversight committees within all SRTs. Next slide.
Thank you. We will stop here. 5 minutes is up.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Can we applaud for Ahmed?
Thank you so much.
Okay, so people have applauded. We will continue with the 3 minutes of questions. Would you like to take them 1 by 1, 2 by 2, 3 by 3? What kind?
I would love to ensure that all animals have the chance to ask questions. So I'll take all of them and then I'll answer all of them.
So I will give you 3 because I feel like otherwise we're going to not have enough time.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So in this case, I would first like to know if anyone on Zoom has any questions. I don't see any hands on Zoom. In this case, I will turn to the room. I have Denim Brazil. I believe it is Denim Brazil. Can you? I can't see you. Okay, good. I have a thumbs up. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes, I know it's a Brazilian flag. Nice. Okay. Next, I will take I from Serbia and BVMD Germany. These are the 3s. We will start with Denim Brazil.
Can I start?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Ahmed, for your presentation. It was really good. I would like to know if, considering the importance of equity and fair representation in capacity building, is ensuring parity in terms of regional, gender, and socioeconomic diversity part of your plan as VPCB? And if so, how do you intend to implement and guarantee this process throughout your term?
can go ahead when you're ready. Oh, sorry. Yes, you wanted all three. I apologize. Next. Okay. Yes, IFMSA Serbia.
Hi, Mina from IFMSA Serbia. Thank you for your candidature. It was lovely. I wanted to ask you that given that your extensive experience with IFMSA doesn't include the background in CB, how do you plan to overcome this gap and ensure it doesn't impact your performance in your new role? Thank you.
Thank you so much. BVMD Germany, go ahead.
Hi, this is Pascal for BMD Germany. First of all, thank you all for a very exciting candidature. You seem to have a lot of very great ideas. We wonder, what do you think are the three most important ones and why?
Go ahead, Ahmed, when you're ready.
Amazing. Born ready. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much, Denim Brazil, FMC Serbia, and BVMD Germany for your questions. For Denim Brazil, that was something really, really important. You know, I talked about COC and code of conduct within CB, but, you know, EDI within capacity building is something that really needs to be developed. I would personally propose maybe some sort of interaction within intersectional IFMSA, so the code of conduct committee and the members within that, to ensure that we can come up with some sort of regional gender diversity and some sort of initiative to increase that outreach. But also within my candidature, I've outlined how important it is for us to actually support NMOs without representation in the trainers pool, support NMOs who have not hosted SRTs before. So I plan to basically incorporate those different approaches to mitigate that. Thank you so much. I hope that answered your question. FMC Serbia, thank you so much, Mina. I appreciate the question. You know, I was NMOP, and in my term as NMOP, we hosted 2 different SRTs, and I had to oversee the entire work of that. I was SRT coordinator for the first ever SCOMI camp. And this term in the SCOMI IT, I've like, everyone knows that I love workshops, and we've proposed so many different workshops, and we're going to be working on so many different workshops. So I'm always learning, obviously, and that's something really great. But I plan to never stop having the will to learn, and also cover everything within the handover period and within gaining more experiences throughout this handover period and actually attending workshops myself throughout this time. Thank you so much. BVMD Germany, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. The 3 of the most important ones, I would say eco-friendly capacity building, which I didn't get to talk about in my presentation, but I really believe eco-friendly is so important. We need that documentation for the future. Code of conduct, coded capacity building, and I would assume the quality assurance and accreditation as well. These are the 3 main things to ensure CB success, sustainability, documentation, and basically ensure that there's a thorough decision-making process regarding CB development, rather than just sticking to the norms and sticking to what has been usually done. As I do believe I'll add that creative outlet and hopefully work alongside a beautiful team. And yeah, thank you so much, NMOs. If anyone else has any questions, I would love to hear it.
Thank you. There are 45 seconds left. I did get a question about if COCC can ask a question. However, I do believe that you have to be on a CF. If you are on the CF, you may. I'm sorry, I cannot converse with you if I can't hear you.
I'm in the CF, so I think I can ask the question.
You're on the CF of your NMO? Okay. All right, in this case, we will take one question from Turkumsik Turkey.
Mehmet Ozhanksa, yeah, he, him. Considering how important safer spaces and inclusive language are for FMSA, do you plan to integrate these concepts not only into TSR HRT workshops, but also into other workshops that train trainers and facilitators? Thank you.
Could you repeat the beginning? Just the beginning. Consider you said safe space and language. I couldn't hear the beginning.
Considering how important safer spaces and inclusive language are for FMSA.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much, Turkey 6 Turkey. Actually, those are two sessions that I like, one of the first sessions that I gave. I love those two sessions so much. One of the ideas that I had regarding SRT coordination work is to actually have an onboarding session with the trainers and the SRT coordinator to implement the code of conduct oversight through those type of trainings, through safe spaces and inclusive language and conflict resolution and different types of area problem management work that could help make sure SRTs are actually safe and providing that safe space. But that would be something really amazing to work out because, as I said, we're going to be working on the quality assurance of SRTs and accreditation systems, which would outline the core learning outcomes and methodologies for learning, which would then again outline the different types of sessions and curricula for workshops that we currently have. So it would be very, very important to actually include different type of more inclusive sessions.
Okay. Time is up. Thank you. So a round of applause for Ahmed.
Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure if you heard it, but your Nemo was chanting for you. And also, I believe that once you have the walking mic, keep your phone away from the mic. That might be the reason why there are all these noise. Thank you. For people that just came in, please come and sit down. We will proceed. Point of information, there is broken glass. Can we have someone from the OC help? In the middle, there is broken glass on the ground. Broken glass. Ding ding, this thing. It broke.
Stay safe.
Okay. We will proceed. Have a seat. We're not done. Please, the respect of the candidates. Have a seat. Leave the room if you want to. Please have a seat. Okay, we will be closing the door soon. The next person for the presentation is the VPM candidate. Can we please close the door at the back? Just out of respect for the candidate so that there's not much movement at the back. It is a video that the VPM candidate submitted. Please, the doors. Okay, so I will talk about the process once again. We have one candidate for the position of vice president for members, Theodoru. You will have a presentation, a video of 5 minutes, followed by 3 minutes of questions. We will pull up the video and share on the Zoom. Can we just close the door at the back? Do we have the candidate Theodoru in the room? Can you please come up to the stage so people can actually see you? Okay, so could we please have the video? Can we please close the door? Please close the door. Thank you. Please do not open the door during the presentation as it is rude. We will be sharing the presentation on Zoom. Okay. We will now start the video.
Hi, dear FMSA friends. My name is Theo. I'm a medical student from Cyprus, and I'm very honored to present to all of you my candidature for Vice President for Members. I filmed this quite literally 5 times already in 3 different countries, in Cyprus, Serbia, and now in Turkey. So I hope this is the final version. Just like a bit of a background about myself, over the past years, I had the immense privilege of serving various roles within IFMSA and also my NMO, which included this term serving as Membership General Assistant and also NMO President. I am candidating this time with a vision to strengthen our federation, ensure that our NMOs remain at the center of decision making, and fostering an IFMSA that is more inclusive, more sustainable, and more responsive to the needs of its members. Today, I look forward to sharing my plan to make this vision a reality. So, what are we actually going to do next term? My plan of action consists of 5 main pillars, and those 5 pillars are our NMOs, the membership, the strategy 2629, our governance, and the intersectional IFMSA. So let's take it one by one. What about our NMOs? Our national member organizations are quite literally the heart of IFMSA. Each one is unique in its structure, its challenges, and the impact that it makes daily. Yet, we're all united by a shared vision of creating meaningful change. As VPM, my priority will be to strengthen NMO engagement, ensuring their voices shape our federation's decisions. I will work closely with the regional directors to provide tailored support, enhance transparency through regular consultations, and foster knowledge sharing between NMOs. Additionally, I plan to establish a proactive support system to prevent suspensions and assisting struggling NMOs in maintaining their membership. By placing NMOs at the center of our actions, we empower them to thrive locally, nationally, and internationally, ensuring that FMSA always remains a space that truly serves its members. Pillar number 2 is our membership. Ensuring a strong and engaged and well-supported membership is essential for FMSA sustainability. My plan focuses on making our membership processes clearer, more efficient, and more accessible. A stronger membership means a stronger FMSA, and I am committed to making that a reality. Our third pillar is the FMSA Strategy 2629. The next term will be pivotal as we draft the FMSA strategy for the next 3 years, shaping the future of our federation quite literally. My goal is to ensure that this strategy reflects the true needs of our NMOs and regions by basing it on data-driven insights from the NMO report, baseline assessment, and direct consultations, working closely with the regional directors to ensure that regional strategies aligns with our global vision while respecting local realities. Additionally, I will focus on reforming the General Assemblies and regional meetings, making them more accessible and sustainable. By prioritizing realistic, actionable, and inclusive objectives, we can create a strategy that strengthens FMSA's impact and empowers NMOs for years to come. The fourth pillar is the federational governance and organizational development. Strong governance and well-structured leadership are the foundation of a sustainable FMSA. As VPM, I will ensure effective collaboration within the EB and regional directors, strengthening communication and decision-making processes. I will also work to improve support to the NMOs interested in hosting global meetings, such as the General Assemblies and regional meetings, providing structured guidance from an initial interest stage to a post-event evaluation. Additionally, I will focus on expanding a membership IT, introducing new roles that are pivotal for these goals to be met. By fostering transparency, accessibility, and proactive planning, we can ensure that IFMSA remains an efficient, resilient, and well-governed federation. Pillar number 5, and the final one, is the intersectional IFMSA and EDI. IFMSA must be a space where we all all its members feel represented, included, and empowered. As VPM, I will work in strengthening the intersectional FMSA steering committee and ensuring that it has a clear structure and a long-term integration. Finally, I just want to say that IFMSA for me has been more than just an organization, but rather a movement built by its members for its members. Our NMOs are quite literally the backbone of everything that we do. So my vision for VPM is to be there for each and every single NMO and making our NMOs feel more empowered, more in line with everything that we do. So thank you.
Thank you. Right on time. Okay. So it is the questions period next. We will take questions for a total of 3 minutes of speaking and answering only. We will not take the questions into the timing. Okay. How would you like to take it one by one? Okay. IFMSA Peru. I'll take IFMSA Brazil. It's been a while. And then Medicine Sudan. So one by one, IFMSA Peru.
Yeah, sure. How do you plan to collaborate with the current BPM for a smooth handover process?
Hi everyone. I think collaborating with the current VPM, like for me, will be a very easy task since I'm already serving as membership general assistant, and we spend quite literally 24/7 in a call together. So I think it will make the handover period even easier for us to get the information that we need to transfer between different leaders, between the IFMSA executive board, as the membership part of IFMSA is one that is lacking information throughout the years, and we're seeing that each year we're kind of missing pieces of information which are crucial for us to understand the organizational development of IFMSA, but also NMOs as individual beings within IFMSA and its history. So I think using the elect period to get a proper handover and make sure that institutional information and pieces of information that would be really helpful will be really exceptional for our term as executive board if elected as VPM. So I hope I answered your question. Thank you so much.
Thank you. IFMSA Brazil.
Theo, congratulations for your candidature. We are really happy about it. As you may know, as part of the international team, IFMSA Brazil lost its voting rights and full membership more than 30 years ago. Now we and other fellow associates are denied the right to vote and represent our members. And in that line, I would like to ask you, what are your specific proposals as VPM for this problematic and, of course, specifically for Brazil situation? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gustavo, for the question. I think it's quite literally one that is quite literally a burning question in this General Assembly. I think if I'm being honest, like our membership department within FMSA is in need of a massive reform that we have been kind of putting up to the side. Since we adopted our bylaws, we kind of kept amending it without having a structured reform that looks at our membership and our membership status as a holistic approach. And we're kind of picking and choosing which bylaws to change, which has created an unfortunate situation where we're having different things in our bylaws. So in regards to the associate members, I think we need to do a full assessment within our current bylaws and also the institutional history. As you mentioned, 30 years ago, you lost your voting rights, but this is just an individual case. There are other associate members that are facing issues as well. So I think in that term, we need to do an institutional history assessment to see what has been done in the past to also guide our future and take steps towards making sure that IFMSA's purpose of making medical students heard is actually fulfilled. So in that regards, I hope I answered your question in regards to our beloved associate members. Thank you.
Okay, next, Medicine Sudan.
Okay, thank you, Mustafa Medicine Sudan him. Thank you, Theo, for your presentation. Our question is, you mentioned in your candidature that you would like to introduce a membership following committee. Wouldn't this overlap with the responsibilities that already have or already within the VPMIT? So we would like to know how you would be defining the roles of the committee and also how you would be following up on this new initiative. Thank you.
Okay, amazing. 5-0. Okay, amazing. Thank you so much, Mustafa, for the question. I think the membership follow-up committee is like one that we really need. I don't necessarily believe it would kind of overlap with the current structure of the membership idea and the one that I'm proposing in my plan of action. But I think the membership follow-up committee's role would be the one that it would be a kind of an advisory body and also an independent body that would look at our memberships, that are NMO's membership requirements throughout the year and could kind of have any recommendations towards our NMOs to be more in line with the FMSA constitution and bylaws, so we don't have any breaches of our bylaws. That is one thing. And the other thing that I'm also proposing in the plan of action is to have the membership follow-up committee kind of as a committee that would be more in line to assisting our candidate NMOs to getting across the line of getting from candidate membership to full or associate membership as well. So in that regards, I think the membership follow-up committee would be able to assist in our membership procedures.
Thank you.
Thank you, Camille.
Okay, round of applause for Theo. All right. We will move on. We are now at the point of presenting the VPE candidates. We have received 2 submissions of their candidatures. The lottery this morning has determined that yesterday morning, oh God, has determined that we are starting with Kana, followed by Rafael. In this case, I would ask our unofficial helper friends to please escort Rafael outside and to keep him company. Please do not go on the stream. Please, the people that are standing up in the room, you should be seated. Out of respect for all the candidates, we are more than halfway, yay, of the EB candidates at least. People, please sit down. People at the door, you need to close the door. The door must not be open, especially because we have 2 candidates running for the same position. Please sit down. I don't know that huddle there. It's very nice seeing you hug, but we need to proceed. Okay, please sit down. Can I just get a thumbs up that we're not opening the doors? Everybody is let out. Okay, that's the last person. No more. We're closing the doors. Okay, good. Thank you so much. All right, so we are proceeding with the presentation of the VPE candidate, Kana Halik. Yes. Okay. We will share the presentation on the Zoom as well. You will have 5 minutes to present. After that, you have 3 minutes of questions. Okay, we can start whenever you are ready, Kana.
Do you remember how you started your advocacy journey? I bet it was not a high-level meeting. It was probably some sort of school project, or maybe you advocating for your friends, trying to convince your parents to stay out a bit longer. Next slide, please. My point is that advocacy skills are not something that we are born with. We build them through experiences, opportunities, and challenges. My name is Kana Halic-Kordic. I'm a 50-year medical student from Croatia, and you may know me as the current liaison officer for medical education issues. And this is my vision for the IFMSA external affairs in the upcoming term. Next, please. My journey in advocacy and external affairs started almost 10 years ago, and I have a message journey 5 years ago. Since then, I engaged in numerous leadership positions in context of advocacy, also being current TO member during one of the most challenging terms in context of external affairs. Besides that, I took part in 2 small working groups as part of the external affairs reform, and also was part of small working group for the SCOMI strategy. Next slide, please. In context of advocacy, I supported and coordinated policy process. Furthermore, I presented IFMSA at numerous events and conferences and supported over 60 submissions for these events, such as WFME, AMI, and WHO executive board meetings. Next slide, please. Based on all these experiences, I believe that I have very comprehensive understanding of IFMSA external affairs, and this is how I actually imagined my annual working plan. Next slide, please. In my approach to external affairs, I promise you that I will be accountable, transparent, adaptable, available, and accessible. Next slide, please. Something that I would like to highlight is that the role of VP goes beyond advocacy and external affairs. VP is part of the executive board, also coordinator and contact person for LOs and international team of external affairs. Thus, I commit myself to be a strong leader and also reliable team player. Being a liaison officer, I firsthand experienced the challenges of the positions, and those I will start my term by assessing every position, and based on that, develop individual and joint support system for the LOLOs. In context of RDs, I will do the same in collaboration with VPM, but I will take into consideration regional challenges and also duality of the position. Next slide, please. When it comes to spaces for improvement, I will definitely improve the dynamic between LOs and RDs, and how we can actually do that is by implementing the external affairs approval master sheet, and also by jointly collaborating on updating the external affairs IOGs. Next slide, please. When it comes to external affairs international team, for the past 2 years, there has been inconsistency in roles and structure, and that's something that needs to be addressed. So with the current VPE, I would assess the latest reform that was done this term, and then decide on way forward. Furthermore, I would like to reintroduce the position of research assistant. In context of strategic approaches and sustainability, external affairs are a very dynamic spot, so it's important to have strategic approach to maximize the outcomes. I would do this by firstly assess the sustainability VP position, furthermore review and update the guiding documents, then also complete the distribution of external affairs focus areas, and in context of external meetings, focus on finances and capacitation. Next slide, please. In context of external affairs related PRC, I would collaborate with VPRC and also make sure that all officials are capacitated how to implement this in their work. Furthermore, I would like to address one really big issue, and that's this misuse of IFMSA positions after the official term ends. When it comes to policy process, it's something that's already being implemented, but there are still spaces for improvement. For example, introduction of PRC a bit earlier, then capacitation of also small working group coordinators and policy commissions, and last but not least, implementation strategies for all the policy documents. Next slide, please. When it comes to IFMSA research framework, it's a policy, it's a pilot project that we are currently implementing. So my plan would be to follow up on that and also see how we can better engage NMOs and external partners. Other 2 points that I will work on are global priorities, strategy, and anniversary. Next slide, please. In context of meaningful partnerships in representation, my goal is to firstly strengthen the current partnerships, explore new partnerships, and also make sure that IFMSA is recognized as relevant stakeholder in global health arena. That's in context of UN, WHO, and other externals. And furthermore, I would follow up on our work in Agenda 2030. Next slide, please. External affairs is not just the work of the international team. It's also about you as NMOs and members who work on national and local level. Those, I believe, we should focus on capacitation and see how we can better utilize digital tools. Also, I will make sure to make external affairs more accessible, transparent, and engaging through various mechanisms. Another must for me is global and regional representation. Even though we have some measures that we are implementing, there is still a gap between the measures and actual challenges. So that's also something I would focus in. And last but not least, by the end of the term, I would like to implement the intersectional IFMSA in external affairs. Next. Advocacy is not just my voice. Is your voice and our voice with a joint vision. IFMSA for decades has worked on empowering students to be leaders in global health arena. Today, I'm not just an EB candidate, but advocate with a vision who invites you to join me on that journey. Thank you.
Okay, we will continue with questions. So we will have 3 minutes of questions. This does not include the question asked by the NMO, only your responses. How would you like to take them? 1 by 1? 3? Okay. In this case, do we have any MOs that have questions for Ghana? Homesick Finland. I have Homesick Greece. And then Circumsic Turkey. So starting with Homesick Finland.
Hi, it's Sam from Filmsic Finland, him. Thank you for your presentation. So I have a question. According to your CV, you have not attended some significant external meetings, such as the World Health Assembly or United Nations Economic and Social Councils for Youth. The head of delegation in these important meetings is usually the VPE. What challenges do you expect in leading the delegation in a new setting, and how are you planning to tackle said challenges?
Okay, was that clear to you, Kana? Okay, next we will take the question from Homesick Greece.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. Maria Shi here from Homesick Greece. We would like to ask you, how do you plan on finding and reaching out to possible donors in order to get them to support IFMSA financially?
Thank you. Now we will have Circumsic Turkey.
Hi, first of all, thank you for your presentation. We would like to ask that we believe that one of our biggest goals within IFMSA should be to promote sustainable living and eco-friendly approach. From this perspective, it is clear that the thousands of IFMSA exchange certificates printed for NMOs are not environmentally friendly. Do you have any plans to address this issue and take steps towards a more sustainable approach? And how do you plan to strengthen the relationships we have with external partners that has been losing? They're not very connected, but we would like to learn both. Thank you so much. Second part, how do you plan to strengthen the relationship we have with external partners that has been losing recently? Thank you.
Have been lost recently.
Thank you. Okay, so Kana, you may use that microphone there. You may start when you're ready.
Okay, amazing. I will start with the last question. When it comes to exchange of certificates, it's not something in my area of work, but I would definitely recommend that we maybe use PDF options that can be uploaded in database. When it comes to how we can actually strengthen the relationship with partners, as you may know, besides our general external affairs area that has been mostly affected by the current situation is medical education. So for the whole term, I have been actively following up with the current VP with the situation, and have gained a lot of experience how to actually manage this crisis. What I think is really important when it comes to this is firstly, have an open communication and act quickly and promptly, which is something that we need to develop as a mechanism within the EB, and also try to have as much as contact with these external partners. If they have any concerns and something bothering them, we have to clarify that, and also see how we can maybe enhance opportunity with collaboration with them, because that's also something that can strengthen the collaboration. But it's also something that I've been doing since the beginning of the term pretty successfully. So I believe I can follow up on that in the next term. When it comes to teams in Finland and challenges, thanks so much for that question. So even though I haven't attended so far these two events that you have specifically mentioned, as LME have been directly engaged as other LOs in supporting VP in preparations for these events. And not only these events, but events in general. So when it comes to challenges, yes, it will be a new event, but so far I have attended many events. I see how our VP work. I was also, and I will be head of the delegation for multiple events that are also coming up. So I believe no matter what challenges might come, the principle will still be the same. And also as LO, I already engaged in preparations for similar events. So it should not be an issue for me to follow up on that. And I also believe with a good handover, it should not be a problem. Luis, the question about finances, if how we can effectively collect, okay? So that's area of work, again, where I won't work only on my own. I will work in collaboration with VPF and finances team and LOs. What I believe we can do is actually do a good stakeholder mapping and then jointly like approach external partners. For example, develop really good sponsorship perspectives. That's something that we have been doing, for example, for Amy, for WHAs, for Commission on Status of Women. And so far we can be very successful when it comes to raising funds for external affairs opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 20 seconds. Would you like to take one more question?
Yes.
Okay. We had a hand on Zoom. It's in Sudan. Did you still have your question?
No,
For
it's
20
okay. Yeah,
seconds? That's
you
okay.
can
Then
take another question.
okay. Do we have anyone that would like to ask a 20-second question? No. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Kana. A round of applause. Please, can we bring back the other candidate for VPE position? And Kana would ask you to be escorted out of the plenary room. Okay, please take your seat. Can we please close the doors once we have let everyone in and that we know the Kana is no longer in the plenary hall? Please close the door. And can we just confirm that Kana is not in the plenary hall? Okay. Okay, please keep silent. Thank you. Okay, so we have candidate for the Vice President for External Affairs. Next we have, okay, 1 second. We have Rafael Cannon. You will have 5 minutes to present your slides, followed by 3 minutes of questions. You may start when you are ready.
Thank you, Chair. August meeting 2022, Turkey, Istanbul. It was my first General Assembly in the same country, in the same city. And if you told me at the time that I would be presenting this candidature in front of the General Assembly, I would have said that you were crazy. But still, here we are, so let's go. Dear General Assembly, it's with a lot of emotions and honor that I, Rafael Cannon, I'm presenting my candidature for Vice President for External Affairs 2025-2026. Next slide, please. So this is my candidature, this beautiful document of 17 pages, and I hope you read it because I'm not going to do an Eminem presentation summarizing 17 pages in 5 minutes. We have a better presentation. But if you haven't had time to read it, go ahead. Honestly, it's really interesting. It contains my experience, my background, my motivations, and my plan of action. I think you may want to have a look. Next slide, please. Just for the people that haven't had time or that don't remember, here's a quick reminder about the 6 pillars of my plan of action. The first one is the importance of having a strong strategy in IFMSA, in our actions, especially in external affairs, because our officials are changing every year. So if we don't have a long-term strategy, we won't achieve big things. Secondly, it's about the impact on our representation. I believe in the importance that when we attend external meeting, we don't just attend, we don't sit and look, we act, we talk, and we expect changes thanks to these actions. Thirdly, it's about our positions and partners. They are absolutely precious and essential to IFMSA. Our positions come directly from our medical students, and partners are basically the essence of IFMSA also in a way. Fourth, the places of NMO as main actors of external affairs. I believe there is a big room for improvement on the way we involve NMOs actively in the external affairs field. And for that, I have multiple propositions that are detailed in my plan of action. Fifth, the accessible knowledge. And this is about capacity building. In IFMSA, we have a lot of people that are really experienced and a lot of people that are also new and that don't really know how to access the knowledge. So I would like to make it open access, easy to access. And fifth, accountable leadership, and we've been talking about that since the beginning of this GA, but I believe that the EB should at all time remain transparent and communicate with the NMOs about everything. And I will stop here on my plan of action, even if I still have a bit of time, because, next slide please, because I love words. I do love words, I'm sure you do too. Words can make beautiful sentences and beautiful promises, but I prefer to value actions. Because in the end, all of us candidates, we are making beautiful promises to you, General Assembly, but what counts in the end, it's what we're going to achieve and the work we're going to deliver for the Federation. And I think what you can expect from a candidate rely directly in its vision. So that's why I'm going to talk about my vision in the next minutes. Next slide, please. This is how I envision IFMSA, my very personal way of saying it, this beautiful tree. This tree is composed of 1.5 million leaves, 133 branches, solid roots, and it's basically growing up in one direction, in that sky, to achieve one same main goal, to represent our medical students, but also to bring them what they deserve. And in this beautiful ecosystem, there is this cycle, the cycle of external affairs, because somehow we are also impacting this beautiful ecosystem. And I envision this part of external affairs acting as first a system that is organized, that is planned. I discussed about it with the strategy. Also, that is that have real concrete results, because we are not attending events just to talk and deliver statement and writing policy to write policy. We want concrete results on that. And it's about accountability. I believe we have a lack of accountability mechanism in the external affair field of IFMSA, and this should be improved. We should go to the last slide now, the conclusion. And I would like to say that for years, I've been believing in the IFMSA for real, in its people, in its action, in new NMOs. And today I'm asking you to believe in IFMSA, in the way I see, the way I believe in it, to believe in our future, to believe in us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we will proceed to the questions. Once again, 3 minutes for the questions. We will not take into account the questions themselves for the timing. How would you like to take them? One by one? Yes, okay. I will first start with the online. I have IFMSA Algeria.
IFMC Algeria speaking, Nazim, he, him. Thank you, Rafael, for this amazing presentation. My question is, the VPE role comes with a demanding workload that requires strong commitment and time management. Even with good organization, it's clear that the role demands a lot of free time due to the tasks and travel involved. Given that you have an important exam next year, which is the internship exam, how do you plan to effectively balance both responsibilities without compromising your performance in either? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see that you are well informed. I will pass my internship exam next year, but also the first week of the term. So it will also mean that after that, I will be entirely free from my activities in IFMSA. Of course, I value the importance of planification ahead, and I will be entirely available for the work on the next 6 months if I'm elected. And I think that answers your question, but if you want, we can discuss that later. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't see the letters. Can you turn around? Can I see your flag? Yes, yes, the one at the bottom. Can you turn around? I don't know who you are. Okay, I'm in Iraq. I know your flag. I just can't see. So please ask your question.
Okay. Thank you, Rafael, for this great presentation. This is Saif Al-Musawi from IFMSA Iraq. My question is, how do you plan to realize your ambitious changes and the plan of action with the high workload of the VPE position? Thank you.
Thank you, IFMSA Iraq. A question quite similar to the previous one. I'll add to the previous answer that I don't plan to change a lot of things in the way IFMSA External Affairs are working. I plan to improve multiple things because after the years I've been involved in the external affairs field as external affairs general assistant, working directly with the VPE, I've seen some room for improvement in multiple areas, especially in the workload of the VPE. I think the VPE have to give agreement to a lot of things that are done by a lot of officials, like liaison officers. We need approvals for the work of liaison officers on many things. And I believe that liaison officers are elected officials, and if they are capacitated, and if the matter they're working on is not extremely sensitive for the IFMSA, they should be able to be autonomous in their work, of course, with the assistance of the VP upon their demand. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take NMSC Norway. Norway over here.
Hello, Norway, NMSC Norway. No, Nora, NMSC Norway. She, her, thank you, Rafael, for your presentation. The WHO is one of IFMSA's most essential and influential partners in external affairs. With the renewal of IFMSA status as a non-state actor the last month, one of the EB member states tabled motion attempting to discredit IFMSA's position as a valuable partner. In your capacities as National Youth Delegate and External Affairs Advocacy Assistant, in which ways did you assist the IT to ensure that the IFMSA would withhold its status as a non-state actor? Thank you.
If your question is directly related in my capacity as External Affairs Advocacy Assistant, you may have to know that I'm not the one directly linked and representing officially the IFMSA currently in those external meetings. So I will not be the one upholding directly those links. However, I'm working directly with the liaison officer for the World Health Organization currently and the VPE to ensure our strategy are the most efficient they can be. And of course, if elected, then I will be on the forefront and having strong relations with those partners. As when it comes to my previous experience as youth delegate for France, because I'm not anymore youth delegate for France. I've been working with my country delegation, but I was not representing the IFMSA. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take probably one more question. There's 48 seconds left. Okay, I have a mistake. No, never mind. Terms of Palestine, you haven't spoken yet.
I'm asking this question on behalf of LAMSAC Lebanon. Previous VPEs without prior experience as TO members, notably LAOs, have faced challenges in leading RDs and LOs teams, sometimes resulting in difficulties that impacted IFMSA's external relations. Given this history, how do you plan to effectively support and guide the LOs and RDs without having previously held other roles?
Thank you very much. I don't think that saying that I don't have experience with LOs is true. I've not been LO myself, but I've been 2 years in the External Affairs International team as General Assistant and as Advocacy Assistant. And I've been working with LOs all along, as with VPE. And I believe that I even know perfectly the work of VPE because I was VPE when the VPE was not available for some meetings or some external events, because we had a strong relation and confidence. And I believe that I can totally work with the liaison officers because I understand the way they work, but it's also a matter of the team, who's in the team, and communication, starting from the beginning, capacity building, and working all together. We need to adapt, and we will. Thank you.
Thank you. There's 3 seconds left, so we will not proceed to other questions. Thank you so much, Rafael. Okay, next we will move on to the last member of the EV 2025-2026 for the position of VP PRC. Please, everyone, have a seat. Okay, please, we will proceed. Have a seat. And just for everyone's information, online or in person, you may leave the room in between presentations. That is okay. You just cannot do that when we are actually in the presentation. This is disrespectful. And also we have 2 candidates running for the same position. So we have to ensure that the other is not aware of what is spoken during the presentation. Lamsik Lebanon, what is this hand for?
I would like to clarify something. When you only allow one person in the Zoom from the NMO, and we live in a third world country with power outage, it's not okay not to allow them back during a presentation when they are doing the effort, staying awake, and logging into everything they need to log into to be present and have the right to ask any candidate anything they want. It's not okay to keep them waiting just because they lost connection for less than a minute.
Okay, I apologize if this situation happened to you. I'm sorry that you had to live through this stressful time. However, I would like to uphold this for the respect of the candidates, as we cannot make exceptions every single time, and it is very, very late over. So I would like all the candidates to go through with their presentation for everybody's mental health. Thank you for raising that point, however, it is noted. Can we make sure that Alpha is not in the room and that we have someone that is an unofficial helper with her? Okay, can we close the doors, please? Thank you so much. Okay, so for the position of the vice president of, 1 second. So for Okay, so for the position of Vice President for Public Relations and Communications 2025-2026, we have a result from the lottery. To start with the presentation of Rahad Hussein Abdullah Al-Oraibi. Okay, thank you. Once again, you have 5 minutes to present, 3 minutes of questions following. We will find a slide and share it on Zoom. We will just share it on Zoom so people online can also see. Okay. So you may start when you're ready.
Imagine a single ripple in the water, gentle and almost unnoticeable. As it spread, it transformed into a wave, reaching shores far away where it began. 4 years ago, I made a small step by applying to a PRC position, and this ripple has grown. And now I stand here with you not just as a candidate, but also as someone who lived and breathed the transformative power of PRC. My name is Raghat Qusay from IFMSA Iraq, a graduated medical doctor, and I'm running to be your VPRC for the term 25-26. Next. My journey started in IFMSA, first as local PRC director in my NMO, then advanced to become national PRC director. Then I started my international journey in PRC IT for 2 years, first as social media and campaign assistant, and then currently as PRC general assistant. But why you should choose me? Reflecting on my experience, I had the honor to be involved in the PRC internal operation, and also I had the opportunity to be working directly with the VPRC, which helped me gain a deep understanding of the PRC project and the ongoing challenges and the decision we need to take next. Next, please. Also, my plan of action, according to all of this, will be built on these 6 pillars. Next, please. First, empowering our brand, IFMSA brand. To build a strategic branding, we need to connect on a deeper emotional level with our members. To achieve this, I will work on launching survey to understand more our animals and make sure that we are understanding their needs. And also I will make sure to launch a campaign that will highlight personal story from our NMOs and showcase our diversity. I will ensure also to promote our merchandise as a symbol of unity and making sure that every member of IFMSA feel a sense of unity while wearing it. Also for our MSI, I will make sure to make our content more accessible and also more engaging. And lastly, I will work on building on the current efforts regarding the branding of exchange and also program, ensuring to celebrate our cultural diversity and fostering deeper connection. Next. For the second pillar, expanding partnership at the global outreach, I will work on building strategic communication with PR agency and also organization and ensure also our representation in the external event through promotion, delegation training, and also follow-up post and follow-up information. Next, please. For transforming digital engagement, I will ensure to implant training, especially for our NMOs and also our regions regarding social media and also PRC, and also conduct a campaign calendar that is align with our global themes and events. And also to enhance our impact, I will ensure to use multimedia and also integrate AI tool to enhance our content creation and also global accessibility. Next, please. To empower leadership and teamwork, I will ensure first the smooth transition through a detailed handover with the current VPRC, and also I will ensure as an AB member to be involved in the decision-making process and also ensure transparency for our work and make sure that all PRC work are clear and also accessible for all animal to look at it. Next, please. Building capacity for lasting impact. I will ensure to improve our PRC competency model and also making sure to expand our practice and making sure it present at least on each IFMSA meeting per region. Next, please. Ensuring equal access and safeguarding member data, I will ensure to prioritize GDPR compliance by organizing training for our officials and also conducting regular audit. To enhance our accessibility, I will make sure to build on the current effort and expanding our multilingual content through IFMSA platforms. Next, please. Every great movement starts with a message, and with the right strategy, we can amplify youth voices and make sure every campaign counts. And I'm ready to bring my experience and my vision to this role and make youth voices stronger than ever. IFMSA has changed my life, and it's time to change yours, and thank you.
Thank you. So now we will have 3 minutes of questions. How would you like to take them? 3 at a time? Okay, so the questions and so will not count in the 3 minutes, only your answers will. Anyone has any questions? Okay. I know it. You don't need to flip it. Romania. Sorry. Pasum, Pasum, Pasamarar, Pasum, Romania. I know how to write it out. I'm just very tongue-tied right now. Okay, do we have anyone online? 1 second, we're gonna take 3 first. Do we have anyone online? Okay, I don't see any hands up online, so I will take someone here in person. Amza Austria, it's been a while. Okay, and I will take and then Portugal. It's been a while too. Go ahead.
Congratulations for your lovely presentation. My question for you is, taking into consideration the input from NMO's general members and the IFMSA marketing strategy 2019, how do you plan on including informal content such as Reels and TikTok on your vision while boosting engagement? Thank you. Yeah, so how do you plan on including informal content such as Reels and TikTok on your vision while boosting engagement? Thank you.
Okay, Amza Austria.
Rebecca Amza Austria, she, her. How will you ensure that IFMSA stays true to its values when incorporating advertisement and other for-profit campaigns? Thank you very much. How will you ensure that IFMSA stays true to its values when incorporating advertisement and other for-profit campaigns?
So my understanding of the question, Amza Austria, is that you're asking how will the candidate keep the true values of IFMSA when there are advertising campaigns? Is that right?
Can I rephrase it?
Yes, of course. It is your question.
In your candidature, you mentioned that you would consider including for paid advertisement on the IFMSA social media. How will you ensure that IFMSA stays true to our values when you're incorporating advertisement and for-profit campaigns and all social media? Does that make sense now?
Okay, thank you so much. Next, and in Portugal.
Thank you. Catarina Cardoso, she, her. Regarding your suggestion to use AI tools, we would like a bit further clarification in terms of which AI tools that you want to use and what would be the regulation, both in the balance of enhanced content or AI generated content, and how would you as VPRC coordinate this use? Thank you.
Okay, you may start. Okay, you can use either microphones.
Thank you so much for your question. So first, regarding Romania question, so I will ensure that our social media content are mixed between Reels and also using TikTok that for also education and also for engaging and making sure that we are balancing it and to ensure that we are also sharing our vision and our goals through the content, and also balancing it with some engaging content and fun content that may reach and engage engage with our member. And it's very important to understand our member and their interest and making sure according to it build our content and build our reels and also our TikTok that it align with our audience in education and also in entertainment. Thank you. Regarding the AI, I will work on making sure to enhance our content using the AI tool like ChatGPT and also other tools to make sure that we will not use AI to create the content, but also to enhance the creativity inside the PRC team and make sure that there is a new idea is developed, and also to enhance the content that already created. And there are also a lot of AI tools, not just ChatGPT, also using AI through our meeting to make sure that the minutes are recorded through AI, and also making sure that we are taking more brainstorming and more idea through the design, through the logo from the AI tool that is available. And thank you. And regarding the paid advertisement and making sure that is aligned with our vision. So it's very important when we are building our paid ads to make sure that is aligned with our audience, and to make sure that is when we are building it, we are making it align with our vision and also our audience, and making sure that when we are building the ad, that is the content is clear, and also have an action, and also it's also related to our member, and with this we can make sure that the content is related both to our vision and also to our members at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 5 seconds, so let us end the questions period here. Round of applause for Raghav. Okay. Thank you. Could we please have someone bring back the candidate that waited outside? And also, can someone please bring Rahan outside and chat with her? Play games, yes. Sing songs. Please, everyone, take your seat, take your seat, take your seat, take your seat. Come sit. We have one last presentation. Please turn the mic off. Thank you. So please have a sit, have a seat. Please. Can we confirm that the other candidate is not in the room and that we have someone that has escorted her outside? We're waiting for something. Okay. We were waiting for the doorkeeper. Thank you so much. Have a seat and please be quiet. Please be quiet. This is our last presentation for this agenda point. I would really appreciate it if you gave all of your attention as you have for the past candidates. This is for the candidature for the IFMSA Vice President for Public Relations and Communications 2025-2026. And we have Alpha Fatye. Is that correct? How I pronounced it?
Yes, over Fatih.
Okay, great.
Is it audible?
So yes, but I would encourage you to just bring it with you. Yes, that is better. And once again, 5 minutes of presentation, 3 minutes of questions afterwards. We will be sharing the slides and clicking through for you, and you may start when you are ready.
Okay, let's start at the very beginning. A clear vision to start. When I'm going to run for PRC, VPRC, the three letters, the factions, VPRC. Dear FMSA family, I'm Aufa Fatia from Cimsa, Indonesia. Next. The aim of my life, and I acknowledge that's the skill that I earned, is to empower media by empowering the voices, by starting as the local media and communications teams, and now I'm the external affairs PR and communication assistant. Next. I believe communications is not about just talking. So welcome to our communication strategy guideline. To maintain our vision federations to one strong message. It's not only about the PRNC team, but it's all the whole IFMSA. To talk about the programs, standing committees, capacity buildings, including the partnerships. We need a campaign prioritizations and calendars, also social media usage, diversifications. Next. Okay, we don't just post. Maybe some of us is like thinking public relations and communications is making things look good, but it's way more beyond that. We are posting, we are crafting the stories into actions that inspiring the actions. Next. So can you imagine when a federations, when every voice is heard, it's based on the story, it's based on the local, the grassroots activities. So we need to empower the youth change maker to create stories, to enable sharing their voices, like doing an animals activities showcase, medical students life beyond, and also for IFMSA events throughout the social media that we have. Next. Aside of that, again, PRNC is not only about Canva, but it's a leadership. And the leadership is not about knowing everything. It's about the adaptive, strategic, and future focus to learn from the past and to being bold at the present, also to step the tone for the future by adopting the IFMSA strategy 2026-2029, and also being the IBA member to have the helicopter view and the empowerment of a PRC network. Next. Okay, so some of us maybe we have been fighting a lot last month regarding the crisis communication. So I'm going to work with the VPE to create and develop a more structured and effective response for crisis communications guideline to address humanitarian and medical workforce challenges. Also, we need the NMO's inputs for that. Next. Regarding of that, we understand that financial might be some burden, so we need like a financial sustainability by creating a new revenue streams, which I'm going to work with the VPF. It's kind of ethical partnership, sponsorship, including the merchandising charity. Next. It's been we talked about before with the task force of ableism, communications that should be inclusive, accessible, and empowering, which means we need a inclusive guideline. I do understand that all of us might have some different literacy regarding inclusive communications. Next. Okay, maybe some of us understand like the GDPR. Living in the digital age, digital era, we need to understand that digital data should be secure, responsible, and trustworthy, and also the informed consent for the multimedia thingies, and how to store and how to process, of course, and how to post. Next. Again, PRC means to promote, to represent, and to connect. It's not only about Canva again. No, I'm just kidding. Next. Next year we will celebrate our 75 years to celebrate the legacy of leadership and building future of health. Next. And I need to hear from you, your concern, your dreams for IFMSA. So an open conversations to forge stronger IFMSA.
Thank you so much. We have reached our time. Thank you, Alpha. Thank you. Okay, now we move on for the questions. We will take 3 minutes for all the questions. Only your answers will count in the timing. How would you like to take your questions? One by one, okay. Lemsik Lebanon will go first.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for your presentation. Given that the PRC positions you have held were never within the PRC IT, how are you planning to overcome the fact that you have not been close or aware of the internal procedures and processes during these years? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the question, Lemsik Lebanon. Actually, EAPRC is derived from the Vice President for External Affairs, which is EAIT, but now I'm as part of the PRC IT, and for the past 3 years working in the PRC network and now in the PRC IT, I believe that I know the procedure for the internal communications and external communications, also for like how the PRC works in IFMSA itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, CFMS Canada.
Thank you so much. So you mentioned ideally creating accessibility guidelines to help make it more accessible for all, but what strategies or things specifically would you like to do to make IFMSA post announcements more accessible for those who are neurodivergent or those with learning, hearing, or visual impairments? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, CFMS Canada, for the questions. Okay, regarding the inclusive guidelines, first of all, we need to make the PRC related or PRC teams itself understand what inclusive it is. The second one is creating the guideline, and how about the technical things. Most of the social media now has its available captions. However, we create a closed caption in the every video to ensure like because we have a different accent, so we ensure to like the specific wording. And for the websites, now we are trying to like have a translations to another language. Maybe for further, I saw a lot of website of the NGO that has like for color contrast thing is that for like low vision impairment, we can also make that. And the things is it's about the audio and visual, so it should be available for all of either it's a impairment or etc.
Thank you. Okay, who else would like to add questions? From Switzerland.
Hello, this is Clémence from Switzerland, here speaking. With the rise of AI, there are many new opportunities in the PRC field. What are your plans regarding using AI in the PRC work, and where do you see problems with it?
All right. Thank you, Switzerland, for the questions regarding the AI. It's very interesting questions because I think all of us, at least one of the time, use AI, at least our chat, like the ChatGPT. First of all, the idea should be based on our reflections, like our stories, our impact, and the AI will help like for the copywriting. I know like English or another UN UN language, it's not our first language. Like mine is not. So AI, it's indeed definitely help me to create a more stronger copywriting, but the like the prompt should be based on our reflections. And after that we can like we we can like ensure the tone based on our IFMSA brand tone.
Thank you. Thank you. There was 10 seconds left. Would you like to take another short question or we can end it here as well?
Okay, maybe if it's coming.
I don't know if it can, but I have to say no.
Laura Delvaux, IFMSA and LCD. Where do you believe the biggest opportunity for PRC within IFMSA currently lies?
Biggest opportunity. Okay, thank you so much. The biggest opportunity, I would say, like social media. A lot of youth use the social media, and so we can manage and empower the youths to use social media wisely to share their story. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. And with this, we have finished all the presentations of the Executive Board 2025-2026. Good job, everyone. Thank you so much for your attention, but we're not done. Hello. We're not done. We have the next agenda point. Surprise. So, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Can I have some silence here, please? Silence. Silence. Quiet. Quiet, please. We cannot proceed without quiet. I know that we've been here for a very long time. However, we are very limited as well. We are trying to streamline through this, but please bear with us. I would like to tell you that there are 2 presentations for the agenda item number 5. Let's go through this first. So we will proceed. I want some silence in the room. Agenda item number 5, presentation of candidates for Supervising Council for the term 2023-2025. There are none. No submissions. Next. Agenda item number 6, presentation of candidates for Supervising Council for the term 2024-2026. We have received 2 candidatures for this. Due to the fact that they are they are running for the same position, although there are many positions, we have decided that we did the lottery and that we will also do the same as we have in terms of 2 candidates running for the same positions. The lottery showed that Mati Pervan will be presenting first. So I would ask the online returning officers to please, could you have our other subco candidate, Linda Prato, in a breakout room that I am creating now? One second. I would also need a member of the returning officers to be with Linda in the breakout room. Can one of the returning officers online who will take charge of that raise their hand? Returning officers online? Yes, okay. Thank you, Habib. So in this case, I will put one of our returning officers as well as our candidate for subco, Linda Prato, in the same breakout room. It is to ensure that Linda does not have access to the presentation of the other candidate and that she is not on the live stream. So I will put them in the breakout room now. Okay. Don't join the breakout room if you have not been assigned to join, please. Don't leave. Okay, I will make sure that. So please, Linda and Habib, please join the breakout room. I will double check on my end. I see that Linda and Habib are in the other breakout room, so we may proceed. Can we have the presentation, the video for Mati on the presentation? Okay, thank you so much. Before we start the video, let me just explain the process. So, a presentation for any other officials will be 3 minutes in speaking time and 2 minutes for questions. I will put a timer. We will stop at 3 minutes for the presentation and then we will take questions afterwards. So, we may start the video.
Dear General Assembly, it is with the greatest honor that I present to you my candidacy for the Supervising Council Member 2024-2026. My name is Mati Pervan. I'm 25 years old, medical doctor from the south of Croatia. I love cooking and eating, and I'm father to these 2 adorable babies. I'm currently working as junior researcher at UMC Amsterdam. To highlight the most important events that shaped my IFMSA journey, I must start with the Canon event, my first GA in Ohrid back in 2022. This is where it all started. After that, I was writing regional priority with this group of amazing people. Being part of informal task force on candidature length and format was when I wrote my first BCP, and being IAB member taught me everything about investigations. Being an MOP last term brought me so many things, but I must mention changing the motion maze, sorry John, NM Originals, who made everything easier, and informal task force on having March meeting. It was worth it, even being held hostage. Now talking about the values I stand for, not suspending bylaws. Jokes aside, I do believe Constitution and bylaws are the cornerstone of our federation, and if given your trust as SAPCO member, I will base my actions on the foundation of our regulatory documents. Besides that, I want to nurture a culture of transparency, accountability, and democracy. Why SAPCO? Because I want to be part of the team that is protecting democracy in these challenging times when we're sadly seeing the rise of fascism and radicalization that threatens the fundamental principles of our organization. I want to give my part when it comes to reinforcing IFMSA's identity as a platform where every NMO feels empowered, valued, and able to contribute meaningfully. Why me? Because I believe that my diverse experiences make me understand the physiology of this complex federation. Because I was always involved and dedicated to the mission and the goals of the federation, and because I have been actively advocating for the democratic practices and prioritizing NMOs and will continue to do so. At the end, I want to thank everyone who has been part of this journey. I wouldn't be able to do this without you. There is no words to describe how thankful I am to each of you and how much I love you. I must mention my colleagues and friends suffering the war and aggression in Palestine, in Ukraine, in Sudan. I cannot imagine through what you have been going through. I'm proud of your strength, and may you see your peace and freedom soon. To my family and friends in Serbia fighting the corrupted and criminal system, my heart goes out to you. Volim vas I budite jaki.
Thank you. Mati, could you speak so we know if you're here or not?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Okay, So we will proceed with the questions in this case. You have 2 minutes to respond to the questions. Would you like to take them one by one or 2 by 2, 3 by 3?
One by one, please.
One by one. Okay, sounds good. Who would like to ask questions? Okay, I don't see anyone online, so I will refer to the people here. I have BVMD Germany.
Hi, Matti. This is Pascal for BVMD Germany. Thank you for an excellent candidature. I was wondering, we heard in the SUBCO report this morning that the current SUBCO has significant reservations regarding certain investigations that might or might be mandated in this General Assembly. Do you share these reservations? And if yes, how do you proceed that we might go forward?
Thank you. Yes, actually, I do share these reservations, and I believe that this is a topic that needs to be discussed with the EB and TO, but also with NMOs to hear what NMOs have to say about it. And I do believe that one of the possible solutions could be forming an independent assessment body as it as it happened last year as well for the investigation into the NMO.
Okay, thank you. Who would have, okay, and then Portugal.
Gonçalo Fernandes, and in Portugal, he, him. First of all, thank you for your candidature. Bearing in mind the reality lived in the current and previous terms, how do you plan to make both SUBCO's workload and the dynamic with the EBTO healthier and more sustainable?
I believe that open communication should be a forte and should be really emphasized throughout the term. And I believe that the role of SUBCO is actually being a close support to the TO bodies. And also by strong communication between SUBCO members, I believe that we can actually address potential challenges on time and build more sustainable communication patterns for the future of the IFMSA.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to ask a question to SUBCO candidate Matti? AMSA Austria.
Rebecca, I'm the Austria She/Her. Thank you so much for your candidature. Could you elaborate on your plans to change the probation process so officials are better supported? Thank you so much.
So yeah, thank you for this question. I think it's really important. And so throughout the past reports, we have been heard in the statements from NMOs about how sometimes the probation periods were not the period when the officer actually received enough of support, and probation, and most of these probation actually ended up with resignations. So I believe that probation period should not be a period with as a punishment to the official, but I believe that probation period should be seen as a period where this official needs additional support. And I do believe that SUBCO's role is primary to provide this support.
Thank you so much. You have 6 seconds, so I believe that we will end here. Thank you again, Matti. We can have a round of applause. Okay, in this case, I will bring Matti into the breakout room and bring Linda back. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. Hi, Linda. I will check that Linda is now in the main session, and I see that Mati is not in the main session and in the breakout room. So in this case, we will proceed with the presentation of SUPCO candidate Linda Prato. We will also share it with the people on Zoom. Just give us 2 seconds to set up the screen share with the sound. Okay, so Linda, your presentation has 3 minutes maximum, and 2 minutes of question will follow after that. We will start playing the video.
Hello, IFMSA. This is Linda Prato, and this is my presentation for one of the positions of the Supervising Council. Now, we can start with a short summary of my experience inside of IFMSA, where I was a TO member for 1 term during 23-24. I was RD Americas, and that allowed me to understand and see all the things that we should do as EVTO and SUPCO in order to achieve our goals as IFMSA. Also, I was NMO president for 2 years and RT member for 2 years. So I based all my candidature on those 3 experiences in national, regional, and global level. Oh, regional for 2. Okay, so now my term will be focused on 3 pillars. The 3 main pillars that will be the SUPCO team, the TO, and the NMOs. With the SUPCO team, I need to understand that we are entering a team that is already established, that already have their own dynamics and processes. So I'm going to join this team and evaluate what we can improve, provide input, and trying to find solutions for the current problems that we have. Also, for the TO, I will establish follow-up systems with my TL body, trying to find solutions for their needs, and will address the situation with the TO EV meetings report in order to guarantee that they are shared on time and in a proper way. Now, with the NMOs, I want to always offer transparency from the SUPCO team. One of the ways I will try to improve also the SUPCO work will be through feedback forms that will be shared through our reports, and trying to support NMOs in the creation of their national SUPCO teams. In general assemblies, I will try to support on the development of guidelines, support on the discussions of the PCPs and CCPs, provide support to the plenary team and everything that is needed during this time. Also, I will be working on the evaluation of the constitutional bylaws of the IFMSA. I will try to do it twice in a term, and conduct the financial oversights, trying to gather all the information that we already have. In that way, also supporting the institutional memory that we have to build in IFMSA, and evaluating the SUPCO IOGs in areas that should be addressed. So anything else that you would like to check, that you would like to ask, I'm open for questions. And also you can, of course, read a little bit more about my proposal in the application form. So that's all. Thank you so much, and bye.
Thank you. People were clapping in the room for you. We will proceed with 2 minutes of questions. These 2 minutes will not include the actual question asked. They will only include your answers. How would you like to take the questions? 1 by 1, 2 by 2, 3 by 3?
1 by 1, please.
1 by 1. Okay, I will go first with IFMSA Chile, and then I'll go back to the online participant. IFMSA Chile is over here.
Hi, Linda. Good night for you, for us. Shall I say good morning? It's always great to see someone from the Americas, so I want your opinion on this. What is your opinion on the relationship of cooperation, accountability, and understanding between SUPCO and the EB rather than an antagonist in crisis management, especially given the latest events? Thank you.
You can start.
Okay, thank you for your question. Yes, I want to start saying that I was part of the subco team of my NMO, of my national NMO. So I always established that the subco should be like a support team, not only for the EV and for the other members, but for everyone. Okay, so it is important to always be present and engage in meetings, engage in the discussions, and trying to find like this middle point between like the subco vision of the things and the EV vision of the things. I'm 100% sure that the goal of both is to find the best solution for the IFMSA and to achieve the goals of IFMSA. So of course we should work together and like achieve that. I just think that we just need a lot of communication and yeah, just be aware of what is like each of us doing.
Thank you. I will take the question online first. So Lemsik Lebanon.
Thank you so much, Linda, for your presentation. My question might be a bit tricky, but we have seen you run for this position before in AM24, and then you decided not to run for it anymore and you withdrew. What made you change your mind and decide to go for this position once again?
Go ahead,
Can I
Linda.
say? Okay, thank you. Yes, well, I would like to clarify the situation that happened in the last GA. I didn't withdraw my candidature. The situation was a mistake with the candidature form of my NMO, which didn't was not supposed to allow me to do my presentation. So there was a mistake in the validation of my candidature, and yeah, at the end, like everyone find out that there was that mistake, and yeah, I couldn't run, but I didn't withdraw.
Thank you. There is 20 seconds left for a question. If anyone would like to ask a 20-second question. I don't see any hands. So thank you so much, Linda.
Thank you. Good morning for everyone.
Okay, so I am closing the breakout room so the returning officer and Patty can come back. Okay, we have a small announcement by the VPRC, I believe. A point of information is what he told me.
So, can you hear me? Yeah. It has come to our attention that during the candidature presentation for IFMSA EV2526, an individual used official IFMSA logo without proper authorization. As outlined in IFMSA brand manual and IFMSA constitution and bylaws, the official corporate identity must be used, including IFMSA, must be used and strictly regulated and request prior approval from IFMSA EB. The IFMSA corporate identity is a valuable asset that represents the integrity and professionalism in our federation. Unauthorized use of IFMSA logo can lead to misrepresentation and confusion regarding the official endorsement. We remind all members and candidates that any use of IFMSA branding must comply with guidelines set forth in documents.
Thank you so much. Okay, we are continuing. Please log into NemoVote because there is a procedural motion. And I would also like to say that we have finished with the presentation of the subco candidatures. So we're moving on. We have received. Yes. So we did receive a procedural motion. And to do that, we need quorum. We do not have enough NMOs logged into NemoVote. I know we had a long period of presentations. Now is your time to shine. Please log into NemoVote. We cannot proceed if we do not have quorum, and we also have to follow the hybrid GA guidelines, where we have to keep 75% of the previous vote for subsequent votes, which means if we don't have that amount of NMOs logged in and we do enter a motion maze, then we're stuck. We have to wait. You don't want to be stuck in a maze. So please log into NemoVote. Also, for clarification for the returning officers, we do not need to close the doors anymore on Zoom or in person. Please log into NemoVote. Please log into NemoVote. I just saw two hands on Zoom. So LMSA Libya and SFGH UK. May I know, are your hands for, what are your hands for? Could you please specify that?
Can we say our statement before the motion?
Okay, so you would like to open a speakers list? So LMSA Libya has requested a speakers list. SFGH UK, is this also for a speakers list?
I just wanted to explain the motion, if that was all right.
Okay, we got asked the speakers list before we opened the procedural motion, so we're not at the explanation state yet. If you would like to be added to the speakers list, you may.
No, thank you.
I have a message, Joe. This is a point of information.
What is the speakers list about? What are we discussing exactly here?
So the speakers list is about the procedural motion that is to come. It is related to the next agenda point about host, and also about the next agenda point, which is about the presentation of the host. Timza Cyprus, is this to be on the speakers list?
No, point of information is the next procedural bylaw suspension. Yes, add us on our speaker list, please. Thank
Okay.
you.
I thought so. Anyone else wants to be on the speakers list? Okay, I don't see anyone else. However, I do need more people on NemoVote. My vice chairperson wants more people.
We just very barely make the 75% of the previous motion. So if anyone has technical issues, we will not reach it. So if anyone is not in yet, please join. I need as many of you as possible. Also online.
Thank you. Please join the NemoVote. Okay, so we will do the speakers list while people join on NemoVote. Then LMSA Libya, please go ahead.
Dear IFMSA family, we are pleased to address you with this statement which reflects our continued efforts and deep commitment to hosting the IFMSA General Assembly 74th edition in Libya. Since last October, we have made exceptional efforts to host the annual meeting 2025 in Libya, resulting from ongoing and direct coordination with the Libyan government and relevant authorities. We have worked tirelessly to provide a unique experience focusing on all aspects that ensure the success of this prestigious event that we are honored to host in our homeland. We have confirmed the provision of necessary visas, comprehensive financial support, and intensive training for all the organizing committee. Additionally, We are prepared for all-encompassing experience for all participant delegations to ensure the highest levels of service. It's a great honor for us to be given the opportunity to present our case and showcase our efforts. During our meeting with the EB last January, we extended an invitation to all IFMSA EB members to visit Libya, expressing our full readiness to cover all travel related to visas, accommodation, and other costs. Our goal with this offer was to highlight the possibilities available on the ground and provide clear evidence of our strong relationship with the relevant authorities, as well as smooth processes we follow regarding visas and support in a country experiencing unprecedented stability. We would like to clarify through this statement that there was no obstacle preventing us from including the external auditor's report in the nomination application. The issue was solely related to the timing of its receipt. We received the auditor's response after the deadline for submitting the application, which made it impossible to include it in the submitted documents. We also confirmed that our revenue significantly exceeded the expected expenses, which strengthens our position and reflects the potential benefits of hosting this event. LAMSA Libya is committed to all professional tasks in preparing for a comprehensive strategic plan for this important event aimed at delivering an exceptional experience for participating delegations. Dear NMOs, your support for our candidates
Mr. Libya, I'm so sorry, your statement time is over. There's 2 minutes. Thank you so much for your statement. The time is up, unfortunately, for you. Okay.
Dear animals, this statement is on behalf of Cyprus, Cyprus, and Portugal, FMSA Spain, Ellipse, Lithuania, AMSA, Austria, X, Catalonia, MMSA Malta, STMSA Estonia, Anna, France, Helmsy, Greece, FMSA the Netherlands, Salem, Luxembourg, FMSA Sweden, Slomsik, Slovenia, FMSA Czech Republic, Kromsik, Croatia, BVMD, Germany, and all animals raising the voting cards. We would like to remind you that the Constitution and bylaws, as our highest regulatory document, should be treated with respect. Suspending bylaws should not be a common practice, but rather an exceptional procedure. We believe we shouldn't use bylaw suspensions as a solution for the problems, but rather reflect for the possible changes of the bylaws we deem we have outgrown. We would like to urge NMOs to reflect on this and refrain from unnecessary bylaw suspensions. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have OC approach the chair?
Hello. I want all my animals in Nemo votes. Are you still there? I am watching you. I currently do not have enough animals in Nemo vote to do any votes. So please come back, because otherwise we are stuck here. Very good, I see you. That's one extra. I think you can give me two more. Very good. Keep them coming. I need more. Oh, another two is working. Okay, I'll keep going. Okay, do we have more animals that can come back? Oh, another one. Very good. Okay, and stay here. Don't go anywhere. You still have the very fast Wi-Fi that supposedly works. Hold on to it. Okay. Oh no, we are losing another one. Stay on while we give the OC time to prepare their statement or their comment. Oh, okay. My chairperson has a statement, but you still need to stay on the Nemo votes. Thank you.
Okay, so I have information from the OC saying that we unfortunately have extended our time for the plenary and that we are being kicked out of this room. This means that we are waiting on a procedural motion to move the agenda point number 7 and 8 to a different plenary. We are waiting for a procedural motion by the EBTO. This is not the procedural motion we were talking about of suspension of bylaws. This is literally that we got the information we were being kicked out. But in order to move these agenda points, we need to pass this procedural motion, which is also why it is important to be on Nemo vote. We need as many people on Nemo vote as possible in order for this to go forth. Can the EB approach me?
Okay, everyone. You are still on Nemo vote. Very well. I still see NMOs in the room that I do not see in my Nemo vote. I will not call you out, but you know who you are, so log in. Nemo vote. The link is ifmsa1.nemovote.com. You can log in. You can do that. Okay. I'm still waiting. No, don't go anywhere. Okay, you're doing very good. Keep this up. Keep those internet connections up. If you have issues with the internet connection and that being the reason you cannot log in, let us know. Also, people online, you are also very welcome to come into the Nemo vote. Okay. Very good. I have new animals joining me. This is nice. Okay, keep them coming. I think there's more of you. Wake up, we are almost allowed to go outside. If you log into Nemo Vote, that increases your chances of making it out of here today. Okay. Okay, that helped for a bit, and then someone dropped out again.
I hope this is the energizer you wished for. Whoever joined, thank you. We are now at 43. I'm not sure who dropped, but 2 people dropped.
Hey, very good. All those new NMOs joining. Waking up because it's all early in the morning. Very good. I know by now you're getting tired of my voice, but I believe that, no, not tired, annoyed, because annoyed keeps you awake at least, I hope, at this point. Hey, I'm losing NMOs. Please stay with me. If you stay with me, you will be done with me earlier. That sounds a bit contradictory, but please come back. Okay, I have received news that we have received a motion. So we're just giving the secretaries some time to look at it, also the CCC, and you can stay on Nemo vote for a little more. Just a little more. And then you can have breakfast or go to bed or whatever.
Do both.
Almost. Almost.
Okay. So we have. Okay. Please. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. Okay. Procedural motion. Procedural motion. Number 10. To change the agenda of plenary 2 and move the agenda point 7 and 8 to the beginning of plenary 3. It is proposed by the IFMSA Executive Board. So I will explain this. I will explain this. Don't worry. I was already approached by another NMO. Thank you for following though. Kudos to you. Okay. So yes, let us start this motion, Maze. Okay. I'm aware that there was another procedural motion that was tabled, but I will explain this after this. It's settled. Okay. To change the agenda point To change the agenda of plenary 2 and move the agenda point 7 and 8 to the beginning of plenary 3 proposed by the IFMSA Executive Board, you have to explain it's a procedural motion.
The agreement with the hotel was to finish the plenary at 5 a.m. and we are already, if I am not wrong, it's around 5:15 and also 5:25 and also to have more energy to see the presentations tomorrow and not stay here until 6 a.m.
Thank you so much. Do we have a seconder? Okay, IFMSA Joe, you were the fastest. Because this is a procedural motion, it needs to be tabled for a vote. We are preparing the votes right now. Okay. The vote is open. Please vote. Please vote. Please vote. This is your only way out now. Please vote, and voting does not require you to speak, I believe. We can vote in quiet. Please vote. We need more votes, please. Don't get stuck in the motion maze. We will be closing the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we will now close the vote. Okay, This is a very amazing result that we got. We have 39 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstention. Motion passes 2/3 majority. But let me explain, because I had a question about what's happening with the other procedural motion. Basically, us as the chair, we get to place the motion where it is best suited. And also we do encourage people to tell us where we should place it. And we did receive the submission for the procedural motion to suspend the bylaw, that it should be before the presentation. So we still respect that before the agenda point of the presentation. It's just that since we have moved the agenda point, we will need to also move this so then it makes sense for everyone, so that we don't unnecessarily vote a motion today to suspend the bylaw and then have to come back to it, re-explain it tomorrow. So it just makes more logical sense. So we will move this procedure motion to tomorrow with the same agenda point in the same order as today. Okay? So thank you so much for your patience. Please, you can go to bed or eat breakfast. I don't know. Do what you want with the rest of the times. Okay, please. On your way out, hand your voting card to the CCC. Thank you so much. I also have information from OC to please bring your cup.
Rebecca, I'm so Austria. We would just like to know if president session will still start at 9 a.m. and what the agenda is, because the agenda that is in the master sheet is not the agenda that we're doing, because it is like we already did the session. Yes, thank you. This can be a very quick. This can even be a WhatsApp message. I just want to know when I have to be here.
And before answering to that, could you please bring your cups with you, because the people from the staff of the hotel needs them for breakfast. And for that, unfortunately,
what
I was
time?
waiting.
At what time will the second motion will be made?
Okay, so the conclusion is that VPN will send a text in the group chat so that everybody is aware of what's happening. I just have an intervention. From LMSE Libya. What is this intervention, please?
At what time will the motion will be made at the plenary, next plenary, and when will the presentation be at?
I believe that the plenary agenda in this case will need to be changed, so then we will get back to you once we get a updated version. I apologize, I don't have an answer right now. Okay, thank you so much for the people on the Zoom. You may leave. Thank you for your patience and thank you so much for staying with us. We really appreciate you.